Are men named Rim Woon Pung? Is the invincible Seong Jon ending the world's chaos for the past 500 years? Breathing arbitrarily, the whole sky turned. After standing at the top, he suddenly heard bad news. The saint had a child with him. Asked everything clearly. It turns out that in the past, I was cultivating. He encountered a ghost the moment she was drunk. That's why I don't remember anything. Looking for my old soulmate. We often confide together but suddenly hear bad news. He also has a child with her. Here he finds out. His younger sister Yo Yu also gave birth to a daughter. He pampers his daughter to the fullest. Girls love shiny things. He arbitrarily crushes a planet into a sparkling sphere and gives it to her. Just because he wants to hear her call Dad. But he used cosmic teleportation. Time inversion. Go back 30 seconds to listen again. And every 3 steps he hears bad news. His children are spread throughout all the worlds. Without further ado, let's start the story. Wish you have fun watching. At Seong Jon become the back of a person. Man appeared. Man came out standing on top. The whole person radiated aura. People around chanted for Seong Jon Seong Jon. This man is Rim Woon Pung. People around were still chanting for Seong Jon. Him to raise his head to the sky. The kind of war that lasts 500 years. Sacrificed so many brothers who lived and died together. He closed his eyes and finally ended up with me. Then he opened his eyes. He opened his hands and spoke. If we lived in this world, there would be no more wars. Everyone worshipped him and worshipped Seong Jon. Open the world of peace. The top floor. Chairman Seong Jon. He flew away. He closed his eyes and thought. 500 years ago, heaven and earth change. Suddenly all sentient beings have divine powers. A great war lasting 500 years. Called a great chaos. The war of the age of magic has begun. Experiencing countless dangers and opportunities. Make me strong. Rim Woon Pung me. With immeasurable power. The posture is second to none. The most overwhelming force. Sent to pacify the forces from all directions. The world until finally the day of peace. I sat with my hands on the chair. I thought I could finally rest. Let me enjoy the world's precious quietness. The sound of footsteps approaching. He closed his tired eyes and spoke. Didn't I say that when I was here? Don't you allow people to come find me? The other man said, smiling happily. I am your brother. As for me, I still have to say those rules. He heard that, opened his eyes and asked. Among the brothers and sisters, you are the most rebellious. What's wrong? The other man immediately held up something and said. Dojong's demonic yin talisman. I think Dojong Chon Beamseol. He is difficult to understand. Extremely conceited woman. Never ask people, why did you send the sound? Make a promise with the sects in the world. Only in times of emergency can highly confidential contact be established. He captured the Yinfu. Then he ordered him to retreat. Happy man. Goodbye, brother. I looked at Yinfu and pondered. I was upset. Suddenly reminisced about some humiliating past events. He remembered from 15 years ago. Coincidentally, I cultivate mixed atoms. Mind transfer in Mil Byong Ha Dam. Suddenly a girl flew in from nowhere. At a crucial moment, Gong Gong clears the mysterious gate of life and death. This woman suddenly rushed in. She flew towards him, slowly landed. Her hot body immediately distracted him. She suddenly fell into his arms. He said indignantly, who are you? Disturbing my surroundings again. Behind there are more experts chasing after them, said. Chon Beamseol, I didn't expect your cultivation base to be so profound. They paralyze the erectile dysfunction drug. You can still run here to find rescue soldiers. Said, and they rushed over. You all die together. He was angry and used a sword to condense water to attack. Then he immediately carried the girl to shore. When he picked the girl up, he immediately felt his heart ache. Extremely constricted. His eyes showed red veins. Pepper, then the king of Dubang circuit, went into a ghost. He immediately put the girl down. He began to use his whole body's energy to suppress the vital energy. He used up all his internal energy to concentrate his energy. No rules, principle of no righteousness. Suddenly a hand was placed on his back. The girl suddenly hugged her husband and hugged him with lustful eyes. Saw that she had evil intentions. He was confused what she wanted to do. It's gone and now I can't move. It's all in vain. Thinking about this, he immediately shouted angrily, "Get out! What are you still doing? The girl playfully whispered in his ear. Urgent situation. I need you to detoxify. Before he could answer, the girl forcefully kissed him. He panicked and opened his eyes wide in surprise. And whatever happened happened. A moment later, the girl prepared to leave. Before when going, she turned her head to look at him and said, the next day there were difficulties. Say my name Chon Beamseol. Must repay the kindness of detoxification. He was trembling with anger, revealing a dissatisfied expression as he watched her leave. He said goodbye. He was upset. This is the end of brushing off your clothes and leaving. In legend, why are you humiliating Nodge's purity like that? Chon Beamseol no ya misses you. He recalled that memory. Think deeply. What a humiliating memory, Rim Woon Pung thought. A heroic life, being used as a detoxification tool by others. Later, during a cardboard fight to kill Ma Zhong, she raised her hand in front of him, politely shook hands as if meeting for the first time. De Zhong Juzhao ordered Chon Beamseol. He was so confused and angry that he gritted his teeth in pleasure. But why do I feel like we've met before? But she responded coldly, haven't I been blind to men before? What's more infuriating is, after that, I went through it many times. Fight together, but this girl seems like nothing is wrong. See me as a stranger. This woman, indeed, he has courage and courage that is not inferior to men. Also had the enlightenment to spend his life for peace. After many years of fighting, she became Dojong's new head teacher, radiating an extraordinary aura. Yin Fu wrote, tonight, Sun Dejong will never return to his peak. Important thing to discuss. Must come. I think the exceptional evil spirits have basically been suppressed. Present. Is there anything urgent or important that requires the use of sound talismans? Now it's time for Dojong. At the real estate, Rim Woon Pung has arrived at the meeting point. He looked in one direction. He was suddenly speechless. He thought to himself, why did you choose this place? Immediately brought back humiliating memories. He coughed loudly. Then he sat and waited for her to come. Suddenly a voice spoke from behind. Seong John came early. He immediately responded to this world. Something that could upset the leader of Dojong. Chon Beamseol, using the yin amulet to arouse my curiosity. At the same time she walked forward wearing extremely discreet clothes. But still shows off her beauty. Woon Pung sat there waiting for Beamseol with a tense face. Beamseol after arriving, she immediately sat down opposite him, using her hand to magically transform into a teapot and cup. Then pointed to the lake on the other side. Drops of water flew into the air. The lid of the jar opened. Water was poured in from the lake. She picked up the teapot and gently poured it into the cup. Beamseol used his hand to make the teacup fly and said, this is the famous Hongbao tea of 500 years ago. Try drinking it. Woon Pung caught the teacup and looked attentively. Him slowly taking a sip. Don't forget to ask, what kind of evil heat is causing trouble again? This side Beamseol just blew on a cup of hot tea. Just talked about our son. You didn't hesitate to answer. How is our son? I realized there was something wrong with what I said. Woon Pung's face turned blue and he spit out all the tea pimples. Before he could swallow it right into Beamseol's face. Mouth still wet. He shouted, what did you say our son? Beamseol wiped his face with a towel and saw that he was panicking. Then he told you to calm down first. Woon Pung got angry and slammed the table hard, causing it to crack. Small pieces of rock scattered. He shouted again. She joked. Because you and I have fought each other a few times. 1 does not have sex. 2 is not emotional. Where did you get it, son? Woon Pung suddenly remembered something. Suddenly the image of her kissing him appeared. Beamseol did not react, just leisurely answer correctly. That was the time I borrowed you to detoxify. Heard the words coming out of her mouth. He silently pointed his finger at her face. She finally admitted it. Several times we fought together behind the scenes. She even pretended like she had nothing to do. I thought I was going crazy. Hallucinations appeared again. Beamseol didn't know what to say, so she told him. Seong John asked for calm. This is not your fault. Woon Pung refused to stop. He still remained like that and scolded her even louder. She told me how to calm down. No ya in this generation is respectful and polite to women. Equal treatment. There has never been an act of overcoming. She was used as a tool to detoxicate her. Even took it away from number ya. Finally, she patted her butt and left. Even the words of thanks were not included. The cup of tea in Beamsiol's hand hadn't even taken a sip yet. She tried so hard to hold back that the cup of tea she was holding trembled slightly. She couldn't help but stand up. Hit the table hard. Yell loudly enough. But don't have the courage to speak a little louder. Let the whole Duzhong temple know. Making Woon Peng stand still for a moment. He covered his mouth with his hand. Face pale green. The head rotates back and forth to observe. Only then did she calm down and sit down. Body trembled slightly. Bowed face and raised his voice. What are you in a hurry for? From beginning to end, it wasn't like you did anything wrong. Woon Peng stunned and removed his hand from his mouth. That's right. It's not like I did something wrong. I'm in a hurry. Then he crossed his arms and snorted. It's not me, it's you. Her eyes drooped quietly. So these past few years I have never thought about it. Who do you want to take responsibility this time? Suddenly he raised his hand and waited. Why are you suddenly surprised? Woon Peng raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. Thinking, I have to calm down before. The teapot suddenly moves. Caught Beamsiol's attention. It flew into Woon Peng's hand. He picked it up and poured all the tea into his mouth and thought. More than 10 pots down his stomach. Beamsiol looked at him with heavy eyes. Drank the entire pot of tea. He placed it firmly on the table. Woon Peng told her loudly. If that's the case, then. She raised her eyes to look at him. Woon Peng crossed his arms and leaned forward with a serious tone. So it's as you wish. Let's get married. Beamsiol suddenly her face turned a little red and asked again. What do you say? Woon Peng closed his eyes and slowly raised his hands up high. From small sparkling lights, a piece of wood flew up. Then he clenched his fist, causing the wood to start turning red, emitted a strange yellow light. Then suddenly the brown wood disappeared. A sparkling white diamond ring appeared in the light of yellow wood chips around. And then Woon Peng took control. Let the ring fly in front of Chon Beamsiol, causing her to widen her eyes and move away a bit surprised. Woon Peng said with an arrogant and confident look. Even though you and I don't have any feelings. But if you already have one, then get married. The day she decided to. But Chon Beamsiol raised his hand, pushed the ring out and said he was wrong, making Woon Peng look dumbfounded for a few seconds. The girl who claimed to have a child with her refused to get married. Beamsiol seemed to feel a bit shy. When pushing the ring out, Chon Beamsiol's beautiful face turned red. She shyly said, I don't plan to marry you. Making Woon Peng angry. He slammed his hand on the table and said loudly. Are you teasing me? Why did you suddenly come to me? Tell me why we have a son. Chon Beamsiol is also quite awkward. She avoided eye contact, turned away and replied because. Then Chon Beamsiol said nothing more. She looked down, think for a moment, then she decided to stand up. Then slowly walked to Woon Peng. She pulled her hair aside, whispered something to Woon Peng. Suddenly Woon Peng suddenly widened his eyes. What he shouted in surprise and turned to Chon Beamsiol. Startled her. Suddenly their eyes met, faces very close, making Chon Beamsiol and Woon Peng. They were all embarrassed and turned away. To ease the tension, he pretended to cough and stood up. Tell me to think about it a few days before answering. Chon Beamsiol also stood up, looking at Woon Peng's leaving footsteps. Wait, she said. Hearing that Woon Peng immediately turned around and asked what's wrong. I suddenly told you there is your son. Have you ever thought that I tricked you? Chon Beamsiol said in an embarrassed voice. Seeing that Woon Peng was quiet, thought for a while, then he began to recount that. Speak honestly, the story of the first time we met. I don't have a good impression of her. I'm self-centered and don't know how to be polite. Chon Beamsiol was angry when he was insulted. So much so that he conveniently broke the table next to him. Then he continued. But later, we face fierce battles to the death together. Her heroic spirit in killing the enemy is not inferior to that man. Made me change the way I look at her. Quite liked her, causing Chon Beamsiol to widen his eyes shyly. Didn't believe what he heard. Then he raised his index finger and said, sometimes I even want to think about forming a brotherhood with her. Making Chon Beamsiol lose interest. Hands clenched into fists. I want to bleed dry with this ungrateful guy. She threw something at him and yelled at him to do anything. His brothers didn't even hurry back and think of a way. So he met Woon Peng a few days later. still keeping a calm demeanor and flying up to the sky. Even though he's gone, Chon Beamseol is still very angry. The sky is so beautiful tonight. The full moon shines brightly. The stars sparkle in the sky, with gently fluttering clouds, creating a truly poetic scene. Rim Woon Pung is flying in the sky. Following him were long orange-red streaks. Glow in the dark. Oh my god, what's going on, what's going on? When alone, his true feelings are clearly shown. He scratched his head in confusion, his worried face with streaks of sweat running down his face. Red eyes opened wide, thinking about what happened just now. He shouted worriedly, "What's going on? Makes my heart suddenly pound." Calm, calm, calm. The mind state of the deity has been cultivated until there are no ripples. The grip is as quiet as glass. Thousands of tens of thousands of strong concentration in front of me do not change color. Why is my heart beating so hard now? Rim Woon Pung frowned and closed his eyes tightly. Many thoughts appeared in his head. About the girl who wanted to form a brotherhood. But the sweat kept falling. Suddenly Rim Woon Pung's face turned pale and scared. His eyes turned white. He shouldn't suddenly panic like that. Makes me very uncomfortable. I have to find someone to fight a new battle. Rim Woon Pung gritted his teeth and thought. What should I do to cool down? Rim Woon Pung is floating in the sparkling starry sky. He looked up and down everywhere, as if looking for something. Suddenly there was a red light. Past the floating white smoke. Outside the galaxy, that light is approaching a certain planet. Inside the planet is full of bright red colors. There is a magnificent castle located in the middle of the sea. Water and sparkling red smoke. That red light kept flying. It turned towards the other castle. It is known that the castle is Mahjong. At the castle gate, there are strange doodles. Above is the text Jok Chon Gil. From inside there are two soldiers. They held their weapons and went out. Suddenly the two people were startled and looked up at the sky. Above that there was a red light, and the shadow of a person was floating above it. The red-shirted soldier turned around in panic and shouted loudly. It's Seong John, quickly pull a warning. That figure is Rim Woon Pung. He stood in the sky looking down to warn. Too slow. A loud scream, calling a girl's name with a challenge. Gang Gan comes out to fight. A glowing red circle appeared. It spreads and creates an extremely unpleasant sound. Loud and annoying sound. It makes everyone who was upset covered their hands. Outside after using his magic to create that sound. Rim Woon Pung stood outside looking relaxed. Look at the castle emitting strange screams. Boiling ghost energy. The castle glowed with strange purple smoke. Suddenly a puff of smoke soared. The image of a girl with short, black hair. She soared into the sky like the wind. Rim Woon Pung's mouth was quite raised. Look after it. The dark sky filled with red and purple smoke. The two golden and purple rays of light seemed to be tearing each other apart. Gan Gan. She finally appeared. Gan Gan and Rim Woon Pung stood facing each other. She pushed him away. Rim Woon Pung with a calm expression. Good judgment has made progress in this world. Can touch golden flowers. Protects my two-layered force. Except for her, there aren't many people. The wind blowing their hair. She whispered to him, bastard. She looked at him with contempt. No wonder why I suddenly remembered that person. Then he frowned slightly, pushed her hand off his shoulder. Bothered and wanted to fight. She exclaimed, raising herself high into the bright pink sky. Like a twinkle in the galaxy. A powerful tremor. The sounds of banging followed each other. The soldiers in the castle stood restless. They talked to each other. Haven't we already followed goodness? Why does Seong John even come? Maybe there are people secretly causing trouble. Discovered by Seong John. Jong Ju has probably had a big breakthrough. You idiot. A new name was born. Haven't seen Seong John yet. 5 parts of divine power. 1 move kills 10 leaders of the demon sect. Now he doesn't use force. Obediently pray Seong John not to get angry. Destroy this place until there's nothing left. What do you mean by fighting like that? Boring to tease Jong Ju. Why doesn't he use force now? Obediently pray Seong John not to get angry. Destroy this place until there's nothing left. 2 bright circles in the sky. Rim Woon Pung and Gan Gan are using their strength to confront each other. A moment of silence in the sky. Where are the two of them? The beer cans rolling on the floor. It turns out they were sitting together drinking beer. Looking at this planet. They clinked their glasses together. Then each of them drank hard. Gan Gan gulped down sips of beer. The water flowed down her neck and down her chest. Then she wiped her mouth with her hand and glanced at Rim Woonpeng. She tried to look weak, said weakly. Big brother, every time you have something bothering you, they all take their anger out on me. This little body of mine can't digest food. Rim Woonpeng seemed a bit annoyed. Before, it was all because you chased after me to test your tricks. When did I complain to you? Then he glanced at her. If you continue to look at the world, the only thing you can do is fight her. Only then can I relax a bit. She smiled lightly and said, in this world you are the only one who beats me like a man. Another man. Who doesn't love each other's flowers and pearls? Then they laughed and joked together quite happily. We don't have to fight. Why do we have a good relationship? She seemed quite embarrassed and replied, what else is going on in this world? Might upset our champion Seong John. Gang Gan glanced at Woonpeng with seductive eyes and said, I'm very curious. Woonpeng sighed. He sat stunned for a moment. After a moment of contemplation, he also decided to tell her something that has been bothering him for a long time. Without any prior notice, not mentally prepared at all, I suddenly jumped out. Chonbyomseol's son. Gang Gan listened to Woonpeng. It's very shocking to say that. She couldn't believe what she just heard. She immediately spit out all the beer in her mouth. In Woonpeng's face, every drop of water on his face dripped down. Gang Gan was confused and didn't know what to do. She could only smile awkwardly. I'm sorry, I couldn't help but laugh. Woonpeng said nothing. He just quietly wiped his face with his hand. Gang Gan looked at him shyly. Woonpeng felt Gang Gan's cautious eyes. Then speak immediately. He didn't know that at all. Woonpeng then started to explain. It was before when I was cultivating. Then he talked for a while to make her understand. Gang Gan listened to his explanation while sitting and laughing. He's like a kid secretly doing bad things. Then my mother discovered it. Suddenly a little girl standing in the distance screamed, don't bully my mother. Woonpeng and Gang Gan turned their heads to look. It was a cute little girl. With short hair. Little girl Feng pouted looking at Woonpeng. It looked like she was about to cry. Suddenly she rushed towards him. And raised her fist in anger. Continuously hit Woonpeng and screamed. Bad people, stay away from my mother a little. But it looks like a cotton fist. That has no effect on Woonpeng. He just smiled helplessly. Woonpeng pointed at the girl then turned to ask. Gang Gan is her mother. Gang Gan just smiled. She gently pulled her hair and said yes. Seeing Gang Gan's daughter still making trouble, Woonpeng held her head back. He smiled shyly, said that when she had a child, she never told him a word. If so, he would have wrapped her a lucky money bag. Woonpeng then looked at the girl and said, this baby is so adorable. Loving his mother like that in Jokchon-gil. There is no love. This cold-blooded and heartless thing is truly rare and precious. Gang Gan was a bit incredulous. She gave an evil smile and asked if it was true. Woonpeng's face suddenly changed color. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Woonpeng bent down, then saw Gang Gan's daughter using Myol Chon Jok. Stabbed me in the stomach. The girl not only did not hold back at all, but his face also showed a ghostly smile. Woonpeng immediately used spiritual energy to push Myol Chon Jok away. A red gas appeared to dispel the surrounding evil spirits. Myol Chon Jok. Woonpeng took advantage of that moment to grab the girl. Give him a lecture. This is not something children play with. Gang Gan's daughter refused to give up. The girl struggled and shouted loudly to let me go. Let me out. Bad people. Who told you to bully my mother? Gang Gan looked at the two people arguing back and forth like that. Then laughed very happily. Woonpeng when she wasn't paying attention. Then took Myol Chon Jok away from her. He gently reminded, if you're not careful, you'll injure yourself. Suddenly, Myol Chon Jok's handle made a clicking sound. Immediately the entire handle appeared. All thorns are thorns. Woonpeng was startled and let it go. He was angry, was about to turn and scold Gang Gan's daughter. Suddenly, the girl took out a round pill, and took advantage of Woonpeng's opening to shout loudly. Then threw it into his mouth. Gang Gan's daughter successfully threw the pill into his mouth. Woonpeng suddenly stopped. He felt a pill in his mouth. Was very surprising, but then he regained his composure and pride. To be honest, the child was naughty. Before he could finish his sentence, Woonpeng's face changed color. His face turned pale. Too bitter. Too astringent. What is this? The girl immediately escaped Wunpeng's hands. Then the girl ran back to Gang Gan. Gang Gan immediately explained. That's what her daughter got from the 5 poisons and elders. Omewan's toxicity is not great, but it is extremely difficult to eat. What others can't see, they can play quite well. Wunpeng's face is deformed, like he was about to vomit all his internal organs. He tried to spit out the pill but failed. Then he got angry and said he was angry. This is not something children should do. The little girl hid behind Gang Gan and stuck out her tongue to tease him. Wunpeng kept turning around and brushing his tongue. Because that pill was too bitter. Suddenly he noticed the beer cans from earlier. He and Gang Gan drank. Wunpeng immediately grabbed 2 cans of beer. He poured them straight into his mouth and gulped down. Gang Gan looked at him helplessly. Wunpeng drank so much that the beer spilled out of his mouth. Wunpeng finally felt better. He sighed and wiped every drop of sweat from his forehead. Then Wunpeng angrily yelled at Dad. Who is he? We must teach him to let his daughter be so naughty. Gang Gan calmly replied that it was his daughter. Wunpeng stiffened after hearing this. Gang Gan's daughter was also shocked. Wide eyes looked at her. Wunpeng had not yet received the information. He immediately sprayed beer in Gang Gan's face. Her body was wet, but instead got angry at Wunpeng. Then Gang Gan just smiled and waved his hair. Suddenly she stood up and gently patted her daughter's head. The little girl didn't understand what was going on and called her mother. Then she used her spiritual energy to lift her up. Then sighed and said he wanted to explain to Wunpeng a bit. Wunpeng saw that Gang Gan wanted to talk to him. Then scared. Then Gang Gan teleported his daughter back home. In the blink of an eye. Wunpeng was sweating profusely. He still didn't believe this was real. A moment later he laughed like a crazy person and said ha ha ha. This is not Qingdao beer. Why are you so strong? Made me hallucinate. Gang Gan smiled. She said, giving him the can of beer. Or should you drink a few more cans to stay awake? Wunpeng took the beer. Then hesitantly stared at it. After thinking for a while, he decided to drink it. After drinking a dozen cans of beer, Wunpeng was also drunk. He mustered up the courage to ask Gang Gan, who is the baby's father? Gang Gan still calmly replied that it was you. This answer really made Wunpeng angry. He rushed towards her and called out to the female ghost. Do you think your old illness has come back? Not a single word of truth in my mouth. I still don't remember what Wunpeng said. She and I have never had a relationship. Gang Gan is a bit sad. But she still smiled and said he really didn't remember anymore. Then she started recounting everything more than 10 years ago. When I was still the goddess Jok Chon Gil. Your miracle has just been achieved. Like crazy. Kill many Ma1 masters. Force the wild-headed ghosts to form a faction. Together, we plan to join forces. Finally caught him. Wunpeng also suddenly remembered. These despicable villains. Always using sinister tricks to plot one wave after another. People constantly use poison to attack. Some people use it to fight. Non-stop assassination and harassment. Others constantly counterattack by fighting attrition. Makes it difficult for me to defend. Gang Gan said. After they captured and divided the 2 factions. The force returned to its opposition state. Can even overwhelm you. Those guys don't care about anything. They will call themselves from now on. God stop killing God, Buddha stop killing Buddha. Not only that, those insidious and cunning guys have even greater ambition. Wanting to dominate the world. He started a civil war. Wunpeng didn't expect those guys to have this trick. At that time he was locked in an endless prison. Almost lost his life. Gang Gan gently touched his nose and said, that guy is truly a son of luck. It also seems like your fate is not perfect. This world, only you dare to be so promiscuous with me. Then Gang Gan came closer to Wunpeng, revealing her seductive appearance. Who said she was a female ghost? Wunpeng immediately pushed her away. Tell her to quickly talk to the point. Stop playing these tricks. Gang Gan sighed and said he also knew. At that time, I was already cultivating the Manhwa new mind technique. Right? Wunpeng seriously told me I knew Ma1's techniques. She can integrate all things of others. Become your own, more powerful than Baek Nin Canon. In the novel 500 years ago again. Ma Zhong Ta. Therefore, many peerless great devils appeared. However, this practice helps people double their magical power. Called the Universal Great Tonic. leading to very few men around us. Woon Peng continued. Then someone else looked at it, causing her to have few people before. Gang Gan immediately replied, yes, that year after our Noma captured you. My mind flew away and then joined forces to plot to harm me. The delusion of sharing the magic power on my body. Then, with one move, he divided all the flowers and pearls. Woon Peng crushed the beer can. His face darkened. Because he was so angry, he clenched his fist and used his magic power. Turn it into something tiny. It also emits light. Looks very sparkling. Woon Peng frowned and said, these cunning old devils are so cunning. Many evil schemes make us suffer all kinds of humiliation. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Where are they hiding? Now I want to go punch them. Let this little anger, Gang Gan, gently comfort you. Okay. If you see them now, I definitely can't be angry anymore. Hearing that, he opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked, what are they doing? Su Ma Bull. He was forced to go into seclusion in one move. 10 days later, enlightened from a demon to enlightenment, began to travel throughout the great land of divine continent, to make up for the poor thing I was punished for. Hearing that, Woon Peng asked me suspiciously, I heard that this name has profound Buddhist principles. Sharp cunning. If you clearly understand Buddhist principles, why would you still enter a demon? He sighed to himself. If I had followed goodness, I really wouldn't have been able to act. Yin San Demon Kang controls tens of thousands of ghosts. Conceitedly thinking he was the only one in the world, was once again overwhelmed by his sword wisdom. But killing 3,000 days. Evil spirits threatens to break the heart and soul, body and soul, now residing in a mental hospital. Hearing that surprised Woon Peng, Gang Gan continued. The other people, her, were a bit embarrassed and hesitated. Seeing her reaction like that, Woon Peng didn't tell her to continue and left. Truly life is not the same as life. I didn't expect that they would end up like that. Gang Gan took the tiny thing arbitrarily, which Woon Peng did when he was angry. So, she raised her eyes to look carefully, then excitedly exclaimed, he has since entered the earthly state. It's really getting more and more scary. If you want, you can peel a beer bottle into 7-color rare jelly. Use it to pick on girls. You can't fault it. Seeing her ignoring other things like that, Woon Peng immediately became impatient. Please don't play nonsense. She hadn't said what she was doing yet. The moment Gang Gan turned his head to look at what was happening, the fierceness from before suddenly had nothing left. He averted his eyes and shyly said softly, see that Gang Gan continued talking after that. They joined forces. They gave me erectile dysfunction medicine to drink. First in the world. My intention is to mess with my mind. Of course I can't be psychologically manipulated easily. Risking his life to flow out. Woon Peng was so surprised that he exclaimed when he heard her say that. Again it's destroying the sun canopy. The scene gradually goes back to that time period. Gang Gan is so tired, having to lean against the wall to be able to walk. She silently thought, while I was very tired. When hit by paralysis, their bodies are extremely poisonous. I know how to run for a while. Can't run for a lifetime. You should start thinking. If you absolutely have to lose your own cultivation. So it's up to me to decide. Saying that, she manifested magic power in her hand. And quickly disappeared. In a dark tunnel somewhere. There is a person tied up with chains. Woon Peng. He sat motionless here with a gloomy face. Gang Gan's magic power ring gradually appeared. Soon she emerged. Then gently put her feet down. Gang Gan approached Woon Peng and stared at him. His firm chest by Woon Peng was the first thing that caught Gang Gan's eyes. She immediately threw herself at him. Because he realized there was someone on him. So he gradually opened his eyes and woke up. Saw him awake. Then Gang Gan quickly used wind spirit magic on him. Woon Peng's sight. At this moment, Gang Gan was gradually taking off his shirt. His vision gradually faded. Then it was completely black. The end of Gang Gan's flashback. Woon Peng frowned in annoyance. He angrily shouted loudly in question. You and I are two people like water and fire. Why did you choose me as your detoxification tool? Gang Gan answered shyly. Of course it's because you're handsome. Why? Hearing that, Woon Peng's facial expression became dissatisfied. And don't know what to do. He said angrily. Actually, talking about how handsome that bastard Chon Chon Su is. He is known as the most handsome and evil person in the world. Although he practiced Buddhahood and entered the devil, his aura was full of harshness. Even though it's beautiful, it's still rude. Men and women both want to eat. Gang Gan calmly asked. That's why I saw her reaction like that. Wunpeng immediately shouted loudly. Please tell me the truth. Heard her smile and ask. You also know yourself, right? Gang Gan gradually told the truth. People are also deep thinkers. From the results, it is because of my choice that I am who I am now. Supreme Mahjong can now drink together. Chat with him, she said while pressing her hand into Wunpeng's body. If you don't choose me, perhaps the knock pepper flavor will soon fade away. The martyr's body is gone. Hearing her say that, he had to agree. As expected, the investment which had everything planned, clearly had a plan in mind. There was a mistake back then. When I thought she would be a good brother. I believe this reason. Seeing him say that, she also smiled with satisfaction. Wunpeng suddenly stared at Gang Gan with extremely serious eyes. Seeing that, she also looked at him with an extremely shy expression. He took another action. Suddenly Wunpeng grabbed Gang Gan's wrist. Then suddenly took the spirit stone she was holding. This action of his made Gang Gan look on in surprise. Wunpeng gradually raised the spirit stone. He slowly pointed his finger. Enters and shines a beam of light, causing it to gradually smoke. Immediately that thing suddenly rushed past. To Gang Gan's surprise, terrible power. Make the wall crumble. The spirit stone. In a moment there was a round hole in it. Just turned into the shape of a ring. Wunpeng gave it to her. Then calmly made the suggestion. Then let's get married. Gang Gan happily looked at the ring on his hand. She gently closed her eyes. Then gently took the ring away. Gang Gan replied calmly. Very beautiful ring. I accepted but I refused to get married. Wunpeng became confused when he heard her say that. What do you want? Gang Gan calmly replied the meaning on the face. Wunpeng shouted angrily. He does not accept this truth. Maybe she and Chon Beamseol have finished negotiating. Why do both of you refuse so frankly? Gang Gan gently stroked his hair and said. Ha ha, so what excuse did she use to refuse him? She was afraid of her child. When I bear the name of Songjon's child, will be isolated by people around them. You are my enemy again. Aiming at it is more dangerous for it. Gang Gan smiled and continued. She was right. The next problem he needs to face is still a lot. Even though he is invincible and the strongest in the world. But below him there are 3 fairies. The 4 great 5 tones. Ultimate masters. The 8 gangs are all hiding rings waiting to be released. Hide your movements. In there are quite a few people looking at his position. In addition, to the west of Than Chao, there is Arasha, dominates the country of the western region. South Mani North God Lai. Eastern Federal Wei Turn, claiming to be the manipulative kingdom of heaven. Neighboring countries. They all looked at my thick aura. Gang Gan continued gently. There are still many battles to fight. Children will become his weakness. Hearing that, Wunpeng couldn't help but be surprised. He asked directly, but this place is full of big and small ghosts. Kill people like ants. Wouldn't it be safer to not follow the righteous path? Gang Gan smiled and told Rim Wunpeng about her. So Yo Yong Yong, you don't need to worry. It is called So Ma Zheng of the Heavenly Pavilion. The old men in here are scared. Haven't even I been played by him. Little girl, that So Yo is so naughty. It also carries a bunch of dangerous items with it. There was a sign hanging on it that said 9,000 for your life. Hearing that, Rim Wunpeng immediately replied. Childhood was so cunning. Aren't you worried about his future? I see you say that. Gang Gan suddenly leaned on his shoulder and said. I was also a witch who caused chaos in the world. Why don't you worry about me? After hearing this, I don't know how to respond in a reasonable way. I can only stammer the words, and not wait to see how he will respond to me. She placed her hand on his lips. I wanted to say keep quiet. Then she continued. Think about the ideal you were striving for before. Even though I am a person in the demon world in your mouth. Never had any interest in peace and stability before. But after having Yong Yong, makes me feel like I changed my way of life. Seems not bad either. Came here suddenly. Rim Wunpeng let out a cry from his chest. It was like he was in a lot of pain. His face was already sweating. Said suddenly 2 people who can't have children together. My heart is a bit indignant. Gang Gan girl after hearing his words. She immediately burst into laughter and answered him. Hi, so you better quickly let me adapt. Hearing her say that made him a bit surprised. Wondering why. Don't let me wonder for long. Gang Gan immediately explained to him right away. Because Ho Gan, you, seduced that person, also gave birth to a daughter for him. The moment he finished speaking, Rim Woon Pung was so shocked that his colors disappeared. His face turned pale, sweating all over and looking towards Gan Gan. Suddenly, a girl appeared. It also belongs to Ho Gan and me. How can you not be shocked? Next, he must have been so frightened that he had to scream loudly. What did she say to his scream? Causing the whole area to experience a big shock. This shock was so big. Even the wooden beads on the ceiling had to fall. Several people in the room who were calm and healthy were also hit by bullets. A man trembled when he saw that. There was a monk in that room who was busy. When chanting Buddha's name, one can only sit still. Chant Buddha's blessings, but can't do anything. Had to endure this situation. Even little girl So Yong saw that and immediately looked outside. The little girl standing next to a pillar. Turn your eyes toward the strange object. Flying outside. Needless to say, it was Rim Woon Pung. Was so shocked that he soared into the sky. Gang Gan sighed. Just now she was sitting and confiding in him. Now I'm alone. She looked towards Rim Woon Pung who was flying. Then she smiled happily and spoke up. Everything becomes more and more interesting. The starry night with the full moonlight. The scene must be said to be extremely poetic. When suddenly Rim Woon Pung suddenly flew past. Around him, a light radiated. Strong strength. Looks really cool. But his expression at this time was very uncomfortable. His face was covered in sweat. Our Woon Pung is still in shock right now. Because that guy Ho Gan has a child with me. He thought to himself. It couldn't be. This is the time to communicate with Ho Gan. For establishing an alliance. Diplomacy with the Southwest Dai Min Kun Luan. His emotions are very panicked right now. I think my memory of the whole process is very clear. The story never happened. Impossible to describe. Incorrect. Just arriving here, Rim Woon Pung suddenly stopped. Seems like he remembered something. His face changed color. In his mind, he was wondering if. Then Woon Pung quickly searched his memories. That was 12 years ago. Then Chao was still in the situation of the 5 dragons fighting over the pearl. The situation at that time is the west. Dai La Za Kwok Shine's heart expands to the east. But the first step is to use the excuse of getting along. In the middle of the Mahayana temple of the Sun King, along with the 9-tailed demon king Ho Gan, the 5th Sin Wang was an envoy to Dai Min Kunlun of the country. 10,000 demons of the southwestern gate of divine Chao. Let him claim God. I remember very clearly. That day, I was asked to serve as the European envoy. Came alone to Kun Luan. That fateful day. In his heart he remembers that very clearly. That day I slashed Sin Wang with my sword. That he personally used his sword. Defeated that person called Bak Sassen Wang. That day because of this incident. The whole world was shocked. The main hall of Daemyeong Guk at that time. Rim Woon Pung was with Sin Wang. Decide to fight each other. The result was a clear victory. If you lose, Rim Woon Pung wins. The remaining place obviously has no network left. Above the ring is where the ruler of Daemyeong Guk sits. That's a female. She is currently attentively monitoring the situation. Still on the ring, it was Rim Woon Pung holding a sword in his hand. Opposite side of you, it was Sin Wang lying in a pool of blood. Seeing that, there was a guy who looked like a referee. Was extremely panicked. He sat down and cried out in panic. What did you do then? But at this time the voice of the Guk Jew sitting behind the bamboo membrane suddenly rang out. Sin Wang Thursday Day Razzle Bak Ya. Just like that. Dear Asalguk's 5th chair. I was cut by a sword. Reputation is indispensable. Before taking action, have you ever thought about the Day Razzle country's oppressive state? The residents of the big and small demon group Dai Ming I killed you. She asked the people below then Chao. Can you rebels help? Rim Woon Pung immediately replied after hearing this. Guk Ju can rest assured. Just because I want to fight. Just sent this type of character to show off his power. Just cut him. New Razzle did not come to attack immediately. Saw him answer one way. Such confidence. That Guk Ju couldn't stand it either. I have to give him a round of applause. The sound of applause still rings out. A female voice spoke up immediately afterward. Rim Woon Pung, The god-killing coffin. Not only amazing martial arts skills. I didn't expect that my intelligence and courage would be unparalleled. When I heard that, I politely responded with a compliment. But his expression at this time did not waver one bit. The woman continued speaking. Although Day Razzle Gook has not yet dispatched troops to attack. If you take this as a reason. Angry Snake forced me to return, causing his eyes to change into chaos. What should I do immediately when I go to work again? Received this question. Rim Woon Pung doesn't take too much time to find the answer. He immediately gave the answer. Duracel's internal surface configuration is uniform. The throne and the king are on guard against each other. In 10 years, he could not endure a national war. Then he lifted the sword, filled with his spiritual energy. Continue talking if he dares to send messengers again. Wanted to use force to subdue the person. Suddenly he released that sword from his hand. Rim Woon Pung continued. Then let him ask about this sword. Withdraw. The flying sword stuck close to Sinawang's head and was soon defeated. That time the curtain was high above, fluttering with the wind that just passed by. The wind that passed by, causing the thin curtain to gently lift, revealing Yo Yingxiong's face. At this time, the female Guk Ju asked him again. Do you also want to use force to subdue people? No different from this Day Razzle Guk. But didn't even wait for the other person to give an answer. Then she immediately stood up. She walked over and lifted the curtain. Then slowly walked towards Rim Woon Pung. Standing on the floor, Woon Pung was stunned. As soon as he saw her. No wonder my brother had such an expression. It turns out Guk Ju of Day Myong Guk. And such an extremely beautiful girl. And that was none other than Ho Gan. She walked barefoot towards Woon Pung. But she didn't stop in front of him, but went over his shoulder and told him to finish it. These small places on the water border are sandwiched between Day Guk. Just for peace, I can only depend on people and get along with each other. Attack this little trick. This time she stopped to ask. So, sir, which one do you want or? She asked again and wanted it all. But it was contrary to her prediction. Woon Pung calmly uttered a word that just heard. Ho Gan showed a surprised expression, wondering why. Rim Woon Pung's face remained unchanged. He replied regardless of size. Living together in peace and danger. Helping each other. Covenant of equality. Comes here. The atmosphere between the two people suddenly fell silent. Four eyes look at each other. No one said a word. Suddenly Ho Gan covered his mouth and giggled. Then she hugged her stomach and laughed. As if this was a joke. Looking at her like that. He asked her why she was laughing. And this girl was now laughing until she cried. When asked by him, he immediately hugged his stomach and laughed while answering. Wait a minute. These words really stimulate me. I have a little reaction. Let me digest it a bit. A little while later after Ho Gan has finished laughing, she just took a breath to calm herself. Her chest rose and fell with her breath. Extremely seductive. Then she held out her hand. Then he immediately placed his hand on the sword. Say so. She placed her two hands on the hilt of the sword. Keep talking to Rim Woon Pung and before. When this sword can still stand here. Please give me more instructions. As soon as the words ended. Suddenly, Ho Gan's eyes suddenly glowed with a bewitching red light. Rim Woon Pung sighed. At this moment, his eyes also flashed purple. The pupils became expressionless. Like winning Yo's art. Ends the flashback to 12 years ago. Return to reality. When Rim Woon Pung was still alone. Standing thinking in the air. At night, the moon is cool and the wind is cool. Now I realize it. Indeed, something happened that I didn't know. He stood and rubbed his chin, wondering where the problem was. Then on the second day I came back. Now that I think about it, I don't have this memory. What is this? The more I think about it, the more confusing it becomes. He stroked his hair and then muttered deep thoughts. Reasoning is not my forte. Still do what you do. Even though I'm still confused about life. But at this time, our Rim Woon Pung is still calm. Tell yourself. Decades of life and death fighting. Face all kinds of evil plots. The deity opens another path. Cultivate a body so powerful and powerful. No matter who is in front of you. We all have to tell the truth. The image of that Yo Yu girl appeared in his mind. Then laughed again. Not wrong. Let Ho Gan this cunning Yo Yu tell the truth. Although his mouth is smiling like he's very proud. But the look on his face right now. It's not okay anymore. Because I'm so confused. So he ran away again at a very fast speed. Golden rays of light swept across the starry night sky, accompanied by the sound of ha 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 laughter resounding everywhere. The narrator's words rang out. Our Songjong's heart is confused. Completely forgot the purpose of this trip. Shifting the scene to a beautiful morning. At Daemyeongguk Main Hall. Right now in the middle of the red carpet road. There's a man coming in. The guards shouted. The late god Dae-Razzle loves the country. The special envoy arrived. Nearby was the appearance of Rim Woon Pung. It seemed like he was secretly watching. Seeing the scene just now, he wondered, did they have a foreign matter today? Rim Woon Pung looked around and thought again. Rim Woon Pung finally noticed the absurdity. That is, he gritted his teeth and questioned himself. Body is not correct. I shouldn't be angry. Coming before the eyes of this Yo-Yu. Pointed at her nose. Loudly questioned her. Why do I have to hide? Rim Woon Pung goes back and forth to the left. Then back and forth to the right. Rim Woon Pung wondered what he should say. Suddenly Rim Woon Pung pointed his finger. Loudly questioned Ho Gan. Did you do something to me at that time? Tell me the truth. But Rim Woon Pung shook his head sadly. I feel like this is a bit too much. So isn't that a bit fierce? Suddenly a clear voice rang out. Asked Rim Woon Pung. What are you doing? Rim Woon Pung immediately answered unconsciously. Came to find trouble from the female elf Ho Gan. That voice asked Rim Woon Pung again. Why did Dad have to find trouble for Mom? Rim Woon Pung suddenly replied. Of course it's because of. Rim Woon Pung until now. Just realized something wasn't quite right. Rim Woon Pung quickly turned around and shouted loudly who was standing in front of Rim Woon Pung right now. Is a super cute girl. Rim Woon Pung was a bit surprised. Kept quiet and said nothing. The little girl held a haphazard patchwork mannequin in her arms. Innocently raised her eyes to look at Rim Woon Pung. The little girl smiled happily and said it was Daddy. Rim Woon Pung breathed a sigh of relief. It's like a burden has been lifted from my shoulders. Oh, so that's it. The girl still stood staring at Rim Woon Pung. Without blinking. But something is still wrong. Rim Woon Pung sweated a little. Then Rim Woon Pung sweated even more. Face discoloration is obvious. The little girl still looked at Rim Woon Pung with those eyes. Rim Woon Pung opened his eyes wide. Keep that facial expression. Then slowly turned his head to look at the little girl. Rim Woon Pung shouted loudly. So much so that the buildings wanted to shake. What are you talking about? The soldiers were shouting at each other. Foreign enemies invaded the next temple. Rim Woon Pung knew he had just played stupid. You should be diligent about spending it all. Then use the worst method on the field. Can't be in the right gang causing a big commotion. Rim Woon Pung said and immediately clasped his hands together. A small aura exuded. Rim Woon Pung concentrated strength. Directly using Chang'an Island transformation. The surrounding space seems to be bent and deformed. Chang'an Island transformation. After Rim Woon Pung entered the heavenly realm. One of the 10 great worlds of great spiritual practice. Can bring the whole space. Revert to the state 30 seconds ago. Has caused countless powerful enemies to fail in this masterful technique. Now he used it again in this place. Now everything has returned to 30 seconds ago. The girl is still the same. Smiling with joy and saying it's me. Dad. Rim Woon Pung shyly looked at the girl. And he immediately put his hand on his forehead to wipe the sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is this trick. Rim Woon Pung patted her head and gently reminded her. Don't call Dad indiscriminately, kids. Rim Woon Pung looked around. Wanted to find the girl's family. I was still very interested and asked who my family members were. Why are you running around in this royal court? Very dangerous. The innocent girl replied. Your mother is the female elf that I just talked about. Dad is that person. Rim Woon Pung smiled foolishly and patted the girl's head. Is that right? So it's me. Rim Woon Pung playing stupid again, repeating history. Shouted an ear-splitting scream. Still the same. The soldiers were scurrying and shouting to each other. It's no different from a foreign enemy invading the temple. Rim Woon Pung held his head in anticipation. Spend and then use bad methods. Appears. Can't be in the right state causing great commotion. Rim Woon Pung once again used. Chang'an Island changed. Everything was turned back to the way it was by Rim Woon Pung. Rim Woon Pung like I'm in pain. I collapsed before this cruel reality. Rim Woon Pung gasped and was so confused that he stuttered. It's too sudden and it's causing a bit of chaos in my mind. I have never had any experience fighting you. What should I do? Rim Woon-pung put his hands on his knees. Stand up and gradually regain your composure. Say it softly. Rim Woon-pung forced a smile and asked the girl. Did your mother really say that to you? Her face looks very prestigious. In response to Rim Woon-pung's question, his eyes couldn't even hide the joy in his heart. Master's assistant, you finally came to visit your child. The next reaction couldn't help but make people feel sad. The little girl held up the dummy, allowing Rim Woon-pung to see clearly. The girl boasted, for the past 12 years, from childhood to adulthood, I have been on the roof of the main hall, waiting for the star, waiting for the moon, waiting for someone to get there. Rim Woon-pung's mannequin is heavily stitched, but very clean. It seems like she cherished and kept it quite well. Her voice suddenly felt a bit sorry for herself. The girl recounted, yesterday I saw a shooting star. Pray to your lordship, like a hero descending from the sky. Come save us. The little girl smiled serenely. I didn't expect that my wish would come true. Rim Woon-pung started to shed tears and said to himself emotionally. After 12 years, it seems she was right. Rim Woon-pung grabbed her left breast. My hands are shaking. Face simplicity. That this child's desire for his father shows. Seong-jon suddenly felt ashamed. Annoying in charge. Rim Woon-pung knelt down with one leg spread out. Come here with your arms. Dad hugs me. Tears streamed down 2 streams. Choking as he spoke to his daughter. I'm sorry I'm late, but she's worried. Told Rim Woon-pung. Bu Jang-dae-in, please save me and my mother. Rim Woon-pung wondered what's wrong with her daughter. She immediately replied, Dae Razul-guk sent a messenger. Wants Dae Myung-guk to attack. Yesterday, I suddenly sent a letter asking to marry my mother. The little girl said with a low voice and sadness. Wants me to marry his third prince. Rim Woon-pung muttered angrily. Contact the old man. Hey, your heart isn't dead yet. Every year I remember this story. By the time Shin-ju was about to retire, he was waiting for a revival, secretly causing trouble with Yo-yu. That cunning person doesn't say anything. Still looking at my daughter. Without hesitation any longer, Rim Woon-pung stood up. Her aura radiated loudly and she spoke loudly. The little girl frowned slightly and curiously asked Rim Woon-pung what he was doing. Rim Woon-pung replied nonchalantly. Confronting and teaching these rascal dogs on my behalf. Happy little girl hugging Rim Woon-pung. My father shouted with joy. Why Bu Jang-dae-in, you are so trustworthy. Rim Woon-pung also feels happy. And still proud. Why is this kid praising me? The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up again. Rim Woon-pung picked up his daughter with one hand. And gently told me to hug her tightly. The girl is very happy. Because the first time my dad held me, I smiled with my mouth wide open. Playfully replied yes, without even blinking an eye. Then Rim Woon-pung used his power. Jump into the air. Fearless girl, but also fun. Sitting comfortably in Rim Woon-pung's arms. Looking at Rim Woon-pung right now. Really like a superhero. At Dae Myung-guk main hall. Duracell-guk's messenger with his face raised. Respectfully reminded Neo Wang Dae Myung-guk. 1 day's time has passed. Second Prince Dae Razul-guk. I pray to the princess. Dae Myung-guk. Have you finished your arrangements? This messenger is also accompanied by a man wearing a black shirt. Went to meet Ho-gan. Ho-gan thought for a bit. Then Ho-gan crossed his legs. Sitting haughtily, intentionally appearing to be unwilling to submit. The tone was not suitable to respond. My child is still young and not yet old enough to get married. Wait a little longer to say it's not too late. But this messenger is a clever scheming person. Had premeditation for the reason that Seong Wang has already thought about this for Neo Wang. Just pick up the princess to the holy capital. Just received the best education. Just got close to the second prince and fostered feelings. Wait until the appropriate age. That you can hold a solemn wedding. This messenger also deliberately emphasized that Dae Myung-guk can also enjoy forever Duracell-guk's protection. Long live. Ho-gan, close your eyes. Seems to be thinking in a noble manner. Both elegant and touching. Ho-gan started to feel stuck. With their push to the limit. Reluctantly told the messenger. This king only has one daughter. If the distance is too far, I can't bear it. The messenger's face is still bright. They seem to have taken precautions against this situation. Always from before, he said calmly. It's okay. It's okay. Seong Wang thought carefully. If you can't bear it, brought the teacher to take care of the princess first. Ho Gan firmly refused. Replied coldly. Although Dae Myong-guk is a So-guk from the water border, there is also no shortage of people who are well educated and understand a lot. No need to waste any more effort. The persistent messenger deliberately raised his eyebrows cunningly, intentionally asked as if to provoke. Doesn't Sir Guk have someone who can compare to the famous master? Seong Wang wasted all his effort in arranging for the princess. So, the man in black suddenly appeared. Green air currents. That person's entire body gradually changed. It looked like the spiritual energy was leaving the body. A towering figure holding a high weapon, almost as big as the main palace, standing in the middle of the palace. The aura that radiates is truly intimidating. This aura makes Ho Gan wary. Ho Gan asked, "This person is?" That messenger immediately smirked, introducing the chief disciple under the throne. Monk Dae Razzle Guk, known as the great magician Hu Am, who holds the power of life and death. This mysterious person is the holy man of Roth Garam. Seong Wang bestowed the death title of knowledge. This Garam dares to arrogantly declare that this old man has never accepted a disciple in this life. Heard of Her Royal Highness Princess Dae Myong-guk, more talented than yesterday's people. I met you and your qualities are truly sublime. Can inherit the old man's learning talent. The messenger who almost doesn't give Ho Gan any chance, any other option. He seemed to only ask to show off our country's sincerity. His Majesty Neo Wang will not refuse Song Wang's good intentions. Inside the main hall, Ho Gan is meeting with Master Garam and his group. Facing his proposal, Ho Gan replied with a serious face. Worshipping a master is an important matter. Let me think more. No need to think anymore. It already has a master. Suddenly a voice came from behind, causing the crowd to be surprised. Garam turned around and the messenger saw this and asked, "Who are you?" Turns out to be none other than Rim Woonpung, the person holding Ho Gan's little daughter. Saw that and Garam's group fell silent. His face exuded suspicion. Even Ho Gan himself was stunned. When he saw that figure, Rim Woonpung walked boldly forward, one hand carrying Soho Neo. Unconsciously Neo Wang mouthed, smiling thoughtfully at him. She stood up, slowly stepped forward and tell Rim Woonpung, "I still wonder who is coming. Just not polite, just without any warning, but stepped into this Dae Myong-guk hall of mine. My flawless pearly legs. Just like that, step by step down the steps." Garam and the messenger could only stand and look at her. Approaching two people Rim Woonpung. Ho Gan bowed to greet him. "See Seong John, why did you come without informing me first?" As she spoke, she gave a sly smile. Hearing that name, the messenger was suddenly startled. Even Master Garam was surprised. Sweat began to form on both temples. The messenger frantically turned to ask him for advice. What should the master do? I heard that this Seong John unified Shinju. No one can compete. Hearing that, Garam replied, Shinju initially planned to be ousted and humiliated. There are so many things a Seong John does. How can you come here? I still have time to suddenly come and accept my disciples. Is it because you don't let me collect my things? So they coordinated a stage show to fool us. The messenger nodded triumphantly and said we had just arrived here. Even though they secretly reported it. It can't be that fast. Listening to the words said behind your back. Ho Gan suddenly smiled. She asked Rim Woonpung yes. Perhaps Seong John is spiritually connected to Noga. Or maybe he secretly loves and misses me. So he secretly visited Noga. Ho Gan continued to show off his gestures. Understood everything and spoke. It's not the time in the morning when people shower and change clothes. You've already arrived. To witness this scene, Rim Woonpung could only stay silent. And the little girl who came along saw her mother. Immediately happily ran to hug Ho Gan. Neo Wang bent down and patted her head and asked, Why did you bring someone here? Rim Woonpung heard that and turned away. Bitterness appeared on his face. Because he knew he was being used as cannon fodder. He whispered loud enough for Ho Gan to hear. This cunning Yo-Yu knows how to take advantage of the deity. Happy Ho Gan stuck out his tongue and continued to provoke more. But the master still doesn't believe that you are Seong John. Witness this scene. Master Garam's face darkened, causing the messenger next to him to start worrying. The great master said, Seong John, the first Shinju, wants to accept disciples. Of course I don't dare take it away. But if you pretend to be Seong John from Dongbang, this crime is not small at all. He continued to say, now I'm here for the sake of new soldier Shinju's reputation. I have to stand up and control what's true and what's false. The little lady, who heard that all along, immediately puffed his cheeks and said, Mom, that old man is just as cunning as us. Use this excuse, no matter how he wins or loses. Do not offend anyone. On the opposite side, Garam smiled sinisterly. Start performing the move, causing the atmosphere to suddenly change. Only seeing him put his right hand forward, suddenly a drop of black fluid appeared on his index finger. It gradually condensed and began to fall. With a clicking sound, a pile of black fluid was scattered all over the tile floor. Suddenly a complex formation flashed. Covers a wide range. At the same time, the Great Master continuously chanted dozens of incomprehensible spells. Suddenly a skeleton wearing a cloak slowly rose up, holding a scythe in his hand, two bright eyes exuding danger. Seeing it, Ho Gan frowned and asked, this is the magic of subjugation. Summon gods. World of rules. The messenger proudly boasted. In this world can be confirmed by gods. The great sage was taught. The power of the law can be counted on the fingers. And the god of death that holds the power of life and death is also in existence, causing fear among the gods. This name of death, immune to any form of attack on yourself. At the same time, it can save millions of lives of living beings. Garam snorted coldly. Not so magical. I hope this Seong John teaches me. The dark aura that begins to spread out from the opposite side. The atmosphere between the two sides became tense. Hogan's child was shaking and hugging himself. Just told the two people it felt too cold. What's wrong? Rim Woon Pung glanced towards that little girl. Then he placed his hand on her head. Cast magic around the little girl. Made the girl bewildered for a few seconds. Waited a while, then Rim Woon Pung smiled and asked the girl, does it feel better yet? Hogan's child tried to feel it again. Seeing that it was okay, he immediately smiled and replied, I'm not cold anymore. On the other side were Garam and his servants. Staring at them, his eyes darkened with a slightly angry expression. He raised his hand, sent a stream of energy towards the black skull. That guy was holding a scythe in his hand. When you get energy, immediately rushed towards Rim Woon Pung. Ho Gan was startled. He also realized that thing was coming. But Rim Woon Pung was not afraid at all. He still stood there calmly and said coldly, what is lower magic? Have you heard of Dongbang's magical transformation into a god? Garam and his servant heard that, a bit bewildered and confused. The whole person at that time. Rim Woon Pung emitted a yellow light. That made the two people on the other side gasp. They couldn't even believe their eyes. Behind Rim Woon Pung truly appeared a god. That person has more. 2 arms and shiny dark brown skin. Rim Woon Pung continued generously. Reincarnated as a god. I am both a god. He coldly looked at the two people opposite them. So shocked that he was sweating profusely and unconsciously blurted out, no way. The light was so dazzling that it emanated from him. The god's mighty hands surrounded him. Take the skull in the middle. Then without any hesitation hit him like a mosquito. His body was broken. The blue-black aura disappeared. This high five also affects the location of Garam and the servant. The wind blew all over their faces. Smoke and dust flew everywhere after this battle. Both sides began to be silent. Rim Woon Pung still maintained his posture. Turn your back on them. He was also the one who opened his mouth to speak first. Tell your king Shinju as he decides. Just need me. Even the surrounding states. Don't even try to touch a part. The other side. Garam with the other name. Having to use your hands to cover sensitive parts. Because the wind blew all my clothes away. They no longer appeared arrogant but extremely scared. The group of poets answered yes and yes. Gan continued. Not wrong. Wanting Seong-jon to stay at Daemyeonguk's roots is even more impossible. Shinju just decided. Seong-jon is Hasanchim's place. We are all close without any reason. Ho Gan shyly turned away and said. When we you get excited. We can't control ourselves. Which sways more honestly? Mouth a lot. They were thrown far away. But I don't dare curse. But I can only apologize. I'm so sorry. This place is full of smoke and dust again. Rim Woon Pung still standing straight. Seems like everything is quite easy for you. Ho Gan mother and daughter's hair. Also blown away by the wind. The little girl shouted in surprise. Then shook her mother's arm and happily asked her. Mother was the one who arranged for father to come to the rescue. Ho Gan smoothed his hair. She turned her head to look towards him. Gently asked, I don't know. The messenger came suddenly. How could Seong John know this? Rim Woon Pung slowly walked towards the two people. They adjusted their voice and were about to answer. Suddenly the little girl cried loudly. This scream made Rim Woon Pung freeze. I forgot what I was about to say. And Ho Gan looked worriedly at her. I thought something was wrong with my child. Who expected Ho Gan's child to jump up compulsively? Said Mom excitedly. Mom was tricked and was finally lured out by me. The girl pointed towards Rim Woon Pung. Said in a confident tone. The real person is Dad. Is that right? Rim Woon Pung with Ho Gan. They were all blown away by the girl. He slightly bent down to look at the girl. Ho Gan sighed then smiled again. She bent down. To be equal to you. I reached out to the girl and nodded in response. That's right, you win. There's a small hand high-fiving a big hand. Ho Gan flying around. Rim Woon Pung said with a happy face. I finally found my dad. Suddenly Ho Gan flew up to Ho Gan and called for Mom. Causing Ho Gan to be a little startled and respond with a yes. Then she whispered into Gan's hand. I want to say that being handsome is just average. The mind is still stupid. It's a bit dangerous. Why did you choose us three? Woon Pung looked at the two people with a puzzled face. Asked, what are you two talking about? Gan now looked at his child and smiled and said, basically, heaven and earth harmonize with people. They all met at the right time. Ho Gan heard what Gan said. His face immediately became stiff as if he understood nothing. At this time, Woon Pung walked up to the two people and spoke loudly. Don't treat me like I don't exist. What are these two people? Gan said again, there's really no pity for the jade at all. This purple silk dress is only one set. At that time, there was an air current. He released it and cut it into pieces. Go to the interrogation palace and change clothes first. After speaking, Gan used 2 fingers to touch the part where the skirt was cut earlier. Woon Pung at this moment froze and said oh. Gan went to lock Woon Pung's hand and said let's go. Then the two people turned around and left. Woon Pung was thinking where to go. Gan looked at the two of them like that and smiled hi. Then ran after the two people. Waiting for you with Mom and Dad. At the palace, Rim Woon Pung stood looking at Ho Gan mother and son playing on the bed. Suddenly Woon Pung froze looking at everything in front of him. Gan was now starting to undress. She had taken off all her clothes. Woon Pung was now standing and looking at Gan changing clothes. Covered by a thin film. Woon Pung suddenly turned around. With a shy look on his face. Ho Gan was lying on the bed seeing Woon Pung like that. I immediately asked why Dad didn't look at Mom. Mom, isn't she beautiful? Woon Pung said with a frown on his face. What do young people think? This is called respect. At this moment, an image of many men appeared looking at Gan. There was a voice transmitted to the bears outside. Who doesn't look at their mother with straight eyes? That proves that Mom has charm. Woon Pung heard those words and asked his mother. What did you teach me every day? Ho Gan replied. Use all your charm to conquer your opponents. Use softness and restraint. Guan welcomed the big stick and carrots. Suddenly a voice came. What do you think? This kid is smart. Then Gan walked out wearing a black dress. Hearing Woon Pung's voice immediately glanced at. Then turned around to look at Gan. Woon Pung coughed and said why? No one teaches children like you. Gan smiled back. This kid learns very quickly. The tiger masters and generals were all tamed by it. Listen to what it says. After saying that, Gan recalled the image. My child is riding on the back of a monkey. Next to it is a tiger holding an axe. Woon Pung continued. Let me quickly tell you what this is all about. This kid, since he understood, always wanted to know who his father was. But I didn't tell him. Where can I have a hand to rub Ho Gan? Heard that Woon Pung continued asking. Dad, am I really embarrassed? Gan replied back. So I played a game with it to let it find it by itself. Suddenly Ho Gan spoke up. People turned over all the contents of Dae Myonguk's external affairs. List the people who can be nominated from 10 years ago. Then she began to remember the past. A character table appears, including Woon Pung. Then she told me and then tried each person one by one. There are only a few people left, including 3. Unexpectedly, Dad came to find it himself. Followed by a picture of the little girl sucking on candy. Then I saw a yellow object flying by. Then I pushed the boat with the flow. You can tell your dad to come save you and you can lie to your mother. Ho Gan is holding a doll in his hand, shaped like Woon Pung. Now Woon Pung speaks up. I understand. Is it true that the quality of teaching is true? In Gan's mind right now, an image of a Neo Wang appeared. Then she said she was Daemyeonguk's next generation Neo Wang. Under the siege of Daeguk, he rampaged back and forth, left and right Fung Nguyen. This is a skill that must be mastered and is also a king's way, so that it can protect itself well in the future. Good protection for thousands of demonic people. Woon Pung silently looked at Ho Gan mother and son. Suddenly he spoke up. Then stop being this princess and make the baby happy. Gan and her mother looked forward. Gan sighed. She said the world is not yet peaceful and royal. We have to shoulder this responsibility. Clenched fist. Woon Pung said again. The peace we want is not just peace in one country, but for everyone to aspire to. Peace and joy can all be enjoyed. I hope you can live a carefree life. Ho Gan said with a happy face. It's true why people hate being saints or something. Must learn many rituals. Learn a lot about intelligence relations with surrounding countries like that. The food didn't even reach his mouth. Gan suddenly sat on the bed and said, 12 years ago when I said this, people think you're a stupid joke. Now I really hope it comes true. After saying that, Gan lay down on the bed. Woon Pung now looked at everything in front of his eyes. Suddenly his face became surprised. He said pointing at Gan, say no more, she hasn't told you yet. I know what you did to me in the past. Why don't I remember anything? Hearing that, Ho Gan asked in surprise. Did your mother use that trick on your father? Gan smiled back. As expected, our family's protege is very smart. Hi. Woon Pung at this moment, looking a bit surprised, asked what trick. Gan replied back. Daemyeonguk was established several hundred years ago. Don't just rely on tricks. There must also be a strong next life. Important relationship and strength. It just seems so powerful and powerful. Those target characters, they are all amazing actors. Championship power, people with heavenly eyes and ears. Or have a wife or are married or clingy a lot. If there are no tricks in the house, how could it be possible every time? Ho Gan continued talking. Mother said that 9-tailed foxes are naturally charming. But the most dangerous thing is the charm. Bring natural talent to seduce living beings. Can only be used once in a lifetime. The person we recruit can display information at will. The little girl continued asking her mother, who was a powerful father more than 10 years ago. But there is still a gap with Daejongza. Why did mom choose us, dad? Hearing those words, Woon Pung spoke up. That's right. Why are you looking at me like that? Gan replied with a light smile. It's probably people. Only once. Be affected by someone's honesty and courage. I'm so confused. Hi. Hearing those words, suddenly Woon Pung became shy. Then he sighed again, sat down on the bed. Woon Pung pointed at the other 2 people and said loudly, you women are so dangerous. The mother and daughter immediately said together that we. Gan spoke up. Could it be that besides me and Gang Gan, there are others who should listen? Ho Gan spoke up with a happy expression. People also want to hear dad's story. Woon Pung can only respond with a, oh. The 3 people are in a room now, chatting together. Gan and his mother were now lying on the bed, with a happy expression listening to Woon Pung. Now the loading image of 2 girls appears. Chon Beamseol gets 100%, and Gan Gan only got 50%. Ho Gan suddenly stood up and spoke up. If they all refuse to marry dad, I'd rather let mom and dad get married first. Gan now looked at Woon Pung. Woon Pung also looked back. Gan suddenly spoke up. This can't be done. Ho Gan became a bit sad and asked why. Woon Pung replied, kissing the leader of the country. It's not just about the owner of a country. Marrying me means Daemyeonguk. Loaded into Shinju. Opposing forces in Daemyeonguk absolutely will not allow it. Will cause the danger of Daemyeonguk civil war. Gan continued. Not wrong. Wanting Seongjeon to stay at Daemyeonguk's roots is even more impossible. Shinju just decided. Seongjeon is Hasanchim's place. We are all close without any reason. Hearing those words, Ho Gan faced down on the pillow. Then she said clearly with a sad look on her face, I found my father but still have to be a pitiful child. Don't you have a father? Ho Gan suddenly stood up and spoke loudly. I hate you too. There was a girl trying to run into an empty room. Rim Woon Pung quickly put his hand forward. Shouted loudly wait. Suddenly his face suddenly froze. Ho Gan suddenly walked over laughing. Take Rim Woon Pung's shoulder, causing him to suddenly look back at her. Ho Gan smiled slightly and shook his head. Rim Woon Pung slightly frowned and turned his head and exclaimed I. Ho Gan said, this is exactly what being born in the Zhe Wang family has to endure. It's the same. I'm the same mom. I was like that too. She smiled and said the lucky thing was that I used my will. Choose this baby's father. Rim Woon Pung looked a little uncomfortable and turned away. Don't even look at Ho Gan anymore. Rim Woon Pung said there are only children. Parents can't disappoint. He frowned and said I will think of a way. Ho Gan smiled and said with blushing cheeks before leaving. Stay with it more. Knowing that you are his father is actually very happy. Rim Woon Pung turned his head to look at her. A bit surprised. Asked how she knew. Ho Gan shyly turned away and said. When we you get excited. We can't control ourselves. Which sways more honestly? Mouth a lot. Rim Woon Pung asked. Look at the tail wagging like that. Aren't you very happy? Ho Gan said shyly. Just now there was indeed a bit. At the Super Grand Palace. At the palace, streams of light radiate. Ho Gan's child is sitting thoughtfully. On the palace roof. The little girl's eyes were a little teary. Like she was having something sad. Rim Woon Pung suddenly sat down where she was sitting. Ho Gan's child pouted and turned away. Rim Woon Pung sat down quietly. Glanced and smiled at the little girl. The little girl's tail was waving. And she gradually sat further away from Rim Woon Pung's seat. Then the girl sat even further away from his seat. Rim Woon Pung softly looked at Ho Gan's child and smiled. And the girl's face looked a bit uncomfortable. He looked at her tail. Waving up and down. Rim Woon Pung laughed. Thinking about the image of Ho Gan said. When we you are happy. Our tails will voluntarily sway. Rim Woon Pung say sorry. Ho Gan's child said there's nothing to apologize for. Adults have many things they cannot talk about. I'm still a child. Not understanding is also very normal. Rim Woon Pung slightly frowned and thought. If not that you said. This baby shaking his tail is actually very happy. A child's thoughts are truly difficult to understand. Then he touched her head. Made the little girl a bit surprised. The girl shouted loudly, why are you touching my head? Me and Dad are not close at all. Dad doesn't love his child at all. Rim Woon Pung looked at Ho Gan's child and asked. When we first met, I wanted to give you a gift. What gift do you want? The little girl smiled happily and looked at him asking. Really? You can have whatever you want. Rim Woon Pung smiled at the girl and said yes. Ho Gan's child happily pointed to the sky and said. I want a star. There are countless stars in the sky and even shooting stars. Rim Woon Pung smiled happily and agreed and said okay. Then he stood up and laughed and said. Now I will pick a star for you to follow me. Around her body, there were yellow lights surrounding. Then the girl's body had yellow lights. And the little girl is slowly flying up into the air. Ho Gan's child happily said she was flying up ha ha. Flying up. Ho Gan's child happily said even higher. Even higher. Rim Woon Pung agreed to say okay. Then the two of them went up into the air together. Below the two people's feet there are countless yellow lights. Both people are happily smiling and looking up in the same direction. There are countless stars in the sky. And a beautiful blue color appeared in the sky again. Then both of them were walking towards the huge moon. Ho Gan's eyes looked at everything happening around. The little girl suddenly exclaimed. The little girl said happily. First time seeing the star and moon so close. Rim Woon Pung laughed. Said look carefully, let's go pick stars. She looked at him and said yes Dad. Then around Rim Woon Pung's people, emitting yellow rays of light. He grimaced and reached forward. Speak with your mouth, swallow the heat, and the moon with your hands can pick up the spirit. Dai Tin Tru Yen Dao has something like a blue tornado in the middle. A yellow light appears, shining down in the middle of the tornado. Rim Woon Pung frowned at his hand. A yellow light appears. Rim Woon Pung said loudly the coming star. In the sky there was a glowing star. Ho Gan's child laughed in surprise and exclaimed. Suddenly a round black ball appeared. Fiery orange and yellow falling straight down. The comet falling straight down to the earth. And then the sky turned orange again. Everyone suddenly opened their mouths and looked up at the sky. Everyone suddenly said loudly that it's over. Rain, then comets fall to the stars. Ho Gan opened the door and looked up at the sky. She smiled and said Seongjon is still Seongjon. Always likes to riot. Child of Ho Gan and Rim Woon Pung. Is floating in the air. Looking at the sky, there were countless orange, yellow and red colors. The scared little girl covered her face with her hands. Scared face said is about to fall. Save life, save life. But on the contrary, Rim Woon Pung smiled and said don't be afraid. There are 3 here. Then he rushed forward. There was a round ball. That thing appeared to be a comet. Rim Woon Pung used one hand to catch the comet. Countless cracks appeared on the comet. Then he used his power to recharge the realm. On comet, there are countless yellow lights. Trying to rush towards the earth. But was blocked by countless orange circles. That light gradually shrank, and there was just a flash of orange light. Then a moment later, everything remained only small yellow things. Floating in the air, Hogan's child gently put down his hand and looked up ahead. Rim Woon Pung's hand. Something bright pink appeared. They looked like sparkling stars. The little girl's face was a bit surprised. Looking at Rim Woon Pung. He was standing right in front of the girl. He smiled holding a glowing round gem. Laughing, he took the Hogan's child and laughed, received the round pearl from Rim Woon Pung's hand. The little girl happily asked, is this the star? So beautiful. Rim Woon Pung smiled affectionately and said I like it okay. Hogan's child turned away with an upset face and said don't think, take a star and you can please me. You're so hard to please. Rim Woon Pung suddenly laughed. The girl angrily turned her face to look at him and asked loudly, Dad, what are you laughing at? I said your mother told me that when you are happy, you will shake your tail. Only now did she notice that her tail was flapping continuously. Hogan's child angrily punched his chest. Rim Woon Pung scolded, no one hates Dad that much. No fun. Haven't visited anyone in such a long time. The mother and daughter kept getting bullied. Rim Woon Pung patted the girl's head and said sorry. He said smiling. Later, someone dared to come and make trouble with the mother and daughter. Do look at it. Sit down and call me later. Even if we're thousands of miles away, I'll come right away. Hogan's child asked innocently. Really? It's not just a courtesy, right? Rim Woon Pung smiled and picked the girl up to tell the truth. That's a very good thing. I said yes, I can do it. Hogan's son smiled and said yes. Dad, this third hostage. Rim Woon Pung is holding the little girl. Up and there were countless gusts of wind blowing past the 2 people. The girl covered her mouth and sneezed. He smiled and said to the girl the star had already been picked down. Let's go home. The girl smiled happily and replied yes yes. Then the 2 of them left. Rim Woon Pung said your father doesn't know your name yet. Hogan's child said his name was Chon Chon. Rim Woon Pung said happily. Chon Chon is such a good name. I remember. At a small court, there was light coming from inside. Ho Gan was happily opening the door and looking out. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Like seeing something. 2 people Rim Woon Pung and Ho Gan's child. Also happily going home. 2 people looked at each other and smiled. Looks like they've become very close. Ho Gan also smiled happily looking at the 2 of them. They talked to each other like that. Rim Woon Pung looked at the mother and son and reminded them that it was too late. 2 people rest early. There's still work to do in the country. Let's go first. The little girl said, waving her hand. Daddy often come visit me and mommy. Rim Woon Pung smiled and said, promise. The little girl clasped her hands and said, if you cross your fingers, you won't be able to interrupt for 1,000 years. Hogan's child can't say it. Dad and I have to shake hands with mom to be a girl. Rim Woon Pung said this with a slightly awkward face. Suddenly Ho Gan put his hand in front of Rim Woon Pung's face. Made him a bit surprised. Ho Gan laughed and said, anyway, the little girl smiled and said quickly, Dad. Rim Woon Pung also smiled and gradually raised his hand. Then the 2 of them clasped hands. Rim Woon Pung smiled and asked, no need to talk anymore, right? Ho Gan smiled and covered his mouth with his hand. Of course it has to be said. If not, it's considered a promise. Hogan's child smiled and looked at the 2 people. Hurry up, Dad. Rim Woon Pung said with a shy face and crossed his arms. Ho Gan continued laughing for 100 years. Two people said in unison not to change. Then Rim Woon Pung laughed and flew up, turned back and waved goodbye to mother and child. Ho Gan's children also happily waved goodbye. Goodbye. Mother and daughter also smiled, looking at Rim Woon Pung's direction. The moon today is very big and round. Rim Woon Pung is smiling happily, flying in the air. He has a happy face and smiles, ha ha. Rim Woon Pung is still smiling happily. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise as if he had a cold. Received something. Rim Woon Pung scratched his head in surprise and shouted loudly. Why is that? Why are you so crazy and crazy? He squeezed his face and looked very frightened. Damn, am I being psychologically manipulated? Rim Woon Pung stood in midair and spoke loudly. Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. Then your nose inhales the yellow rays. There are streams of water moving forward. Then, water currents are forming currents. And they are moving in one direction. Around Rim Woon Pung, there were countless streams of orange and yellow air surrounding. Then he breathed in his mouth something white. There were countless orange circles. And yellow lightning bolts were moving forward. That is the power to devour heaven and earth. Rim Woon Pung thought. I thought I had such a lovely daughter. I also like it and enjoy it. This thought created a new level of super magic. In the middle of the earth there was a yellow light spot. Rim Woon Pung was still standing in the air. He looked depressed, thinking his children had come so suddenly. I'm also a little unfamiliar with it. But also with 3 men. We don't have it in our hearts. Little preparation at all. What to do, what to do. Rim Woon Pung then slapped his hand on his forehead and said yes. Find Manhwa Pung new test table. He thought of the image of a man. Rim Woon Pung thinks he is known as a peerless strategist. Plot higher than the sky. Then Rim Woon Pung flew away, creating a yellow ray of light. He said it loudly, said it and went. At the high and low mountains. At a house in midair. In front of a room with a Bayon Chon Sa Juk sign. Rim Woon Pung stood in front of that house's door. Then one of his legs lifted up. Then Rim Woon Pung lowered his leg again. He asked himself, now what should I say to this guy? Suddenly the door was opened sharply. Oh, Pung asked. On weekdays, don't you always push the door straight in? What happened this time? Rim Woon Pung smiled and looked away. Then he gradually entered the house. Rim Woon Pung's eyes suddenly looked down. Oh, Pung was smiling happily. Cook something. Oh, Pung looks like he's having fun cooking. You smile and say, come over here and enjoy the food I made. Rim Woon Pung gradually walked towards Oh Pung. Then Rim Woon Pung, on the chopsticks, pick up a piece of meat. He said, take the chessboard and cook hot pot. In this world, only you can do that. Oh Pung breathed heavily and leaned on the dining table. Oh Pung said, because Shinju is unified. I have calculated it all. Coming back now is just to enjoy life. This table for me is nothing more than grilling meat and cooking wine. Just having fun by myself. Rim Woon Pung had a thoughtful face, like he was thinking about something. He thought the word strategist was all for his own ideals. Swing horizontally and vertically. The play of destiny is good at scheming. But this guy's scheming level has reached its limit. Rim Woon Pung thinks of Eo Pung's image. Practicing the power of grand math. Tan Thien County calculation technique. There are 2 people standing on a large trigram shape. I think humanity conspires. Positive divinity. But the divine position can count all possibilities. In the future, all yin and yang have no resistance. Rim Woon Pung thinks of someone's image. He thought, but only after this calculation. He had exhausted his ability to calculate all his life. From heaven's math to humanity's landscape. The 2 of them stood in front of the big mountain range. Rim Woon Pung said, Shinju plans to have a lot of things going on. Wait, we do. Oh Pung said, our calculations stop at this moment. Also thanks Seong John to protect and maintain. One of the 2 people. They said I had found a small wooden house. Whether there is a problem or not, you can find it. I talked. Then Oh Pung seemed to have left. And only Rim Woon Pung remained. He stood thoughtfully looking ahead. At Eo Pung's house. Oh Pung was smiling and pouring wine. You said that. What is the reason for Song John's amnesty today? Rim Woon Pung said awkwardly about this. 2 people sitting on the dining table facing each other looked at each other. Oh Pung smiled and threw the cup forward and asked, did you have a friend recently? Are you having trouble? Rim Woon Pung suddenly caught the cup. Look at Oh Pung. Rim Woon Pung laughed and slapped his hand on the dining table. Right, that's it. Oh Pung asked, picking up a piece of meat. He knows how to love and even have children. Rim Woon Pung happily pounded the table and said it wasn't wrong. That's right. His face suddenly stopped. Rim Woon Pung smiled and pointed at Oh Pung and asked, how do you know? You have returned to the realm of heaven and earth. Right? Oh Pung ate the meat and said nothing. Keep talking about your friend. Rim Woon Pung exhaled and said to me. He was about to continue but stopped. Rim Woon Pung smiled and scratched his head and said that my friend. He said that my friend is always busy with work. Never had sex with someone of the opposite sex. Suddenly had children with several women. Most unlikely. He didn't know what to do at all. Rim Woon Pung's hand grabbed the glass of wine on the table. Then he drank the entire glass of wine. Rim Woon Pung put the glass down hard. He said angrily, crossing his arms, she came to me to negotiate. Which you also know. I am a single person yet. You don't have any experience when trying to seduce love. Oh Pung chews food and talks. This is even better than the TV series. Virtual realism continued. Rim Woon Pung said angrily with red cheeks. What can I do next? I can't help her. Rim Woon Pung said, but if someone had come to ask me. It's about having trust in me. I also had to do something, so I came to find you. He said you should come up with some ideas. Then Oh Pung put his chopsticks down on the bowl. He stretched and said, who da? Looks like our Seong John is still as enthusiastic. It's not a big world issue. Destroying all living creatures is urgent. About other people like that. Rim Woon Pung's face was a bit angry. He angrily grabbed Eo Pung's collar and said, because you go up the mountain of swords and down into the sea of fire. Whatever you have, I will do my best. Oh Pung smiled and said yes. Old enthusiastic guy, now I give you 10 points for this spirit. Oh Pung raised his hand and smiled and said let go. Let go. This little body of mine can't take it anymore. Rim Woon Pung returned to his seat and said it was okay. Please give me some ideas. Hurry up so I can go home so you can enjoy the food. Oh Pung said I think. Rim Woon Pung heard you say I didn't know what to say. Then Oh Pung put his face down on the table and exclaimed, ha ha. There was laughter in Eo Pung's house, big ha ha ha. That was Eo Pung's laughter. He laughed with tears in his eyes and couldn't speak. No, I can't stop laughing anymore. Rim Woon Pung angrily raised his fist and said, what joke are you playing? Now do you know that you look very sexy? Oh Pung coughed loudly. He asked with a smile. You know 15 years ago. I used the only great arrow. Is this life? Rim Woon Pung asked with a frown. Why do you suddenly bring this up again? Oh Pung said I told you guys before. Great Arrow of Heaven is magical prediction that calculates all possible possibilities. Everyone is scheming in calculations. Rim Woon Pung just blushed. Oh Pung said the truth. Only those who experience it know the secret that what appears in the mind is not the 9 palaces and 4 tables. 16 devils and heavenly stems. The great alchemist's badges and writings are like that. Each scene is true. Start from the beginning. See everyone as capable as possible. Suddenly appeared. Eo Pung's face was bleeding profusely. Failure near failure, success all kinds. Rim Woon Pung puzzled face, crossed arms, asking all kinds. Oh Pung said yes. All types also have servants to unify the world. And you 5 years ago. Because he saved me, he turned into a skeleton. The image of a mutated person appeared. There are many hands. He said yes. Ended up being unified by the devil's hands. Next, use force to measure the creature's density. Shin Ju belongs to someone. Rim Woon Pung suddenly asked, here such magic? So now, Oh Pung has a calm face and doesn't say anything else. You said your surprise. About you and Chon Beamseol. Ya Gan Gan and Ho Gan. Oh Pung laughed and said it was after the math just started. I chose a certain outcome. Has a starting point in the future. Rim Woon Pung angrily opened his mouth and asked. Is that true? Rim Woon Pung angrily pointed at Eo Pung's face and asked. So you know everything? Oh Pung laughed and said no. But maybe you know better than you. Rim Woon Pung heard Oh Pung say. Was so surprised that his face turned purple. He was so angry that he grabbed Eo Pung's collar and said that. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Leaving me in such an awkward position now. Oh Pung smiled and said softly. This little body of mine. I can't stand your punches. Rim Woon Pung exhaled and said. Why do I feel? You are the most powerful person in this world. Everything cannot escape your 5 elements. O Pung raised 2 fingers and said. It's not what you think. O Pung said. The real winner is you. I just make choices. Everything else is your life. Your perception. Your steadfast ideals have achieved this result. Rim Woon Pung said, so why don't you choose? You unite the world with your talent. Maybe this world will become better. O Pung poured the wine and said, because in that outcome. O Pung gave the wine cup. On Rim Woon Pung's side, he said that no matter what personality, there is no such thing as beauty. Today we will cook wine and eat hot pot together. Talking about life. Rim Woon Pung grabbed the glass of wine. Then the 2 of you emptied the glass of wine at each other. The 2 of them were still cooking something. Rim Woon Pung exhaled and said, if you know everything. So what should I do next? You definitely know that too. Tell me quickly. O Pung smiled and shook his head. If we can count it all from past to present. I'm afraid my head will soon explode into smoke. My math power only stops here. Rim Woon Pung suddenly said, even though he couldn't calculate. Rely on your intelligence. Can you also think of a way to help me? O Pung scratched his head and said. I'm the same as you in this. I still live alone. Haven't loved anyone yet, let alone had a child. Rim Woon Pung turned away and sighed. O Pung was staring towards Rim Woon Pung. Then he walked over to Rim Woon Pung's shoulder. O Pung asked, before every dangerous war we encounter, what should we do? Rim Woon Pung said, of course it's hard to come up. Persevere in attacking and overcoming difficulties. O Pung is not wrong. If you take your current situation, looks like a dangerous match. Rim Woon Pung suddenly asked what the match was like. He grimaced and said, but this is different. O Pung said, nothing else. What is our Seong John afraid of? Just go wherever you want and rush in. Rim Woon Pung picked up the glass of wine. Then he gradually brought the glass of wine to his mouth. Rim Woon Pung looked at his reflection in the glass of wine and asked, where to go or to go there? O Pung smiled and put his arm around his shoulder. Rim Woon Pung said, smiling, you really make people admire you. You said Chon Beamseol Ya Gan Gan. Hogan's independent beauties with peerless beauty. O Pung said, they all have children with him. Isn't life starting to become very interesting? At the high and low rolling mountains. Rim Woon Pung flew up to say goodbye to O Pung. O Pung also smiled and waved at him. He smiled and said to mentally prepare well. Only you can be calm. Face more surprises. Come on, my good brother. Then Rim Woon Pung flew in the air. You thought it was coming, then calmly accepted it. The soul passed by on the bloody stormy road. Are you still afraid of this kind of thing? Rim Woon Pung is still flying in the air. He seems to be meditating in the air. Rim Woon Pung said, it's not surprising, Mun O Pung. This time I've calmed down. You asked, just like before, if faced with such a fight, what should I do next? Rim Woon Pung, what do you think? How? Then he suddenly widened his eyes, thinking Yol Yang-san. Rim Woon Pung thought, right, Yol Yang-san. This is the source of all disasters. I think we must first destroy this harmful thing. To avoid a tragedy from happening again is the most important task. Rim Woon Pung thought then. Discuss with Chon Beamseol. Solve the difficulty of having children. I thought next. Discuss with Ya Gan Gan girls' education and future. Rim Woon Pung thinks. Took the time to visit Ho Chon Chon. Then he snapped his fingers. Rim Woon Pung smiled and spoke perfectly. Ha ha ha, as expected of a deity. At the top of Seong John Citadel. He was sitting on a chair. There was a voice calling, my brother. Someone came and asked, why did you call me here? Rim Woon Pung closed his eyes and said, because it's a secret. There was a purple-haired person asking for a secret. Rim Woon Pung's junior brother looked extremely excited. Before the mysterious mission he gave. He kept urging me to speak quickly. I like secrets the most. I feel itchy. Rim Woon Pung calmly requested. Go conduct a ground investigation. Find the origin of the world's most magical drug. Yol Yang-san. The other junior brother was very surprised when he heard that. He stammered, Yol Yang-san. Suddenly the scene became silent. Rim Woon Pung and his junior brother looked at each other quietly. Rim Woon Pung's junior disciple suddenly showed a sinister smile, covered his mouth with his hand and spoke softly to Rim Woon Pung. Since when did you become interested in this kind of thing? I didn't want to. him before he could finish his sentence, was flicked in the forehead by Rim Woon Pung. It was so painful he immediately fell backwards. Rim Woon Pung angrily threatened, "Brother, you dare to make fun of your itchy skin?" While his junior brother was squatting on the ground, covered his head with his hand, continuously complaining of pain, pain, pain. A while later, the other junior brother stood up. With a puffy head, 2 lines of tears rolled down his cheeks. He quietly replied, apologizing to Monk Hein. Rim Woon Pung seriously, "Please check the origin of Yol Yangsan for me. This thing that harms this person must be sealed away." His junior brother looked worried. He just rubbed his head. Just said, "Brother, output of Yol Yangsan." The way of listening is always grasped. But when he said this, he suddenly stopped. Rim Woon Pung curiously asked again. His junior brother smiled with a shy expression. "Then answer, I'm afraid you will be embarrassed." Rim Woon Pung's face became serious. He explains that this is materialism. The world initially decided that this thing did not need to exist. Otherwise, I don't know how many people will be harmed. That junior brother didn't say anything. Quietly approached Rim Woon Pung, him whispering in his ear. This comes from Yup Gar. When Rim Woon Pung heard that, he looked puzzled. He stammered and asked Yup Gar again. "Yup Gar, come on." Rim Woon Pung's bewildered face. His junior brother pointed to the sky and replied, "There's still Yup Gar, old acquaintance of senior brother. The benefactor who saved my life has the grace to keep with you. The taste of love for a meal. I call myself the greatest saint in the world. Yup Gar, the world is managed by Yup Chong Yu." Rim Woon Pung rolled his eyes. It seemed he remembered something. "In your head." Suddenly an image of a woman appeared. With long hair, same office outfit. He said softly, "Yup Chong Yu." Rim Woon Pung stood up completely. He still couldn't believe what he just heard. He hurriedly said loudly, "Impossible with her personality. How could anyone do this kind of thing?" Rim Woon Pung's junior brother, still sure of his words. He immediately replied, "Your intelligence is absolutely correct. Already confirmed." He raised his face to look at Rim Woon Pung and asked, "So how do you want to handle it, senior brother?" At this time he sat down on the chair. "Try to calm down." Rim Woon Pung frowned. He sat quietly to concentrate and think. Drops of sweat flowed down his face. After a while of trying to think. But Rim Woon Pung, "Still haven't found my answer." He put his head down on his hand tiredly and said, "Go back down so I can arrange it." His junior brother smiled and flew up into the air, leaving Rim Woon Pung alone to sit and ponder on the chair. He thought to himself, Yup Chong Yu, the royal family of the world, is the first in the world. It's an old acquaintance again. Looks like I still have to personally go on a trip to Jiamnung. About the public and private aspects of my relationship with her. Being able to quietly resolve this matter is the best policy. Rim Woon Pung thought, then used magic to get out of the chair. Flew into the air. A moment later Rim Woon Pung increased his movement speed. Around his body, surrounded by a stream of light. He flies fast in the vast sky. He travels a long distance. From Seongjeon City to mainland Hsinchu. Belonging to Jiamnung became. Soon, Rim Woon Pung was easy to reach. 9 Trade Center. Jiamnung's 4 sea legs became a city. There are many tall buildings here. With modern equipment. In the sky above this place. There are also many types of vehicles. Bustling back and forth. The sky appeared 7 people with majestic demeanor. Each rides on a sword. Move in the air. They drag behind them large packages. Towering buildings. Sky with transparent outer glass layer. Can reflect the sky. This is the Yup Gar headquarters building. Around the building, surrounded by lots of green trees. Rim Woon Pung standing from above. He clasped his hands behind his back. Quietly looking down at the Yup Gar headquarters building. He was silent. Observed the building carefully. A moment later, Rim Woon Pung's eyes suddenly appeared. Amidst yellow light. He is using the heavenly eye to see without any hidden views. To be able to easily consider the immediate situation. In your eyes right now. Shows the entire detailed structure of all the buildings and streets nearby. After a careful observation, Rim Woon Pung realized. Lights appear inside Yopga's headquarters building, and there was a great formation surrounding that area. He began to analyze. The building has 6 layers of semicircular barrier. The total building is divided into 5. Each floor has great light from small to large. Below is a large formation of 6 immortal spells. In the building there are 5 supermasters. Look at the light spreading out. Probably at the level of 20 great masters in the world. Top Q. Rim Woon Pung also proved to be quite good. Shocked at what Yup Ga did. Maintaining these barriers requires supplies. Even if it is worth thousands more than thousands of gold. No more than 20 great masters. Each person is difficult to find. As expected, Daesang Bang Yup Ga is the best in the world. He put his hand on his chin and tensed. Thinking Yup Chong Yu, this side is evenly hard and soft. Don't let the salt go in. This trip is for my personal purpose. If I use my identity as Seong John to officially come here. Provide productive intervention on the ground. Has quite extensive connections. If it was inappropriate to spread it, it would definitely be laughed at. In his mind, the image of him entering Yup Ga appeared. As Seong John, and have a thoughtful welcome. That image was quickly removed from his mind. Remembering Yup Chong Yu, he thought again, I owe her a big favor. Can't use violence either. Crush people like in Dae Myong-guk. Treat that Ra Doiksa Rasa. Thinking of this, Rim Woon Pung sighed tiredly. Finally, he made a decision. Still sneaking in. Humility handled her better. It's impossible not to give me this face. The road at this time, the sky is brightly sunny. From the bushes, it looks like quite quiet. There are only a few cars. And almost no passers-by. Quick-witted Rim Woon Pung. Hide in a small alley on the side of the road. He stood behind a stone wall. Silently following around. He poked his head out of the wall to observe. Then silently observed the situation at the front entrance. The foot of the Yup Gang headquarters building. People travel bustlingly. They walked and chatted to each other. The front door of this building. There are 3 tall guards standing guard at the door. Employees when they want to step inside. Everyone had to line up to give their card to the security guard to check. And then it was the turn of a female checker. The guard asked her to show her a card. She immediately took out a card. Give it to the guard. Rim Woon Pung, hiding behind the wall, attentively observed the entrance of the building. He paid attention. Look at the card that the female employee gave to the security guard. A white employee card. Includes personal information, card photo and genetic chart. The guard puts the card in front of him. Use the yellow light emitted from the eyes to check. The other female employee also issued a card. Blue light source. Covered the body of the female employee. After a thorough examination, he spoke through, observing the guard's actions for a while. Rim Woon Pung noticed operational regulations of this technique. He thought, this is the second newest technique to distinguish identities. Bring information about each time you have seen a leper's body on the card. Through the heavenly eye, check, even the most extraordinary appearance. You can only change your appearance and even your personality. But absolutely no information can be copied. Target genes. Almost a perfect distinction. Rim Woon Pung thought. But look at the world. The number of people who can blend in can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Bon Jon is also one of those exceptions. I remember that year we did a lot of sneaking in to explore. I missed my job a bit. Then I thought and smiled softly. His hands were clenched tightly, showing discipline. Suddenly, Ju Min-hai is wearing her identification card around her neck. Leisurely walking to work. Just saw her almost there. Rim Woon Pung took notice. The ID card hanging around her neck. Ju Min-hai still walked slowly without knowing what was next. Rim Woon Pung's plan is smiling brightly. Go through the small alley. Rim Woon Pung was already waiting there. Suddenly got a blow to the back of the head, making Ju Min-hai unable to understand what happened. Her eyes were filled with panic and then she fainted. Ju Min-hai momentarily was taken out of the way by Rim Woon Pung. Rim Woon Pung carried Ju Min-hai in his arms, quickly hiding behind the wall. He gently turned his eyes to look at the unconscious Ju Min-hai. Lay still in his arms. Then he was careful again. Put Ju Min-hai down on the side of the wall. Then said guilty. Then borrow her identity and use it carefully. Rim Woon Pung took down the identification card on her body. He used his finger to press Ju Min-hai's forehead to cast a spell. She was still lying motionless, not knowing what was happening. Suddenly Lam Woon Pung's eyes lit up. The yellow light source enveloped his body. Is using his magic to perform the sublime transformation method. Dharma images of sentient beings. Know the Dharma of living beings. is to copy the entire genetic information of the target subject. There is only the super-secret technique Te Yul Ok Chong Gyong. Can be done. The light on Rim Wunpeng's body glowed fiercely, causing a black cat to stand nearby. I was startled when I saw it. Rim Wunpeng quickly transformed into Ju Minhai's appearance. He bent down and gingerly touched her body to check again. After a while of checking, Rim Wunpeng stood up. But it seems he is still not used to this body. So it's still a bit difficult. Suddenly Rim Wunpeng felt uncomfortable. He was startled and looked down at his stomach. He used both hands to touch his stomach. Then I realized that my body had some hormonal imbalance. Broken stomach. Then Rim Wunpeng held up 2 fingers and cast a spell. He let his 2 fingers glow. Got close to Ju Minhai's stomach to treat her. He thought to himself, I will help you cure this small disease completely. Consider repaying the favor. Completing the first step. Rim Wunpeng withdrew his hand and said okay. Then he turned around and used magic. Cast a spell on Ju Minhai again. A source of light that spread throughout the space. Rim Wunpeng loudly chanted grace. Vajra barrier secret method prolongs recovery. After everything is finished, Rim Wunpeng creates a sphere surrounding Ju Minhai. That ball will keep her safe. He left with complete peace of mind. He smiled softly and thought so. Then her safety is no longer a problem. Rim Wunpeng immediately walked towards the Yupgar headquarters building as soon as you reach the entrance of the building. Rim Wunpeng also followed suit. Others line up neatly and wait for the security guard to check your card when it's your turn, as well as many other employees. Take the card and step up. The guard holds out his hand. Seriously asked, please show me the identification card. He smiled happily. Show the identification card in your hand. The guard looked cold and took the card. He brought the card to his face again. Then used the heavenly eye to see the almonds at the same ceiling. Look at the jealousy chart on the card. To check in staff. From before the card emits blue light. Shines on Rim Wunpeng. He still stood seriously. Let the guard check. The light source shining on him. It began a thorough genetic analysis from top to bottom. The other guard was still very focused on observing. Without a bit of neglect. Suddenly Rim Wunpeng bloomed again. A gentle smile in front of the guard. The guard returned the identity card to Rim Wunpeng. He also gently reached out his hand to receive it. He looked gentle, said thank you, then immediately walked inside. Rim Wunpeng glanced at the guard. Then smiled softly. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. The first pass is gentle. Inside the building is a large space. Modern designed. And there were also a lot of people walking around in bewilderment. Rim Wunpeng. He looked up and down to see the surrounding situation. Cautiously. Naturally his eyes collided with the image of Bulgur Bul Gaisak. He was meditating intently at the foot of the elevator. Bulgur Bul Gaisak was crossing his legs. Meditate seriously. His eyes closed. Not paying attention to everything around. Rim Wunpeng was so scared that he cried. Spit out all the saliva in his mouth. He quickly turned away. Covered his mouth tightly so no one could see. Rim Wunpeng's face now became embarrassed. He exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this Bulgur Bul Gaisak? Suddenly memories of him rushed back into my mind. Rim Wunpeng. Indestructible cultivation. The golden body Arhat method of escaping fire and entering the devil. Can't control my sexuality. Hated by people. It's obvious that a simple and stupid monk obtained a magic that is unique in the world. But practice Vajra, King and Diamond. Motionless like a passive mountain. All methods are invincible and all forces are invincible. Even Bon Jon can only subdue him. Cannot destroy him. Finally became good brothers. I said, why haven't I seen him during this time? Stay here and watch the big door. What tricks did Yup Chong Yu use in the end? Think here. Rim Wunpeng's face suddenly changed color. Rim Wunpeng pretended to put his hand to his mouth and cough a few times. Then gingerly walked forward. Saw Bulgur Bul Gaisak seemingly motionless. I thought this guy was stupid. Probably can be gentle through. Rim Wunpeng puffed out his chest. Put your hands on your hips filled with pride. He leisurely walked towards the elevator. Without paying attention. The presence of Bulgur Bul Gaisak too. Rim Wunpeng stood silently in the background. 2 men waiting for the elevator. Suddenly on the elevator control panel. Showed number 1 and the bell rang signaling that the machine had arrived. The two men in front are going up the elevator one by one. Rim Woon Pung is planning to go up. Suddenly he was stopped. He looked down bewilderedly. Bulgur Bul Gaisak decisively raised his hand, blocking Rim Woon Pung's feet, made him unable to walk. He panicked and looked at him with wide eyes. His face was filled with worry, afraid that his identity will be revealed. Bulgur Bul Gaisak still keeps his eyes closed, determined not to let him leave. Rim Woon Pung glanced at him and thought to himself, "What's going on?" Suddenly Bulgur Bul Gaisak stood up, moved closer to face him, then stared at him, waved at him to show his gruff judgment. Rim Woon Pung was now trembling. He was confused and wondered if it was revealed. Where there is a problem. Suddenly, Bulgur Bul Gaisek's face darkened. He greeted without any emotion. "Why didn't you come to your appointment yesterday? People at the meeting place waited for her all night. What have you done?" He still hasn't realized it. The person in front of him was not Ju Minhai. Just a moment later, he sobbed like a small child again. Then blame people, preparing a special date for her. Rim Woon Pung was scared by Bulgur Bul Gaisak, to the point of breaking out in sweat. He forced a smile and thought to himself that they still had one leg. This is too coincidental. Think of Ju Minhai's hot body. He recognized this body, aimed directly at Bulgur Bul Gaisek's taste. Plus his cuteness. On the contrary, it becomes love in the hearts of girls, before it can be formed immediately. Bulgur Bul Gaisak hold Rim Woon Pung's wrist tightly, making him startled. He tried to pull Rim Woon Pung closer to him. Confused him. Don't know how to handle it. Suddenly Bulgur Bul Gaisek's face turned red. He puckered his mouth, asking for a kiss, then coyly asked her, "How can I make up for this betrayed love of mine?" At the look on his face, Rim Woon Pung trembled in disgust. His face turned purple, then quickly "Use your hands." Pushed Bulgur Bul Gaisek's head out. He shouted loudly to the sky to get away from me. Even though he heard that. But Bulgur Bul Gaisak still intentionally approached. With a brighter face, he answered resolutely, "If you don't tell me the reason, I won't let you go." She called me dry and my throat didn't let go. Rim Woon Pung gritted his teeth, trying to push Bulgur Bul Gaisak away. "I think it's lucky we know how to deal with this guy. Otherwise it'll be really troublesome." He raised his hand high. Prepare to give a strong slap. Without any hesitation, with just one extremely decisive slap, Rim Woon Pung pushed Bulgur Bul Gaisak out. He looked at him with cold eyes. In his mind, he had already thought of a plan to deal with it. After slapping him hard, then threw the problem to him. Bulgur Bul Gaisak got slapped in a swell. One side of his face was stunned. Still couldn't regain his composure. Rim Woon Pung immediately used his finger, pointed directly at Bulgur Bul Gaisek's head, then loudly reprimanded, "Why do you ask me?" I don't know why he begged. I could only stare in bewilderment and not be able to argue anything. One of Bulgur Bul Gaisek's cheeks was red and swollen, looking at Ju Minhai with a bewildered face. Plop sound. Bulgur Bul Gaisak suddenly knelt on the ground, bowed his head sincerely apologizing to Ju Minhai. "Sorry, I was wrong, I'll think again." But Ju Minhai just stood with her arms crossed. "Close your eyes and ignore Bulgur Bul Gaisak." Ju Minhai, flip your hair and put your hands on your hips arrogantly. Speak without thinking clearly. Don't come looking for me. I have to work. Finished speaking without even turning around and left. Even though Bulgur Bul Gaisak cried bitterly. Kneel on the ground behind. The elevator door in front opens. Ju Minhai went straight to the elevator. Bulgur Bul Gaisak held out his hand. Wanted to call Ju Minhai back, but didn't have time to speak yet. The elevator door closed. Bulgur Bul Gaisak was dazed. Looked at Ju Minhai's silhouette, until the elevator door completely closed. Ju Minhai stood silently in the elevator. A moment later, before breathing a sigh of relief, gently raised his hand to pat his chest. "It's dangerous. The elevator shows up on the 11th floor. Continue going upstairs until you reach the 20th floor. The elevator just stopped. The elevator door opened to both sides. Ju Minhai walked out of the elevator, then looked around the lobby. Ju Minhai carefully thought back as she walked. Every 20 floors the elevator will change once. Beware of people sneaking into one street. Go straight to the top floor. Think carefully. What yoga's style? Who will be the doorman of this floor? Ju Minhai suddenly noticed a gray-haired old man sitting on a wooden chair in front. The old man with white hair and beard, wearing a blue-collared shirt, 2 eyes closed, leisurely reaching out to stroke the beard under his chin. The old man's eyes suddenly opened and looked to this side. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Ju Minhai was a bit shy. Look at the silver-haired old man in front. Spend it and pay it off, Oeung Seng. This person is exceptionally talented and can't be forgotten at a glance. Was originally the #1 strategist of Dongbang She Ga. Only lost to Munyeopeng's magical calculations. After Dongbang She Ga failed. This guy is also unemployed and unexpectedly is also here. Oeung Seng gently stroked his beard. Evaluate the girl in front. Ju Minhai finished thinking. Lift your feet to leave this place. Who would have thought that Oeung Seng just looked at Ju Minhai and suddenly waved his hand, signaled Ju Minhai to come closer. Ju Minhai was startled. His steps slowed slightly and he looked at Oeung Seng, then confusedly pointed at himself. Determine whether Oeung Seng is calling you or not. Oeung Seng on the other side nodded. Ju Minhai not knowing what to say. He looked a little uneasy on his face, but still strode towards Oeung Seng. Ju Minhai walked to the position, a few steps away from Oeung Seng. He stopped, standing straight waiting. Oeung Seng still sitting still, gently glanced at Ju Minhai and asked who you are. Ju Minhai was a bit startled. The expression on his face stiffened and he did not answer. While not knowing how to answer, suddenly remembered the name next to the photo on the file. Ju Minhai. Ju Minhai quickly opened her mouth to reply Ju Minhai. Oeung Seng closed her eyes and asked as if she saw something. I asked your true identity. Ju Minhai in front of you suddenly covered your mouth and laughed. He waved his hand and pretended to say, oh, what are you kidding? I'm just going to work. But Oeung Seng doesn't care about Ju Minhai's words. Eyes still closed. Slowly expose that lie. This floor is above from the chief colleague. The general manager came to sweep the labor house. There are a total of 2.316 people with their last names. Gender and position of each person. Fixed job duties. Every day I remember clearly. Ju Minhai is a new office worker of the administrative department on the 5th floor. In office for 187 days. Today's work tasks has nothing to do with the business area. On the 20th floor and above. Ju Minhai listened even more. His face became more and more stiff. Falteringly signaled an explanation. This morning my superior suddenly announced that. Oeung Seng stroked the grey beard under his chin. Open your eyes and look straight at Ju Minhai. Ask what her superior's name was. Ju Minhai was immediately confused when asked. Wandering eyes. Sweat poured out on Ju Minhai's forehead and didn't know how to answer. Awkwardly scratching his head and laughing at Oeung Seng hi. Ju Minhai's forehead sweat poured out. More and more. I looked away and quickly thought about what to do. What to do? Who can lie to this old man's face? Not even born yet. In Ju Minhai's eyes, suddenly flashed a flash of intelligence. Ju Minhai clasped her hands in front of her chest, chanting a spell. Qian Kong Dao Juan Sheng Dharma. I don't decide. Ju Minhai's eyes flashed. Golden light followed Ju Minhai's chanting. Brighter and brighter. Oeung Seng was startled and turned to look. Ju Minhai in the changing light. Ju Minhai's body slowly turns transparent. Lots of tiny lights flying around. Ju Minhai. People in the crowded hall. Yet there was no one. Pay attention to the strange situation that arose this side. Until the yellow light disappeared. Oeung Seng looked around in surprise. The people around him suddenly stood still. Maintain the same movements you were working on earlier. In the large hall, everyone stood strangely motionless. It was as if time stopped. Only 2 people can function normally. Ju Minhai silently assessed the surrounding situation. This magic can arbitrarily manipulate the surrounding time flow. Unique technique Seong John. Oeung Seng looked at Ju Minhai in shock. Looks like Oeung Seng figured it out. Ju Minhai's true identity. Before this eyes. Seong John is indeed human. Ju Minhai in front of him suddenly crossed his arms. He sighed and reluctantly admitted yes. That's right, I. Oeung Seng quickly stood up and bowed respectfully. He clasped his hands and bowed his head to Ju Minhai. Seong John sneaked in dressed like that. Don't go on the main road. There's no major movement. Is looking for Yup Gar owner to have important personal matters. Want to talk, right? Ju Minhai closed her eyelids. Talk to some smart people. Like you guys are convenient. So can you give me some convenience? Oh Seng immediately put on a smiling face. It also seems like he wants to please. Now I work for Yupgar to find a safe place to live. The story between Seong John and the owner Yupgar. Private matter. Can further strengthen this relationship. At the bottom, the water flows smoothly. It's natural to have sex with someone. Ju Minhai looked at Oh Seng a little appreciatively. Praising Yo Yu. No wonder he lives well everywhere. It's no wonder there's a holy plan here. Isn't that really talented? Oh Seng once again clasped his hands and bowed his head. The world has just settled down and does not need old things that cause sadness. Schizophrenic like me need talented people to build profits and unemployed people. Offended too many people. Wanting to find a safe place is very difficult. I hope Seong John understands. Ju Minhai's impatient urge to understand. If you understand, then can we go up? Oh Seng is a bit hesitant. Hand up. Signaled Ju Minhai to leave the old man. No problem, just. There are 3 people left up there. The remaining 2 people should have no problem. The old man showed people how to respond. There's just one person who knows Seong John. I can only rely on people. Ju Minhai listened seriously. Then held out her hand to talk to Oh Seng. Thank you this time. Help and repay tomorrow. Oh Seng smiled and shook hands with Ju Minhai. Not polite. I'm not polite and hope Seong John will take care of me. Ju Minhai also smiled. Nothing. 2 people looked at each other understandingly and smiled cunningly. The building where Ju Minhai was staying is a building over 100 stories high. Luxurious and luxurious architecture. Inside the building, the elevator shows that it has reached the 80th floor. The elevator door slowly opens. Ju Minhai walked out of the elevator. Looked around. In front of her was a long-haired man. Standing with his back turned to Ju Minhai. Blue sword floating in the space next to. Ju Minhai looked closely at the opponent's back. Slowly moving closer. Ju Minhai's eyes were a bit surprised. Ju Minhai's eyebrows were slightly frowned. This figure is so familiar. I have a bad feeling. The person in front of me did not turn his back and spoke up. Seong John is champion in the world. If you've come here, why are you sneaking around? The person said and turned around. Young man's face facing Ju Minhai. Ju Minhai sweating. Number 1 sword bullet sword Si Wu Mun Pung. Ju Minhai's lips were slightly opened. Then awkwardly raised his hand and scratched his head. Gave a forced smile. This great man is looking at the wrong person. I'm just a corporate employee reporting to work. Wu Munpung looked at the girl in front of him and shook his head slightly. Eyes said affirmatively. Appearance may vary. Variable intrinsic. Theism will not change. Seong John is the goal I pursue all my life. The temperament is revealed with every move. I can't be mistaken. Ju Minhai's hand that was scratching his head stopped. Ju Minhai walked closer and looked around carefully. There's no one else here. Wu Munpung didn't respond emotionally except me. There are no others. Seong John can rest assured. Ju Minhai looked straight at Wu Munpung. The yellow light emitted from the person surrounded the body. The light gets bigger and bigger. Ju Minhai's body, consequently, changes are also born, finally transformed into its true appearance. Rim Woon Pung in a brilliant yellow aura. Appear. The swordsman is immersed in the extreme realm of swordsmanship. Why are you here? What conditions do they give to the doorkeeper? Wu Mun Pung said seriously. An opportunity to have a righteous name. Praying for swords with the emperor. Rim Woon Pung was bewildered. Find me to practice swordsmanship anytime. Why choose here? Wu Mun Pung patiently explained to Rim Woon Pung. Shin Ju decided. The chances for Seong John to have a counterattack are very few. Someone told me to come here and wait for you. The opportunity will come by itself. Rim Woon Pung scratched his head and immediately understood the problem. It's Munyo Pung's attention again, isn't it? Wu Mun Pung controls the sword. Make it move up. I am already indeterminate among people. Seong John opens up a higher realm. Never before. If you call yourself a god, it's not too much. Then Wu Mun Pung's face doesn't change, but uttered a sentence that made me fall in love. I must say my skin is too thick. Just like the male protagonists. The religion in China's stories. Rim Woon Pung was speechless when he heard that. I can only gently remind you of this. If ordinary people hear it, very awkward. Wu Munpeng grabbed the sword. I hope Seong John accepts one of my swords. Rim Woonpeng just smiled. And Rim Woonpeng calmly accepted. He leisurely put his hands behind his back and told Wu Munpeng to come. Wu Munpeng was a bit cautious. With Rim Woonpeng's attitude towards me. Rim Woonpeng smiled, as if looking forward to Wu Munpeng. Wu Munpeng's success. Green airstreams as thin as silk strips. Kept flying and wrapping around his body. Wu Munpeng raised his hand to grab the hilt of the sword. Supreme swordsmanship. Then he slowly pulled his sword out of its scabbard. Get it? Lightning fast. Wu Munpeng grabbed his sword and rushed towards it. Wu Munpeng's sword tip was close. Rim Woonpeng was absorbed in admiration. To Wu Munpeng's kendo skills, as expected of being the best in swordsmanship. This is already the ultimate wisdom of swordsmanship. Just drawing a real sword without being fancy. Stab towards the opponent. In a moment, the clouds and water flow complete everything. Time freezes at this moment. For a moment it was because of Rim Woonpeng. Playing Rim Woonpeng is a bit arrogant. As an ordinary person, he died before he could even react. But for me, can arbitrarily control the flow of time. Still no threat around. Rim Woonpeng smiled meaningfully. The two fingers are still clasped together. It also turns yellow and glows slightly. Actually, Rim Woonpeng wanted to borrow this opportunity. As a lesson for Wu Munpeng. Bon Jon also hopes that in the future he can overcome obstacles. To opponents of the same realm. Don't know how long it will take though. Consider this move as a gift for me to help you become enlightened. Think, and then Rim Woonpeng uses those two fingers. Grip the tip of the blade. Using one finger to use this supreme Dharma staff. Rim Woonpeng only used his finger to lightly tap the tip of the sword. I don't understand what Rim Woonpeng is doing anymore. Rim Woonpeng immediately dissolves the control of the flow of time. Immediately Wu Munpeng like a flash of lightning, which passed by Rim Woonpeng. Wu Munpeng landed extremely satisfactorily. At the end of that slash, Wu Munpeng's blade broke into pieces. Easily. Look at the pieces of his blade. Just like that, it crumbled and fell down. Down, but Wu Munpeng's heart seemed to skip a beat. Rim Woonpeng slightly turned back to look at Wu Munpeng. Wu Munpeng stood dumbfounded. Rim Woonpeng calmly asked again. Wu Munpeng bent down and placed his hand on his chest to express his sincerity. Thank you Seong John for giving me the opportunity. Rim Woonpeng immediately pointed up and asked. Can we go up yet? Wu Munpeng replied that Yupgar has been waiting for a long time. Hearing that, Rim Woonpeng was a bit stunned. Rim Woonpeng turned his head and quickly asked. She already knows? Wu Munpeng slowly answered yes. A second later Rim Woonpeng held his head and complained to the sky. So what are we busy with this half day? Wu Munpeng immediately reminded Seong John. Your mind is in chaos. At Yopgar's company, on the top floor of CEO Yopgar's office. A person sitting with his back to the desk. The chair covered the whole body with only the top of the head exposed. Rim Woonpeng walked in and said hello. But it feels like you're making fun of someone else. Long time no see. What a big battle. Rim Woonpeng still maintains his tone. Make others hate you and continue talking. Even in this room. Also arranged many hidden formations like that. Rim Woonpeng visits. It turns out Yopgar's eldest daughter was an expert at calculations. Now he is also the first manager of the world. Sang bang then. Suddenly the space in the room at this moment becomes so suffocating. End this suffocating silence. The mysterious person denied it. Seong John recognized the wrong person. Then this mysterious person turned around. This person wearing a white mask. There are a few patterns that cover the entire face. Rim Woonpeng froze on the spot. Slightly embarrassed face because he recognized the wrong person. This mysterious person tapped his hand a few times on the table. 3 frames immediately appeared. A table and chair model from the frames just now immediately grew, and then transformed into a completely real thing. There's also a tea set. The mysterious person stood up and politely invited Rim Woonpeng. Seong John invited to sit. Rim Woonpeng immediately sat down. Just put his butt down. Rim Woonpeng questioned this mysterious person. Who are you? Yup Chong Yu. The mysterious person replied she was my mother. Rim Woonpeng was stunned. You are the new manager of Yupgar. Yopchongu's son is rarely revealed. Chong'u's son asked Rim Woon Pung directly. Seong John came this time to serve. Is there anything that needs Yup Ga to secretly coordinate? I didn't expect Chong'u's child to guess it. Rim Woon Pung asked in surprise. How do you know the purpose of my trip? Chong'u's child left the desk and went to the glass door. Chong'u's child to look outside. Then answer Rim Woon Pung's question. The barrier outside is just a decoy. 4 directions, 8 directions. Every 100 meters there is an intelligent astronomy detective. Seong John came here and I already knew that. Rim Woon Pung immediately asked cautiously. Maybe I came to ask about the crime. Chong'u's son intelligently retorted. If Seong John wants to come and ask for his crime, the barrier outside cannot be defended. So I secretly probed. From the moment Seong John started going upstairs. Mr. Bulga Bul Gaisak Ono. The purpose is to probe Seong John. Chong'u's son added. If Seong John brings malice towards me right now, already thousands of miles away, you can't meet me either. Rim Woon Pung is a bit unreasonable. As expected, like mother, like child, she is meticulous, also very cunning. Chong'u's son sat down on the chair opposite Rim Woon Pung. Poured tea for the guests. Chong'u's children are not fussy about details. This is the highest honor for a businessman. Seong John comes this time if there's anything wrong. Just say it directly. Rim Woon Pung raised his cup of tea. Then started saying bad things about So Bei. Women are not spared either. Also mentioned Yup Chong Yu. I heard Yopga's new Wang Ga a long time ago. At a young age, she is meticulous. His tricks are not lost on his mother Yup Chong Yu. Chong'u's child is a person with style. The majesty of someone who does great things. Responding was like throwing cold water on Rim Woon Pung's face. Lord Seong John is so complimentary. It's all the teachings of my mother and me. Rim Woon Pung must have been so humiliated that he smiled a bit awkwardly. That year my relationship with your mother was not bad. She has the grace to save me. At that time, there was no you yet. I didn't expect that after so many years, her child would grow up so much. Chong'u's child immediately signaled Rim Woon Pung to stop. And said, don't let Rim Woon Pung save any face. Seong John comes here if he wants to talk about old times. You can schedule our arrangement time in minutes. Rim Woon Pung stammered in surprise and said minute. Chong'u's child tapped his hand on the table. The tabletop immediately turned into a map. That map had clear and pure military areas. Lang Tin Tu Dung. Spots of light from here fly into the air. They make up the headlines. Arrange in turn a comprehensive contract. Buying shares and money from private families too. Negotiate mineral exploitation rights. The item of moving the spear into a magic weapon. In the Kin Chow section. Ceremony of purchasing 45% of shares of Dan T transportation. Oh my god. There are so many that it takes about a few notes. Tall from the table to the ceiling. Rim Woon Pung watched Chong'u's child use this technique. But couldn't help but exclaim. Magic medicine. Magic. Small Kion. Not Guju's highest secret technique. Used to transmit commercial intelligence. This world has people with financial and human resources. The arrangement of this match can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Rim Woon Pung looked at Chong'u's child. So busy with such a small review. Remember when we equal it? Still a kid struggling to survive in the streets. This kid's future is unlimited. Yup Chong Yu really gave birth to a good son. Chong'u's son took this match back. Those things immediately disappeared. Chong'u's child still didn't want it. With Rim Woon Pung. Just keep mentioning Rim Woon Pung in a roundabout way. The marketplace is like a battlefield. Just can improve performance. Money to us is just a series of numbers. Sooner or later you can get it back. So Seong John has his words straight. Rim Woon Pung sips tea. But my eyes are still glued to Chong'u's child. Chong'u's child doesn't say much anymore. Rim Woon Pung also gets straight to the point. Immediately boldly made the request. Feel free. I hope Yup Ga. You guys immediately stop manufacturing and disperse the world. The number 1 magic potion Yol Yangsan. Chong'u's son immediately raised his hands. Form an X. The idea is to directly object to Rim Woon Pung. Can't do it. Rim Woon Pung angrily banged the table. A good little guy. Why refuse so decisively? What are you doing with Bon Jon in your eyes? People's goods are doing well. Don't say no. Immediately ask to stop. Who will pay for the loss? Chong'u's children respect their elders. So I hastily expressed my intention not to overdo it. Don't dare use sweet words. To lighten the atmosphere. If Seong-jon wants to ban it, just issue a holy order in Shinju who dares. If you don't obey, everything will sneak up now. Wasting time on both sides. Rim Woon-pung started thinking about some hot scenes. Children under 18 are prohibited from talking arrogantly to Chong'u's children. This thing harms wanderers very deeply. This world will only create more tragedies. Bon-jon came here with this request. You also cannot agree. Chong'u's child is still patient to explain. And asked Rim Woon-pung. I am the new ruler of Yup-ga. If anyone comes arbitrarily, they come arbitrarily. One request is for me to stop producing Yup-ga. Won't it be empty very soon? Moreover, Yol Yangsan itself is only a very small circulation range. I don't know why Seong-jon insists on stopping. Rim Woon-pung still persists. The reason is that this Yol Yangsan is mentally disturbed. Innocent harmer, which should not exist in this world. Chong'u's child questioned. Even without Yol Yangsan, seduction harms people in this world. Get as much as you want. Seong-jon is the one who investigated everything. Is it all wind? As expected. Rim Woon-pung couldn't refute a word. Just one. Perhaps didn't expect Chong'u's child to be so difficult. Chong'u's child continued to argue. Yup-ga circulates Yol Yangsan on a small scale. The back is very important. Very broad relevance. How could it be because of a sentence from Seong-jon? The person who says stop is stop. Rim Woon-pung is subjected to sharp and rigorous arguments. Makes the throat stiff. Immediately glared and threw an insolent word. Rim Woon-pung angry. His whole body exploded with fiery power. Intended to threaten so Bei. Must do as you please. No matter what other people think. And now we have a sentence again. Not all seniors are respectable. A slash in the middle of the mask. Then the mask broke in half and fell off. Of course the mask fell off. Revealed the true face of Chong'u's child. Rim Woon-pung was also extremely surprised at his appearance. Then he pointed and spoke. He looked a little familiar. The boy immediately lowered his eyes. Raised his hand to cover his face. Then another mask was put on. The boy stood up decisively. He asked. Seong-jon had already opened his mouth. Don't say this, little Yol Yangsan. Even if we want Yup-ga to disband on the spot. Just one sentence from Seong-jon. Yup-ga, how dare I say no? No one in this world dares to say half a word. And then he continued. Don't give Woon-pung time to answer. I just don't know if it's true. Just like when Seong-jon unified Shinju. Once said, this world is a world of people and a world of none. In fact, this world is still the only world. Seong-jon. Woon-pung frowned angrily after hearing this. The two people looked at each other silently. At this moment he sighed. Woon-pung crossed his arms and spoke up. Good boy, use my words to block my throat right now. If I domineeringly force you to follow suit. If I move out, I will say I have lost my trust in the world. You won't be easy to manage anymore. The young man replied. That's right, Seong-jon. If you have nothing else to do, please go home. He smiled when he heard that. Then spoke up seriously. Young people are young people. Although we don't know, why don't you sell me this favor? But if you think Bon-jon is so easy for you to deal with, then you look down on Bon-jon too much. So you know Bon-jon can unify Shinju. Isn't it just relying on this bravery? The guy was silent as he listened to Woon-pung's words. Then immediately asked what he wanted. He heard. Immediately leaned back in his chair and smiled with satisfaction. Then spoke up. People initially decided to rule the country to bring peace to the people. To protect the people, one must have property. Yup-ga is the #1 sangbang in the world. Bon-jon came to ask for advice for a few days. Because the world originally decided. Yup-ga owner won't refuse Bon-jon. Will he? Woon-pung's eyes became sharp. He thought to himself. Bon-jon kid, if I stay by your side every day. You sell it once and destroy the food. Then I will destroy you once. Let's see how long you can hold it in. Chong'u's son then put his hands on the table. Replied Seong-jon has a busy day. Hundreds of wastes in the world are waiting for prosperity. Even if one person breaks it into several people, it's not enough to use. There's no time to stay with me forever. At this moment the scene in front of your eyes surprised you to no end. The opposite side appeared another Woon-pung. Standing up to ask. What did you say? The guy was speechless. Then a Woon Pung spoke up from behind him. What do you think about Bon Jon? In a heroic world, heroes overwhelm the heroes. Right and left. Another Woon Pung continued. If Bon Jon comes, use good words to request. Impossible. Then we can only change to another method. For a moment, there were 5 identical Woon Pungs. Surrounded the guy. A hand was placed on his shoulder. The guy was forced to sit down to continue chatting. The guy immediately clenched his fist on the table. It seemed like he was extremely angry. To the point where Woon Pung's body was trembling. Sitting across from him, he spoke up. This statue of a monk is a bit of a waste of energy. Cannot be used for long periods of time. But maintaining it for 7 to 8 months is still no problem. This time he spoke up. Do you know the benefits of Seong Jon? At this moment, the boy silently sweated. Did not respond. At that moment a golden circle appeared, attracting the attention of Woon Pung people. From the circle gradually appeared a chair, along with a pair of legs. Turns out to be Yup Chong Yu. She suddenly appeared at this time. She sat cross-legged on the chair. Glancing down, she looked up at Woon Pung, making him stunned. At this moment Woon Pung behind him slowly disappeared. The rest of them also slowly disappeared. At that moment Yup Chong Yu also landed on the ground. 2 people immediately stood up. The boy immediately bowed to his mother. The girl immediately walked over and patted her son on the shoulder to speak. Get down and leave me alone. The guy immediately replied yes. Rim Woon Pung turned his head, glanced at Yup Chong Yu's child leaving. Yup Chong Yu tucked her bangs behind her ear. She smiled gently at him. Long time no see Seong Jon. Then she immediately changed her cold tone and continued. As soon as I arrived, I already showed my baby's prestige. Rim Woon Pung was a bit confused. He shyly scratched his head and returned the greeting. Long time no see Chong Yu. He sighed in his heart. So many years ago, this woman still makes me feel itchy. Yup Chong Yu stared at him without blinking. Then she suddenly asked him a question. Why is Seong Jon so stubborn with Yol Yangsan? Rim Woon Pung faltered in his response. Just because of me I had a friend who was harmed by Yol Yangsan. There are still many gangsters who have been harmed. He added. If it weren't for Yup Ga, she'd be on the righteous path. I was determined to let him close the door. It turned out to be like that. Yup Chong Yu looked at him and asked. Does Seong Jon know this Yo Yang's real name? This question makes Rim Woon Pung stunned. Standing there for a few seconds, she raised her hand to adjust her glasses. Then explained to him its origin. Yol Yangsan. The real name is a miracle drug Jung Ya Guan Eam. He surprised Jung Ya Guan Eam. Posted Woon Pung recalled in his memory. Ya Gan Gan once talked about our son. I was really shocked when Yup Chong Yu told me about the effects of Yol Yangsan. This is a miracle medicine to cure infertility in girls. Has helped countless people who are unable to have sex. Realize your dream of having an afterlife. She finished speaking and stopped. Then turned her head to look at him, startling him. Rim Woon Pung was quite confused with her strange eyes. Yup Chong Yu bowed her head. She admitted a truth that he did not know. Also includes me. The information you just said. It's truly beyond my imagination. Yup Chong Yu gently touched his belly. Continue reading. I'm 28 years old. Heavenly power still hasn't come. The house and asked famous doctors everywhere. Diagnosed me as a relative. This life must be lonely until old age. No children. And I finally found Wang Gok. Pray for this remedy. Hear this familiar name. Rim Woon Pung exclaimed in shock. Wang Gok medicine saves people for the sake of the family. How could Yun Sim make this kind of harmful thing? Nghe Thay Kai Ten Quen Thuok Nei. Rim Woon Pung Sung Sot Thot Len. Duk Wang Gok Ti the Kuing Guoi Vai Tong. Yun Sim Sao Ko the Lam Ra Loai Vat Hying Guoi Nei Chu. Yup Chong Yu realized he seemed to know her. Immediately turned around and asked him, oh. Seong Jon is also familiar with Yun Sim. She was very afraid of meeting that stranger. Wholeheartedly studying medical magic. Rim Woon Pung scratched his head and replied evasively. That was 6 years ago. Finished speaking he sighed tiredly. Suddenly he felt the topic the two of them were talking about. A bit wrong. I'm asking you now, don't avoid other things. Yup Chong Yu pursed her lips. Her slightly frowned eyebrows looked at him coldly. She turned back, crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Saw her slender back, with her long legs. Rim Yunfeng's expression became sad. Yup Chong Yu listed its advantages. Miraculous medicinal properties of Zheng Ya Guan Yim. Girls eat the yin and body. Body regenerates. Can be reborn in 3 days. It is possible to get rid of the hidden pregnancy. However, she added, but also because the medicinal properties are too strong. The whole body was filled with hot, fiery essence. People with other ideas bring harm to others. She glanced at him and asked softly, should we blame the medicine and the doctor himself? Rim Yunfeng frowned. He couldn't understand her. If you are clear, why are you still on the auction block? Brought Yol Yangsan out. She closed her eyes to listen to what he said. After listening, Yup Chong Yu could only sigh. She reluctantly said the answer. This is all to protect Yun Sim. Also want to keep the magic medicine that can save thousands of women. Yup Chong Yu turned around. She also told him, who left Yup Gar not long ago. Evil people have appeared on the streets, intending to abuse this drug to harm people. Then it became more and more evil. She remembered that I had tried my best to stop it, but still can't prevent it. I even found infertile people to ask for medicine. So I have a plan. Yup Chong Yu has changed the packaging and branding on Yup Gar. Stop selling Zheng Ya Guan Yim medicine. Changed back to the name I Wol Chun Peng. At the same time, conduct treatment to isolate the patient. This drug spill broke out, and then used Yo Yangsan's name at the night market. Continued to sell in small quantities. She continued for a long time. Wanderers only know the best in the world. Magic potion Yol Yangsan. Forget about Zheng Ya Guan Yim and I Wol Chun Peng. Let's continue to bring happiness to the patient. Rim Yunfeng exclaimed that changing the soup did not change the medicine. It really resembles the behavior of a businesswoman. Yup Chong Yu crossed his arms over his chest, not giving up, and replied, this is the best way I can think of. In return, do you have any better ideas? Although I can't think of any better way. But Rim Yunfeng still tried to argue. But Yol Yangsan also caused a lot of trouble. Yup Chong Yu frowned and understood. Before there was no Yol Yangsan on the Wanderer. There is still a strange smile that unites and radiates fire. Also causes disaster. But this Zheng Ya Guan Yim. Save thousands of families who aspire to have children in a small area. Yol Yangsan is in chaos. In return, we save thousands of infertile families. What should Seong John choose in return? Tired of hearing those excuses. Rim Yunfeng raised his hand to refuse. Stop logic, I say no to you. She won. Right after that he turned to beg her. But that friend of mine was harmed by this Yol Yangsan. If she had found a way to control it. Use I Wol Chun Peng. Can you stop selling this? Looks like I owe you a favor. Do you have any request? I can definitely do it. Yup Chong Yu said 5 words right away without thinking. Standing in front of that absurd number. Rim Yunfeng immediately objected to something. You see this as a market. Why are you still paying for 5? Too many. At most 2 pieces. Yup Chong Yu lowered the price to 4 pieces. But Rim Yunfeng still did not accept. He insisted that it was not. No, still too many. 3. At most 3. See, the goal has been achieved. Yup Chong Yu immediately accepted. Rim Yunfeng stared at her blankly for a while. Finally he had to shake hands and make a contract with her. But in his heart he was still very reluctant. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Why did you agree so freely? With a confident expression Yup Chong Yu explained with a smile. Because Yun Sim has researched new drugs. No more side effects. So we were also planning to stop this medicine. Listen here. Rim Yunfeng was suddenly surprised and bewildered and turned upside down. At this point everything became clear. He exclaimed, God, I understand. You and your mother joined together to trap me. Right, I remember the past. From the beginning, your son set a trap for me. Do wrong to me. Want to make me angry. Use that to clarify my intention. He continued talking and she came out to discuss conditions with me. From beginning to end, I'm always in your trap. Hearing those words Yup Chong Yu smiled triumphantly. She started to compliment him. Ever since the cold person cried involuntarily. Sneaking from my side, I evaporated from the human world. Which is really a lot of progress. You can see the way of the merchant. Every word is like a fatal blow. Crashed into Rim Yunfeng's body, which is cold and heartless. Which is quiet. Then there was no sound. But Rim Woon Pung still tried to argue. What is called sneaking? I just don't want to cause trouble for you guys. Listen to those excuses. Yup. Chong Yu turned his head to the side. Without paying attention, she replied yes. Cats and dogs are raised for a year. But she loves them. And give him food and drink. Even if you want to leave. You should say it solemnly. There are only cold and heartless people. Just suddenly disappeared without a trace of sand. Rim Woon Pung scratched his head and said, didn't you say it properly just now? Why are you suddenly shy about this? I am reluctant to tell you your acceptance to me. I also have feelings. If you don't do anything with Yup Ga today. Yup Chong Yu, reciprocate as if you don't owe each other anymore. So next Seong John, someone return the favor to me. Disgruntled by this situation, Rim Woon Pung was annoyed and said this so quickly. Have you already finished your calculations? This cruel woman. Yup Chong Yu heard that. Immediately rushed forward and grabbed his collar tightly and shouted. Don't think I'm the kind of person who has intentions. This is very rushed. At the right time to satisfy the condition. So we can only not delay. Not flinch at those words. Rim Woon Pung retorted less threateningly. Is there anything that could make Yup Chong Yu, the world's #1 businessman in the marketplace? Can't do it either. Hearing that, she suddenly looked at him blankly. The hand holding her collar suddenly let go. She took a step back and lowered her head. Seemed to be suppressing her emotions as much as possible. Yup Chong Yu said tremblingly, even though it was me. There was also a moment of helplessness when realized something had just happened. Rim Woon Pung looked towards her. He approached to ask, how are you? Why are you suddenly like that? How can we continue to argue? He breathed out a breath as if letting go of the unpleasant feeling he had been feeling. And also to regain calm. Rim Woon Pung then told the truth. You can't use business tricks to disguise yourself, even if it's not a transaction. We've known each other for so long. Do you have any difficulties? I am also willing to try my best to help you. Those are the words of my heart. Yup Chong Yu gradually fell in love. Take all your courage. She raised her face to look at him. She begged to save our son and daughter. I have no choice but. Rim Woon Pung suddenly got stiff with glue. Her every word, like rocks falling on his head. Which one is this boy? Which one is this girl? Then it's ours. Rim Woon Pung fell down when he heard the news. Right now Rim Woon Pung, what should he hear? The shock was like a hammer hitting his head. His whole body was completely split in half. His mouth was wide open and he froze. Woon Pung started to have doubts. Life raises questions in our minds about who we are. And where is this? Where do we come from? I wanted to go somewhere. And suddenly remembered and discovered something terrible. He whispered, that's right. No wonder why this baby looks familiar to me. Rim Woon Pung's memory appeared. Image of a red-haired boy. Looking back, I realized that he looked exactly like his childhood self. He was completely scared. Then I thought to myself that it was just like when I was young and incredibly handsome. Standing in front of Yup Chong Yu, he hesitated, not knowing what to say next. Suddenly he grabbed Chong Yu's hand. Woon Pung was agitated and denied. But when will we have children? Before I silently left, they were all respectful and polite to her. Has never acted excessively towards her. Yup Chong Yu angrily withdrew his hand and turned away. Made him a bit confused. But Chong Yu said it completely. She quietly confided, who wants you to be respectful and polite to me? Woon Pung is also confused right now. He asked her what she meant by that. Yup Chong Yu suddenly turned back. The two people were face to face with each other. Her facial expression became righteous. Everything is God's will. Zheng Ya Guaniyam mixed with the effective wine used by the woman. Like I said before, men who use it will. Woon Pung asked worriedly, what will happen if a man uses it? Chong Yu told me with emotion. 18 years ago we finished preparing the medicinal wine. Want to drink? He suddenly walked in and cut me off. Returning 18 years ago. At that time, Yup Chong Yu was alone in the room. Holding a packet of medicine in his hand. Named Zheng Ya Guaniyam. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Startling her, Chong Yu quickly poured the medicine packet into the wine bottle. Enjoy later. The leftover medicine packaging. She quickly stuffed it into her chest. She headed towards the door and asked what happened. Rim Woon Pung came in. With similar tattered clothes. Beggar calmly. There was a problem with ship communication at port. The old man told her to negotiate. Yup Chong Yu walked in front of the man. One sleeve was torn and his face darkened. Ignoring his tattered appearance, he had one hand tucked into his pants. Still looking stylish, but his face was a bit sad. Chong Yu ignored this scene and was cold. Tell me. She turned her head and looked like she just remembered her. There's still a jar of wine there. Hesitate a bit. She was worried about the integrity of that wine bottle. Still with a cold face she advised. Watch out for me. I don't want to let other people into the room. Gently touch me. Rim Woon Pung. She said it very seriously. Also an alcoholic like you has to restrain himself. Don't secretly drink alcohol on the table. Rim Woon Pung said as if he understood. No need for her to keep reminding and nodding in agreement. After the magical memory, Chong Yu just said. Woon Pung still did not understand the reality but continued to ask. I still remember the first part. But after that, what happens? Yup Chong Yu said angrily. Then when we return, I found someone collapsed on the table. The person who drank half of the wine. Rim Woon Pung heard the story and continued to sweat profusely. What next? Then Yup Chong Yu angrily continued the next sentence. Of course we have to feel sorry. Drank the little remaining wine. Woon Pung's face now turned dull. I could only listen to her continue to tell. So, she hesitated, said with red cheeks. So the next day I woke up in bed, seeing you lying next to me naked and sleeping next to me. Memories came rushing back, with the image of two people sleeping together, on a large bed, naked. She turned to look at Woon Pung who was sleeping soundly, the pillow half covering it. His face also looks quite handsome. Yup Chong Yu his red cheeks seemed to be quite shaken, and also seemed somewhat regretful. Her little finger stretched out towards Woon Pung. She poked Rim Woon Pung's cheek. Don't know what to do either. Maybe to verify if this is true. Yup Chong Yu's old saying quickly appeared in Rim Woon Pung's mind. One day sooner or later. You're going to leave me. You wooden head. Rim Woon Pung was a bit shocked when he heard that. Ask again. How are you? Yup Chong Yu was a little angry and turned away. I put you back in front of the table. Pretend like nothing happened, to avoid awkwardness for everyone. Rim Woon Pung was a bit surprised by her actions. So I asked again. Why Rim Woon Pung? Am I the type of person who doesn't take responsibility? Yup Chong Yu immediately said the reason. Do so yourself. So I asked him back. If you knew about this then, will forever stay in Yup Ga. Stay by my side. But Rim Woon Pung was clearly a bit angry. Before her act of self-determination. Why do you feel I won't do that? Rim Woon Pung's question made Yup Chong Yu stunned. But after a while she regained her composure. Yup Chong Yu turned around. Coldly state your answer. You will do that. She continued slowly but at the second. The moment I picked him up on the road to the hospital. I knew your world was not with me. She turned her head and looked straight at Rim Woon Pung and said. That year, his will was broken. I'm addicted to alcohol so I let you watch the door for me. Yup Chong Yu finally came to a conclusion. It was the only bad business I ever did. Rim Woon Pung was a bit shocked after hearing this. To the point of stammering my aunt. At this moment Yup Chong Yu spoke again. But this time he got his three lovers back. Shinju's lover is unrivaled in the world. Finally let me get it back. Rim Woon Pung, after hearing Yup Chong Yu's words, was confused and didn't understand her intention. But Yup Chong Yu also remained silent and didn't say anything else. Rim Woon Pung seemed to understand what she meant. So he silently looked at her. The two of them kept looking at each other. Make the whole room, sinking into deathly silence. Finally Rim Woon Pung spoke up. Break this atmosphere. Before he cleared his throat to speak. It's still your story. What's wrong with them? Rim Woon Pung is extremely proud. When talking about his children with Yup Chong Yu, the son is a bit cold. But people of the same age can maintain such composure. In front of me, I can't find many people in this world. It's just too bright. Not knowing that collecting it would offend a lot of people. Rim Woon Pung suddenly thought of a possibility. So I asked immediately. It's not like someone wants to be at a disadvantage with it. Right? Yup Chong Yu immediately shook his head to indicate that it wasn't. Yup Chong Yu slowly spoke up. From a businessman's perspective, it is truly excellent. Excellent to the point of surpassing people of the same age. Strategy and courage in the marketplace. Even I'm as embarrassed as. Rim Woon Pung is a bit embarrassed to admit. That's right, I got hit by it just now. But I'm still very happy. Let her raise such an excellent son. He raised his head to the sky in admiration. Now I don't know why. His voice is a bit hesitant. Like me, I was a little happy. Yup Chong Yu just kept silent looking at him like that. Then she sighed again. She was a bit hesitant to tell Rim Woon Pung. Actually said it. She was silent for a long time. Yup Chong Yu finally made up her mind to tell him. He's not our son. Rim Woon Pung was so shocked when he heard that he gasped. What is that? Yup Chong Yu walked forward and got closer to him. She walked over and whispered into his hand. That's our daughter. After hearing that, his face immediately became unsightly. I don't know how long it took. A loud scream rang out throughout the building. On this side, Yup Chong Yu's children heard screams. Also a bit confused, he silently observed the room. Yup Chong Yu immediately took his hand. Cover Rim Woon Pung's mouth. She spoke up and reminded her in a low voice. Aren't you always so mature? Rim Woon Pung took Yup Chong Yu's hand and said. The story shattered Bonjon's 3 views. She told me how to be mature. After regaining my composure, he quickly asked, what is this all about? Yup Chong Yu bowed his head in silence. Without giving an immediate answer, she slowly walked towards the tea table. Yup Chong Yu gently sat down on the chair. Rim Woon Pung saw that and went to sit down too. At this point he was extremely anxious, so he urged, speak quickly. Yup Chong Yu remained silent. She seemed to be gathering her spirits to speak. Not long after, she slowly spoke up and told the story. After giving birth to his 2 brothers, Yopga's career is in turmoil. The scene quickly appears according to her story. Jonga's father only has 1 daughter. Right now their family is like ants. Above the oil pan, countless people were waiting and watching. She continued talking. During the years of war, outside, there are rival merchants watching. Inside, there are people who want to divide the fortune and stare. If I don't help, Yup Ga will disband. So almost all my time, all dropped into her family's career after taking over the company. I've been engrossed in work. I can't count the number of times I've fallen asleep at my desk. Rim Woon Pung, listen attentively to Yup Chong Yu telling everything. He also couldn't help but feel admiration for Yup Chong Yu. She was able to support herself through that period of time alone. Also made Yup Ga the best in the world. Sang bang the hardship in it. Not enough for outsiders to know. I can unify Shinju. It's all thanks to her help. As expected of Yup Chong Yu. Being praised, Yup Chong Yu sadly lowered his head again. Yup Chong Yu sadly opened his mouth. Even now I regret it. I risked my life for the family's cause like that, neglecting to take care of the child. Rim Woon Pung sighed despondently. He asked, so I became like this. But Yup Chong Yu shook his head. Yup Chong Yu spoke up again. Brothers. They love me very much. Very understanding. But when they were 6 years old, Yup Chong Yu was silent. After a while, she hesitated a bit, said he was kidnapped. Rim Woon Pung was shocked to hear what he said. He was so angry that he crushed his hand on the wooden chair, causing it to make a clicking sound. He spoke up a little bit of blame. Why are you so negligent? The sharp Yup Chong Yu looked towards the source of the noise, the wooden chair that had been crushed by him. Yup Chong Yu adjusted his glasses and said coldly, this chair was something that Wu Hyunjong had 3,000 years ago. Is the head of the martial arts sect that he likes the most. Thing Seong Ryong in before he died, leaving the last sculpture at the temple. Rim Woon Pung. I heard a somewhat surprised scream. But he continued to speak very calmly to this person. Injury remains unchanged. From the moment I met her until now, she still hasn't changed. Yup Chong Yu immediately replied, thanking her for complimenting. Rim Woon Pung continued saying that he was trapped by her earlier. Now don't try to trap me anymore. You quickly cast the Chankan Seochin magic. A small vortex was created from his hand. The crushed spot on the wooden chair has returned to its original form. Rim Woon Pung asked very triumphantly. Why, perfect as before. Yup Chong Yu was a little confused when she saw that. She just snorted coldly without saying anything. Yup Chong Yu suddenly spoke up. If at that time, Rim Woon Pung was also nervous according to her words. At that time, but Yup Chong Yu shook his head and said it was nothing. Yup Chong Yu was extremely sad and feels self-blame. This kidnapping happened very suddenly and was very strange. So far I haven't found any clues. She fell into thought, trying to remember that day I followed Yopga's custom. Check business books. Yopga's business in different places. Suddenly a girl ran into her mouth from outside. Breathing heavily, he shouted loudly for Yup Chong Yu. Miss. Yup Chong Yu didn't even raise her head. Still just staring at the books. But talk to that girl. Been by my side for many years. How many times have I said it? Don't panic no matter what happens. The girl saw a stranger and calmed down. Came closer and whispered something in her ear. She immediately dropped the notebook. And the pen he was holding in his hand on the ground. Yup Chong Yu's expression at this moment was full of complexity. There is confusion, panic mixed with a bit of dullness. Don't be so motionless. She couldn't believe her ears anymore. Turned his head and asked the other girl in horror. How could that be? The bodyguards are all selected to be very high class. The other girl cried. Such a thrilling story. The young master and young lady just disappeared. Then just left a kidnapping letter. Yup Chong Yu turned back. She felt extremely lost. She could no longer keep calm. Run over incident. The other girl walked towards the door and shouted at her. Quickly follow me. She tried to remember the situation at that time. I used up all of the family's intelligence resources. Also not found. Any clues? See the junk on the table. Yup Chong Yu slammed his hand down on it. Shouted angrily, causing everyone present to be startled and scared. Are all trash? Return to reality. She was sitting across from Rim Woon Pung, bowing his head to suppress his sadness. He asked, can catch them, under the protection of many such experts. Absolutely not average. You can't invite such masters. Can't identify the target either. Yup Chong Yu closed his eyes tightly. The marketplace is like a battlefield. It's not like a battlefield. The two sides slaughtered each other. It's just one death and one injury. Or worse, they both die. But the marketplace fights each other. Losing can mean a whole family of hundreds of people in one night. There's nothing left. Having said this, she frowned her thin eyebrows. So there are many enemies. Everyone is full of careful tricks. Leaving no trace whatsoever. Clues are almost impossible to find. Didn't know where to start. Everyone has the ability. Or anyone could not. Rim Woon Pung asked her curiously. So how can she find me then? Yup Chong Yu shook her head. I tried everything but couldn't find it. It's just that suddenly a month later, she began to sink into nostalgia again. At that time, she was so impatient. Keep walking back and forth in the room. But couldn't do anything else. She was trying to think of something. At that moment the other girl appeared again. He ran quickly towards her and shouted loudly. Young lady. Yup Chong Yu's expression immediately changed. When I heard her scream. There is breaking news. Because of running too fast. Now she was breathing heavily. Just spit out each word. The young master and young lady returned. I'm back and I'm at the door. Yup Chong Yu shouted, so why don't you come and see me? The other girl replied. The young master did not allow anyone to come near. Yup Chong Yu finished listening. Just like before, he lost his temper and ran away, leaving the girl trying to breathe behind. She ran quickly down the field. Walked through the long steps. I don't care that I'm wearing high heels. Outside the big door, there are small silhouettes of two children. They are carrying each other. The closer they get, the clearer their silhouette becomes. A boy with tattered clothes, carrying a little girl on his back. The girl's condition is not much better than yours. Yup Chong Yu saw the children. Immediately he was happy and smiled. Tried to run quickly to them. But when the children were already standing in front of her, her face suddenly changed. Her mouth gaped in shock. Yup Chong Yu's eyes widened with a trace of fear. Juk Ya Hassam's son was scratched along with Ryon Seng. Yonsim's daughter is sleeping on the boy's back with her eyes closed. Both of them are not wearing sandals. The clothes are so torn and indescribable. The condition of the two children right now is something they should not have to endure. No one knows. What have you two had to go through to be able to return after a month of being gone? Yup Chong Yu clutched his mouth to stop the sobs from escaping. Her tears rolled down and she cried without a sound. Jukya's eyes were dull. Only now did I realize there was someone standing in front of me. Since a while ago, it raised its head, but that face had no expression at all. It's cold. Yup Chong Yu looked at the two children. Tears rolled down her face again. Suddenly Jukya closed her eyes tightly and swayed as if she wanted to fall down. Yup Chong Yu was surprised. But she was able to open her arms in time. Quickly picked up both Ryan Seng and Jukya before the children lost consciousness. They both fainted and fell into Yeopchongu's arms. She hugged the children, with tears in my eyes. Returning to reality again, Rim Woon Pung couldn't believe it and asked her again. So what then? What happened to them? Yup Chong Yu suddenly stood up slowly. Not in a hurry to answer him. She approached the window and looked down. This time she spoke up. After that kidnapping, their personalities changed completely. Boys accept me and his sister. Then everyone becomes cold and heartless. No pity at all. Yup Chong Yu shed tears. Continued to speak chokingly. But the girl was. And Rim Woon Pung was still sitting there, quietly waiting for her answer. Yup Chong Yu wiped his tears with his hand. Behind the thin round glasses she was wearing, she talked about her daughter again. If his brother is at home, when it will lock itself in the room. That girl Ryan Seng, enclose yourself in a single space. 3 times a day, I shower and change my clothes and never go out. Only me and his brother can go in. Yup Chong Yu pointed towards the door. Close your hand tightly, trembling like she was feeling scared. Her voice was also trembling with worry. Every time he goes out to work, it will become like that. Wearing a mask to become young master Yup SSI. It seems like I am my own brother. Help me and his brother handle everything internally. Rim Woon Pung also looked in the direction Yup Chong Yu was pointing. He frowned and seemed dissatisfied. Later asked again, so why are these so difficult? Are you still not looking for me? Yup Chong Yu sighed. She reluctantly explained to him. I always pay attention to your situation. Even though the children have never asked about his father. But I know, in our hearts, you have a place that cannot be changed. I just couldn't find the right opportunity. She said so, making Rim Woon Pung feel sad. That heartbreaking look was clearly visible on his face. She looked at him with a bit of reproach in her words. But at that time he fought everywhere. Famous people, there are many enemies. Tell you to recognize each other. Is it causing even more danger for the children? That's why I didn't look for you. To finish that sentence, Yup Chong Yu didn't look at Rim Woon Pung anymore. And he also stood up from the chair at the same time. He walked next to her. He clasped his hands together and placed them behind his back since he met her. I know you are a person with a very strong personality. Yup Chong Yu interrupted him. She didn't understand what he was referring to. What do you want to say? This time he looked straight into her eyes and said, sometimes rely on others, such as me. It's not like it hurts any self-esteem. I also relied on your help. Only life and death can be like this. Even though the outside is so strong. But still a woman nonetheless. That quote from Rim Woon Pung made her cheeks turn red. Turned her head to hide her embarrassment. Yup Chong Yu asked, so do you have any solution? Rim Woon Pung suggested. Mental illness needs to find medicine. Let me listen to its heart and see. Immediately after that he closed his eyes. A faint light glowed on his forehead. It's psychic. Yup Chong Yu doesn't know what else to do. Other than standing next to it. Looking forward to the results from you. You use your psychic ability to connect. To find my daughter. His power exploded, causing the whole room to blow up in a huge wind. Chlorophyll hair. The hem of his shirt fluttered in the wind. His mind went outside the room where the 2 people were standing. And then continued into another room. Neatly arranged. He saw someone sitting on the large sofa. Millet in that room. That person bowed his head. There are strange patterns on the face. Depends on the morphology of the hair. It can be recognized that it is a guy. Rim Woon Pung using his own ability. Penetrate his brain. Even though this was an unacceptable action. He saw and quickly ran through every nerve. The brain goes to the cognitive center. Another dimension that welcomes him. There were only intermittent rays of light there. They gradually merge into a unified whole. Creating a simulation space. And another space consisting of small lights. As tiny as stars. He whispered in his head. It penetrates the first level. Could feel what it was thinking and wanting. Immediately before his eyes was pitch black. Not anything other than condensed black. But now he can see. There's something in front of my eyes. A pair of hands on my knees but quite faint. And now I can see it clearly. It appeared clearly before Rim Woon Pung's eyes. Right in front of him. Is that boy? It's still in the same position and hasn't changed at all. It seemed like he couldn't see him, even though he was standing right behind it. Chong-U's child thought restlessly. Mom and Seong-jon stayed in there talking for so long. What's the result? He took a deep breath thinking about Rim Woon-pung. This Seong-jon is certainly not ordinary. The atmosphere is impermanent and cannot be confident. Along with super awesome magic that has never been seen before. It almost broke my mind. His hands trembled as he tightly grasped his pants. Make it wrinkled and say to yourself, "No, I'm not strong enough yet." Chong-U's son's face became pensive. People are still shaking. He blamed himself when his big brother wasn't around. I can only rely on myself to protect my sister. I must become. The more trustworthy it becomes. What to do in the end? What should I do? Suddenly from behind his back, Rim Woon-pung's soul clone appeared. Rim Woon-pung looked at him and frowned slightly, thinking. As expected, there was a problem. Chong-U's child suddenly seemed to feel something. Right next to me. He turned to look left and right and asked loudly who. Rim Woon-pung was now hovering above. Spoke up slowly. Then the surroundings immediately became pitch black. At this moment Rim Woon-pung's body, still in Chong-U's room, his face was still motionless. Eyes closed tightly. A moment later Rim Woon-pung's soul returned. He immediately woke up and opened his eyes wide. Saw him open his eyes. Yup. Chong-U immediately rushed in and urgently asked what happened. Rim Woon-pung let out a breath. You frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. Completely an independent person. He sees himself as an older brother protecting his younger sister. Try to make yourself more mature. Stronger. Yup. Chong-U heard that and looked down sadly. She slowly spoke up. In the past, I also found someone who had intelligence with him. Find out the true thoughts in its heart. From then on, the drug was controlled, but Chong-U raised his face. Looked straight at Rim Woon-pung as he said. It's not like he wants to pretend to be an older brother to escape. But really sees himself as the older brother protecting his younger sister. Talking about that, her eyes became sad again. Asked in a low voice. Even he couldn't figure it out. Rim Woon-pung's mind appeared with magic spells. He calmly replied to someone with 6 ears, eyes, nose, and tongue. It's only the first level of mind that can understand the meaning. He thought for a moment and then continued. Can be used to steal intelligence. But want to handle this kind of situation is not yet possible. Rim Woon-pung's face suddenly changed. He made a decision. Then go down one more floor. Yup. Chong-U asked again in surprise. Go down one more floor. Rim Woon-pung raised his voice seriously. Going down one more floor is when the mind moves. When 10,000 thoughts give birth to the Buddha family. That is the taste of Muna consciousness. The 7th form of Confucianism is called when the mind arises. Rim Woon-pung turned around to continue explaining. With its mind, people can reach quite a bit of understanding. But there are not many people who can come to the moment when the mind arises. After speaking, he immediately meditated in the air. Rim Woon-pung clasped his hands together. Small flashing lights appeared around him. He chanted in his head. It's the 2nd level of the sect that visits the first thought. As soon as he finished speaking, it was right in the middle of his forehead. Immediately there was a flash of light. That light was released and flew straight forward. The light continued straight through the wall in the room. It moved to the living room door opposite. And that light was aiming straight towards where Chong-U's child was sitting. It immediately flew into the middle of his forehead. Chong-U's child suddenly shivered. He looked around, without understanding what just happened. In the dim darkness appeared a bright light. Rim Woon-pung stood alone. Observe the bubbles, filled with the thoughts of Chong-U's son. He is searching for that important piece of his soul. And told myself that when my mind started snapping my fingers, I asked for 400. Can observe the cause of floating. Rim Woon-pung's mind. Among the thoughts in Chong-U's son's head, he suddenly saw a slightly different bubble. Inside was Chong-U's son sitting alone in contemplation. In his head there was a stream of negative thoughts. I'm so weak, I want to become strong. I want to be strong. Rim Woon-pung is silent and doesn't speak up. Keep turning to see other bubbles. Another bubble appears. Image of Chong-U's son holding his head and screaming loudly. Why don't you come back yet? If it were him, he definitely wouldn't be like that. I have to be like you to be able to protect my sister. Another bubble. This time it's the image of him rubbing his chin in thought. Can Seong-jon be enticed? Not from my mother. I still have myself. No one is truly kind to their sister. I can't be weak. Rim Woon-pung mused. Look at those floating pieces of soul. In those hundreds of soul ideas. Everything has the reputation of self-blame. Rim Woon-pung sighed softly. It was all about protecting his sister. Rim Woon-pung suddenly hugged his left chest. He frowned slightly, thinking, damn, it made Bonjon's heart ache. What did this baby go through? He stood quietly among those bubbles. Suddenly he saw a pink bubble. Very special compared to other fruits. He gradually moved closer to it to see. Inside was the sight of a very young girl. His legs are cuffed. His face is facing his knees. He is sitting in a corner. Rim Woon-pung was extremely surprised when he saw it. His eyes widened. The little girl inside was wearing a torn shirt. His dark eyes still held a few tears. She spoke tremblingly. I saved you, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. Rim Woon-pung couldn't hold back. Raise your hand to touch the ball. Who would have thought that he hadn't had time to touch it yet? Surrounding bubbles competed with each other to expand. Each fruit getting bigger and bigger. Prepare to cover your whole body. Rim Woon-pung made him very panicked. The bubbles were quickly getting closer together. Seems to protect that purple ball. In the air, the voice of Chong-U's son rang out. I have to protect my sister. What should I do to protect my sister? What should I do? Those bubbles kept receding from Rim Woon-pung's sight. In Yok Chong-U's room right now, she was still looking intently at Rim Woon-pung. Eyes closed, concentrating hard. Suddenly Rim Woon-pung's eyes opened wide. He looked blankly at Yok Chong-U. She was also startled when she saw that he had regained consciousness. She stammered nervously and asked, did you find anything? Rim Woon-pung's face became serious at this time. He made his prediction. Perhaps it's the inner strength of a child. Calling on those who want to protect it. New personality is formed now. Want to be able to protect myself at any time. He clenched his palm. Was trembling with anger. Talk worth dying for. What did they go through? Hear Rim Woon-pung say that. Yok Chong-U's eyes immediately filled with tears. She bowed her face sadly and answered. I've been investigating for years now but have no clue. Son and daughter. He also refused to open his mouth to talk to us. What happened in the end? Rim Woon-pung seems to have run out of options. He sighed softly and replied that it still wouldn't work. I can only speculate what the cause was. At this moment Chong-U's tears were rolling down his cheeks. She spoke clearly in a low voice. I know my daughter is suffering like that. I didn't dare show concern in front of him. I told myself that I must be resilient. Must let her child feel safe. The more she talked, the more she cried. She blames herself and I'm so sorry. Why was he careless at that time? I really hope the other party will aim at me. Why do you have to hurt your child? Rim Woon-pung is heartbroken. Looked at her crying pitifully. People trembling. For trying to suppress it. Tears were flowing non-stop. He frowned and looked down. His face turned dark. Rim Woon-pung patted her shoulder to comfort her. Yok Chong-U looked up at him. Scared and asked again. Is there no way? Rim Woon-pung's face suddenly stiffened. Said seriously. It has another layer of mind power that can know everything. Hearing that, Yok Chong-U opened her eyes wide in surprise and looked at him. She asked suspiciously, why don't you use it? Rim Woon-pung let out a breath. Look far ahead, calmly replied. The next step is the aligote consciousness that Buddha said is the basis of the mind. He hesitated to continue. Because of basic mentality, Rim Woon-pung puts his hands behind his back. Implicitly said, compared to the seventh floor when the mind arises. This place hides boundless and endless things. Want to maintain this situation without contact. Need someone with a calm mind. Enter the base of non-perception and non-perception. Need someone with very high concentration. He bowed his head and continued to speak softly. Although I can enter this scene. But I constantly fight against hegemonic ideas. If forced entry. Afraid of harming its original spirit. Yok Chong-U looked at him and asked again what to do. He heard her ask and quickly answered. There is only one person in this world who can enter this scene. She thought of a white-haired woman. Said the blue crane bracelet dangling in his hand. Jungnyeom Sanmun's Pyong Hazem. Rim Woon-pung was surprised to hear what she said. She knows her. Suddenly Chong-Yu sighed and slowly replied to him. Pyong Hazem of Jungnyeom Sanmun Buddhist Holy Land. Who doesn't know? I have been looking for her for years. But she moves secretly. The dragon god sees the head but does not see the tail. I couldn't find her trace forever. Woon Peng heard that and immediately looked away. Extremely shady. He raised his hand to scratch his cheek and told the truth. Actually, I have a way to find her. She heard him say that and immediately spoke loudly. What did you say? Why didn't you say it sooner? He was sweating nervously, not daring to look at her and thinking to himself. It's so awkward that it reminds me of an old story. Not daring to reminisce. Woon Peng confusedly scratched his face and replied no. Nothing happened. Why do I have to go find her? She rushed forward and roughly grabbed his hand. Chong Yu just pulled him away. Just saying that loudly, why would you lead me to find her? We at Yup Ga have just finished building the system of thousands of divine actions. In Shinju you can go anywhere. He was pulled by her and said loudly. Wait a minute, wait. She turned around in annoyance and asked why again. When she looked again she was surprised, realizing she was holding Woon Peng's hand. Chong Yu shyly took her hand away from him. Woon Peng also just smiled and said nothing. Chong Yu said, running his hand through his hair. Don't you want to cure your daughter soon? He sighed and said of course he wanted to. Wait for me to contact her a bit. She turned around in surprise and asked how to contact her. He raised his hand to his face and looked up at the sky. Stammering at me. She and I have some unspeakable ways of communicating. In general, wait a minute. Chong Yu frowned and struggled to say how to contact. Can't say you guys. I heard it and put my hand on my forehead speechless. Woon Peng turned in the other direction and clasped his hands together. Makes Chong Yu extremely uncomfortable. He closes his eyes thinking about the spirit of destiny. Woon Peng closes his eyes and uses telepathy to call people. Pyong Hazem, are you there? I just finished calling and there was a silly answer, Seong John. Finally have time to find me. Woon Peng heard her say that and immediately answered awkwardly. We have a similar matter. After hearing this, the other party quickly responded to me. At Yak Wang Gok Seong John come. After talking to Hazem he turned around and said. She's in Yak Wang Gok. Let's go. The girl standing on the lotus appeared. Hazem was happy when he saw this scene. Shedding tears, she felt somewhat comforted. She crossed her arms and turned away with difficulty. Chong Yu said, if it's Songjohn's unspeakable acquaintance, it's not convenient for me to go. She replied that immediately made him freeze and say oh. An hour passed. Chong Yu coldly walked past him, went straight to the desk and clicked something. She quickly knocked loudly. Very quickly a very big blue door leading somewhere opened. She pointed at the door and told Seong John to go quickly. He walked to the door then turned around and said okay. I will be back soon. Finish the sentence. He immediately entered that door and then gradually disappeared. Yak Wang Gok. Here the warm sunshine shines everywhere. Woon Peng walked out of the door. He just walked out and didn't know what he saw. But open your eyes wide. The front of the conference to start a business with a lot of people. Who is here? He stood behind everyone and looked for a moment and thought. Long time no go to Yak Wang Gok. Why is it so noisy? Suddenly there was a loud scream up ahead. Crowd get out. Can't you see our Noga wants to see a doctor? The scream came from a tall man. Standing in front of a palanquin. Above there is a man sitting. He is wearing yellow clothes. Wearing a big hat makes him look old. His facial expression was not pleasant at all. Probably Noga was mentioned just now. A brown-haired man in the crowd. Pointing at the bald guy's face. Speak up. How can you jump in line? There is a queue for this place. He smirked and scratched his ear as he spoke. Just common people. You guys also dare to say line up with the owner of my house. Everyone heard that. Immediately got angry and shouted at us. Because the queue for medical treatment is very long. Everyone rules. He didn't avoid it after hearing it. He even pointed his finger at the crowd and said sarcastically. That rule is for cowards. Do you know who the owner of my house is? Even if no Yar beats you to death. No need to take responsibility. Finished speaking and flexed his biceps. The rocks began to cover his entire arm. Get away from me, he used his arm covered by the rocks. Rushed into the crowd. Scared everyone. Everyone instinctively raised their hands. Avoid his deadly punch. Woon Peng stood there watching the scene before his eyes. Talk nonsense about me. Around him, everything turns blue. Time stopped at that moment. The punch to the people's face also stopped. Unable to move. He moved closer to him step by step. With everyone standing still, Woon Peng raised his fist in front of his face. With extremely cold eyes looking at him, he used 2 fingers to lightly touch his arm. Woon Peng's leg suddenly emitted yellow light. The wind also began to blow. From where he stood, countless yellow-orange circles radiated, spread even to Noga's palanquin. Woon Peng then went straight into the house in front of him, lifted the curtain and went inside. Everything outside remained still and motionless, never wavered. Suddenly everything returned to normal. People were still raising their hands to shield themselves. His mouth opened wide in fear. Then suddenly this person was bewildered, no longer looking as scared as before. The scoundrel also looked down. My arm is no longer covered by stone. Instead, it was bent very strangely. Him, after seeing his arm like that, immediately shouted, "What's wrong with my arm?" Noga sits on a palanquin. See the recent scenes. Also spoke loudly and rudely. Who dares to cause trouble? Suddenly the palanquin shook violently, causing him to look around. Don't know what's going on. The beautiful people carrying the palanquin is moving elsewhere. Turn around and leave here. On them, also emitted a strange yellow light at the same time. He sat up there angrily shouting, "What are you doing?" And the beauties below. His head was spinning. Perhaps he was hypnotized. Noga sits above, still angry and screaming, "I have to fire you." Everyone here is also extremely confused. Look at the palanquin slowly going away. This side of the house that Woon Peng just entered, the curtain was blown by the wind. Inside there was a girl sitting under the bed. The surroundings emit blue light. And the girl on the bed, it's also surrounded by that strange light. Floating in the air, Yun Sim sat chanting a spell to treat a girl's injury. Wound on the girl's stomach, incised and fixed with needles. The injured girl's whole body was floating in the air. Yun Sim closed her eyes and concentrated on chanting the spell. The surrounding area emits a blue light aura. Suddenly from the wound, a knife is pinned. A white mass of flesh the size of an egg. The knife and the piece of meat flew out, leaving a little blood behind. The meat block was placed in the surgical tray. After throwing the meat block into the tray, the knife returned to hover in front of Yun Sim. Yun Sim stood up. She sighed and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She came closer. The injured girl was lying on the bed, while Yun Sim was still wiping sweat from her forehead. A voice rang out from behind. "Long time no see here. When did it get so noisy?" Yun Sim turned around to see who was coming. Yun Sim was happy. She asked why he came so quickly. Rim Woon Peng replied gently. He came to find Pyong Hazem for work. He asked where she was. Yun Sim smiled and wiped. Sweat is flowing on his forehead. She said Hazem in Wang Gok. She told him to go find Hazem. Rim Woon Peng asked in surprise. "Your Kwangok's rules. Isn't it a lack of customers? You said you haven't seen many people in a year." Then he asked why there was such a scene now. Yun Sim stood up. She happily explained because she is a good doctor. If every day we can save more people, all rules can be broken. She said since she met him, people understand this principle. Rim Woon Peng patted Yun Sim's head. He said she had a hard time. Then he asked why there were 2 lines outside. Yun Sim exhaled. Her face was a little red. Yun Sim said people normally come here for treatment. There will be people who will borrow the name of healing to confess his love to her, no matter how she refused. It was useless. As she spoke, she recalled the scene. The boys brought flowers to confess their love to her. Yun Sim continued because it improves treatment efficiency. She told them, "If you want to confess your love, you are not allowed to jump in line. Line up another line. If she has free time, it's their turn to be surprised." Rim Woon Peng, "I said this. These people are really stubborn." Yun Sim pouted and said angrily, "These people, everyone had an animal smell, are not sincere. Look at her face. I don't understand why she said she likes her." Rim Woon Peng coldly told him to help her solve the problem. Then he told her to continue examining the doctor. Heard Rim Woon Peng say that. Yun Sim happily hugged his arm. "You said yes. It's really a big trouble for you." Rim Woon Peng lovingly tapped Yun Sim's forehead. He said that since she met him, she has had no rules. When Yun Sim heard him say that, she immediately stuck out her tongue and teased. Then Rim Woon Peng waved goodbye to Yun Sim. He told her to continue examining the doctor. The front yard was still crowded with people gathering. They lined up in 2 neat rows waiting for their turn. A guy holding a bright bouquet of flowers. He gently smelled the scent from the bouquet of flowers. Before and behind the guy holding the bouquet were other guys. Everyone is holding a bouquet of flowers and is adjusting his appearance. This time the line of people holding flowers suddenly felt something unusual in his body. The boys holding flowers were in a commotion. They were noisily saying, "What is this? Why do their feet move on their own?" Row of people holding flowers. Turn around in the opposite direction. Everyone was confused. Shouted loudly asking if a spiritual force did it. Then a line of people holding flowers. Run in the opposite direction from the treatment room. Someone tried to speak behind Yun Sim. "Please don't." This group of people run non-stop away, leaving behind only a cloud of dust. And the voice echoed, "I will come back." At the entrance of Yak Wang Gok, dense smoke blanketed the scene in front of us. Only saw birds flying high above, along with the blurry trees in the distance. Rim Woon Pung stood with his hands behind his back, standing in the mist. I think Yak Wang Gok is one of the 5 great secret scenes of Shinju. If there is no one in the cup, just enter the cup at will. We'll definitely get lost in it. He thought there was only one way to die. The mystery still hasn't been solved yet. Rim Woon Pung cautiously steps forward. Rim Woon Pung's figure, fading more and more amidst the mist. The scenery of Yak Wang Gok, always engulfed in thick fog. Unable to clearly observe the surrounding scenery, Rim Woon Pung still calmly walked in the mist. He didn't say a word, just quietly moving forward. Rim Woon Pung reached a small river. The river has also become more open. Mountains can be seen ahead. Right next to the river there is a peach tree blooming bright red flowers. Right under the peach tree, there is a long-haired girl sitting on a stone bench. She was quietly looking towards the river. "No need to turn back." The girl gently said, "Seong John, you're here." Rim Woon Pung shyly scratched his face. He remained silent and did not respond. I think about this world. She is also the only person he dares not face the most. He slowly walked next to the stone table, where the girl was sitting. He quietly sat down on the stone bench opposite, facing the girl. He worriedly had a drop of sweat on his face. Quietly observed the girl in front of Pyong Hazem gently. She said nothing, just letting his mind follow the scene before his eyes. At this moment, Rim Woon Pung shyly broke the silent atmosphere. He hesitantly said to me, not letting Rim Woon Pung finish his sentence. Pyong Hazem is gentle, holding up a seed in a plate. Pyong Hazem holding up a seed in front of Rim Woon Pung. He was surprised and didn't know what she was planning to do. Pyong Hazem gently dropped the seeds on the ground. The seeds lay on the ground. Then the seeds began to sprout, and very quickly grow young shoots. Young shoots also quickly separate. The first 2 saplings stood up straight. The saplings began to grow very quickly. The 2 young leaves also gradually get bigger. The tree also grew taller. Then very quickly the tree grew up and quickly flowered and bore fruit. A very large watermelon is formed. The watermelon, after ripening, automatically moved to the middle of the stone table. Bik Hai Tong gently said, "Long time no see. Why is Seong John still so restrictive with her?" As she spoke, she used her hand to flick it. Watermelon is cut into pieces. Then she continued speaking. "How scary is she? Only for Seong John to give birth to an idea. Don't dare face her like that." Very fast and neat. Watermelon cut into beautiful pieces. Rim Woon Pung is shy. He thought worriedly. Il Lion Jaksang method is correct. Nothing can be hidden from her. Pyong Hazem lowered her eyes and said, "Seong John no longer owes her anything. Everything is your decision." Heard Pyong Hazem say that. Rim Woon Pung scratched. He avoided it, not daring to look straight. She shyly said, "If it was Il Lion Jaksang, why can't he feel what she thinks?" Pyong Hazem gently said that was not the case. As she spoke, she held a piece of watermelon and brought it towards him. Pyong Hazem said, "She just has no thoughts in her heart. At the moment of birth, the legend is called Seong John. And she just said what she thought honestly. Don't mean anything else." Rim Woon Pung also slowly raised his hand, receiving a piece of watermelon from Pyong Hazem's hand. Pyong Hazem continued, "Like now, she and Seong John reunited and were happy. Seong John of course could also feel." Rim Woon Pung looking at the watermelon in his hand. He gently smiled. Rim Woon-pung took a bite of watermelon. He chewed slowly. After taking the first bite, Rim Woon-pung looked at the watermelon. He was surprised and asked what this was. So delicious, so sweet. Pyong Hazem said, "This is the second kid in the cup. Found in a hidden place. Seems like 500 years ago. Relics from when Zhebiop was not yet born." She continued, "There was a genetic word for watermelon bones." Rim Woon-pung looked back and forth as he asked the kid, "What kid is in this cup? When is there a kid?" Pyong Hazem gently pointed forward. Rim Woon-pung just ate a watermelon. Just looked in the direction of Pyong Hazem's finger. He glanced behind his back. Suddenly there was a father's voice behind Rim Woon-pung's back. "Why are you here? I just heard such a voice." He immediately spit out the watermelon in his mouth. Eyes widened in panic and sweat. However, at this time Rim Woon-pung's watermelon seed spewed out, flying straight towards Pyong Hazem. Very fast, Rim Woon-pung shouted loudly. "Chankan mantra, I am determined," he said nervously. After Rim Woon-pung's chant, 3 watermelon seeds stopped right in front of Pyong Hazem, and she remained calm, smiling as if nothing happened. In a romantic space, flower petals falling in the wind, Pyong Hazem and Rim Woon-pung sat facing each other. The two fell into silence again. This time Rim Woon-pung slowly came to his senses. "Turn your head back to look." Looking at him worriedly, Rim Woon-pung turned his head back with wide, worried eyes. Sweat poured down like a shower on his face. Behind Rim Woon-pung there was a long-haired girl. The little girl laughed and ran towards him very happily. Too scared and worried, Rim Woon-pung returned. He quickly moved forward and bowed his head. His eyes avoided and sweat started pouring down his face. Woon-pung shook his head furiously. He couldn't believe what he just heard. He was sweating profusely, trying to calm himself down. Calm, calm, calm. It was so sudden and without any preparation. But Bon Jon, we have faced these shocks continuously. So I'm used to it, so I have to. Calm down, can't cry, can't cry. After saying that, he took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then Woon-pung cautiously looked up at Hazem. He saw her only smiling gently. Then he was a little confused in his heart. He immediately used dispelling magic on her. Hazem, after being hit by Woon-pung's dispelling magic, then looked around bewilderedly. She didn't know what just happened. Then she acted normal, as if nothing had happened. She picked up a piece of watermelon to eat. Hazem suddenly stopped. She let go of the watermelon, then saw it floating in the air. It seemed like Hazem had noticed. Woon-pung used dispelling magic on himself. She said, smiling, "This is the unique subject of our universe. What is Song Jon's intention? Truly a great skill that has never been seen before." Woon-pung looked at her and laughed. Then he pointed at the baby behind him. Asked what this was all about. Hazem replied calmly, "That baby's name is Ryon Seng, the daughter of the two of them." Woon-pung's sweat poured out like a stream. He smiled foolishly and said the reason was more interesting. "Can we accept it now? But I want to know what this is all about." Hazem knows. These past few days he has not stopped meeting his children. So she felt, "You have to adapt to this a bit. Right?" Hazem created a lotus flower. She slightly tilted her head to look at Il Lion Jacksang. "Why have I never told you?" Woon-pung confusedly said she knew better than him. But only she knows what he is thinking. But he didn't know what she was thinking. Suddenly everything became quiet. Hazem pondered for a moment, then started recounting everything. 7 years ago, Shinju still classifies the forces that have many plans. There is no more faith left. Today unite, tomorrow betray. Next to Woon-pung, brothers of the same mind as you. Good comrades constantly fight to the death. In the end there is no one left alive. There's only you left, alone in that cruel world. The road ahead is as black as eternity. Woon-pung was also exhausted. He cried in pain. Everyone you love are no longer in this world. Woon-pung gritted his teeth. The hatred in his heart was piling up more and more. So we can only. You stagger away. A black aura gradually appeared around him. Suddenly it flared up. Woon-pung had turned black. His eyes turned red. The resentment in his body radiated continuously. Woon-pung screamed fiercely, then he uttered the word kill. The sky turned red. A strong flow of demonic energy, radiating from Woon-pung's body, then jumped into the sky. He wanted to kill all those who created trouble in the world. Kill all those who betray their faith. Kill everyone to divide the country. Kill everyone with evil thoughts. Woon Peng has now turned into a demon. In his mind, he only intended to kill everyone. Woon Peng that day because he was completely demonized. Is the true God Slayer Gu Ju? How many evil thoughts do people have in their hearts? Can't kill it all. Kill without killing, from south to north, from east to west. Accept all. The more Woon Peng kills, the more desperate he becomes. The more desperate you become, the deeper you become possessed. Until one day, when Woon Peng was standing at the edge of the mountain, staring into nothingness, he suddenly felt it, a very powerful source of magic power. The girl standing on the lotus appeared. The two people silently looked at each other. Suddenly Woon Peng spoke up. Zheng Nyom San Mun Pyong Hazem. What are you doing here? Hazem answered me so gently that Woon Peng's resentment suddenly wavered. He said, annoyed, those who recite the hidden Dharma will go to the world to find Buddha. What does this world have to do with you? I don't need your help. Hazem slowly approaches Woon Peng. Every time she walks, then a brilliant lotus flower appeared. Hazem came in front of him and said coldly, now Shinju has become one place. Everyone wants to destroy you. The hatred in the world is all within you. Is this the Shinju you want to unify? Woon Peng ignored what she said. He felt that she was not the person he should kill, then chased her away. Hazem still asked slowly, if she wasn't the person he should kill, then you go or not? No difference. Woon Peng immediately pointed his sword at Hazem. She is calm, turning to look at the sword next to his neck. Woon Peng said coldly, if she doesn't go then he will kill her. But Hazem doesn't care what he just said. She moved closer to him again. Woon Peng panicked when he saw her still moving towards him. Shouted she didn't even get out. Do you want to die and waste a lifetime of practice? Hazem, stop. She replied coldly. He thought that the common man had become a demon. Am I willing to give up my Buddhahood for you? At this time, Woon Peng's magic energy began to become chaotic. He said she was talking nonsense. His purpose in killing was not for the world, but for revenge. Hazem smiled. She opened her arms and approached him. Then you kill me. Woon Peng saw that and backed away in fear. Hazem immediately hugged him. Then she gave him a kiss. Woon Peng didn't understand what just happened. Then Hazem used the mind-saving magic technique Il Lion Jaksang. Immediately a lotus flower appeared. It shined brightly, illuminating all over Shinju. Woon Peng struggled to escape but failed. Suddenly Woon Peng's eyes opened wide with demonic energy. There was a flash in his eyes. It kept pouring out and then breaking into pieces. Woon Peng finally regained his humanity. He remembered what he had done. When it turns black, you cry in pain. Tears kept flowing. Then Woon Peng fainted. Hazem silently looked at him. An indescribable feeling appeared in her heart. Returning to the present, after listening to Hazem tell the story clearly, Woon Peng nodded. Then he stammered and asked, no. Maybe just one kiss. It's still there. Hazem just remembered that she had something she had never told him. Then she began to explain that day he lost all his magic. No more vitality. So if you don't get treatment, you will definitely die. So Hazem brought you to Yak Wang Gok. Find Yun Sim for help. Woon Peng now understood the reason why when he woke up, he was in Yun Sim's medicine furnace again. A moment later he shyly asked Hazem, after taking him to Yun Sim, then what did she do to you? Hazem immediately said, after Il Lion Jaksang, two people already. A single-minded parents. Under Yun Sim's protection, she used the highest secret technique of Bonjong with Mr. Il Lion Jaksang. Although this process is very dangerous, but as a result, Woon Peng has regenerated his body and mind, coincidentally reaching this invincible realm. Woon Peng suddenly became silent. He frowned and thought about something for a long time. A moment later Woon Peng mustered up the courage to ask Hazem, why didn't she bring Ryan Seng to find him, even though she already knew you were her father? Hazem paused for a moment and then replied, it's not that he doesn't want to, it's that he can't. Woon Peng asked hesitantly, are you worried about her safety? Hazem immediately shook her head. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. She said, looking into nothingness, it can only live another year. Woon Peng saw Hazem said, Ryan Seng can only live another year. Was very panicked. His heart is in complete chaos right now. Hazem sadly said she planned to wait another half a year. If her situation doesn't improve, Then she will take her to see all over the world. By the way, I'll go look for you. Woon Peng couldn't hold it in anymore. He was angry, banged his hand on the table and asked what this was all about. Hazem sighed. She dejectedly explained Ryeonsang's strange congenital illness. Once there is a wound, the blood will not stop flowing. So I took him to Yak Wang Gok. Find Yun Sim for treatment. In the pharmacopoeia it says, this disease is called absolute lie. There is currently no cure. When menstruation comes, the blood will flow until death. Woon Peng clenched his fists. He turned to look at Ryeonsang. Saw her smiling, happy face. When he first met his father, made him feel sorry for him. Woon Peng hesitantly asked Hazem, even Yun Sim, is there no way to cure her? Hazem shook his head. She and I tried to find a way to rescue her but there was nothing. In the middle there is heartache and paralysis. This baby didn't make a single cry of pain. After that, tears flowed down her beautiful face. I know it's scary, I'm worried. Woon Peng sees that. Tears couldn't help but flow out. He understood the feeling of helplessness. Can't do anything for my child. When he got sick, Hazem, Woon Peng immediately regained his composure. He bent down and wiped his tears, trying to look strong. What the most annoying of Il Lion Jacksang. It was obvious she was crying. But it makes a man like me feel it too. Hazem smiled faintly. She asked him if that was the case. Woon Peng could understand how she felt right now. He clenched his fists. Suddenly he stood up and loudly declared, the divine physician of the western region, the north, the south, the east, and the sea. I will find it all again. If anyone is not an amputee, I will kill them too. Then he turned back to look at Ryeonsang and said now. Woon Peng didn't have time to finish his sentence. Hazem told you to give her a quick hug now. Woon Peng immediately dispelled the universe I decided. Spacetime started working again. Ryeonsang happily ran towards Woon Peng. Dad, why did you come to visit me? Ryeonsang missed you so much. He immediately sat down. He opened his arms and waited for her to run over to hug him. Woon Peng smiled affectionately at Ryeonsang. He used magic to dissolve all the golden organs, so as not to hurt the baby. He kept telling himself not to use force. Must be gentle, must be gentle. Then a yellow aura appeared and slowly disappeared. Woon Peng hugged Ryeonsang in his arms. She was extremely happy, because in the end, he also met the father he always admired. Woon Peng gently stroked his hair. Of Ryeonsang, he couldn't help but feel emotional. I'm sorry, father, for making you wait so long. Hazem was happy when he saw this scene. Shedding tears, she felt somewhat comforted. The extremely warm scene of family reunion. But Hazem often longs for children. I will experience it. Now it has come true. After confiding in each other for a while, Woon Peng and his son started playing together. Ryeonsang said she wanted to try horseback riding. I've wanted to try it for a long time. Woon Peng immediately agreed. Ryeonsang wanted Woon Peng to take her to the sky. He also did not refuse. No problem holding my head tight. Hazem down below admiring the scenery. Two players have fun. It's been a long time since she saw her so happy. Suddenly Ryeonsang asked Woon Peng. You can pick a star for her. Can it be like Chon Chon? Woon Peng was very surprised. He asked gently, why does she know that? Ryeonsang just giggled and said yes. She saw Woon Peng and didn't understand anything. He turned to ask Hazem what this was all about. Hazem said smiling, God is so wonderful when he takes something away. We'll give something back. This baby has understood things since the beginning. Don't leave the house. But being able to know things about people. Woon Peng is very surprising. Isn't this the whole situation? Hazem immediately rejected his opinion. Not all. The difference is so big that it can be said to be the whole city. She said the child can't leave the house. But you can see the world. That's why she really admires Woon Peng. It can be said that she is usually by his side. This time Woon Peng carried Ryeonsang on his neck and sat down. He smiled and looked up at the girl and asked, really? Ryeonsang with an innocent look on his face. Raise your hand high and say yes. I think Dad is very handsome. Immobilizing Myung Wang is so cool. The bad guys who bullied Mus Chon Chon were all beaten away. Hearing the little girl say that, Woon Peng was extremely happy. His insides were blooming. Her face was delighted when she was complimented. Yet Woon Peng thought to himself, I'm exhausted and then I lose my temper. Why are children praising him like that? Little Ryan Seng touched Woonpung's hair and asked. You can use that Myung Wang immobilizer. Can you help me catch birds? Woonpung didn't hesitate and replied no problem. The two were playing happily. Pyong Hazem is Ryan Sang's mother. Immediately walked over to talk to Woonpung. I play with my child first. I went to Yupgar. Let's see if there's any progress and I'll let you know. Hearing that, Rim Woonpung also agreed. Then replied, if that's the case then I'm bothering you. Ryan Seng heard his mother talking about Yupgar. Then his eyes lit up. Gently told my mother, Mom must definitely cure her sister Yupgar. Pyong Hazem extremely pampers her little daughter. Gently placed his hand on the baby's leg and smiled and said yes. Go play with dad. Scenery with peaceful atmosphere. Warm and gentle of a family of 3. Extremely happy as it appeared. Then Rimwonpung's face was serious. Started using his magic, which creates a vortex, with small turquoise lightning bolts. Then slowly in front of the 3 people, a bright, endlessly deep vortex appeared. It seemed to be a teleportation vortex. Pyong Hazem slowly entered the vortex. In front of Woonpung father and son. Ryan Seng is a quick-witted girl. Waved to his mother. After Pyong Hazem left, Rim Woonpung carries Ryan Seng. Then lifted it up and happily said so. Let's start catching birds. Ryan Seng heard that and smiled from ear to ear and said yes dad. Take it lightly. Don't hurt that bird. Rim Woonpung with the gentleness of a person. Father appeared in his eyes. Replied slowly. Clear blue sky, with clouds flying around the mountain in the distance. A flock of small birds hurriedly flew away to receive the cool air. Yun Sim was happily walking in the forest. Step by step, Yun Sim happily walked in the shady forest. Suddenly she felt something unusual was happening. Yun Sim's eyes seemed to be shocked. Yun Sim's head looked like there was some giant object. Cover for a while. On top of that object there was an extremely large shadow. But also surprisingly strange. Yun Sim looked up. It turns out it was Rim Woonpung holding Ryan Seng. And control the giant Myung Wang. The whole person radiated a bright golden aura. Rim Woonpung happily pointed forward and shouted loudly. Myung Wang only drew. Myung Wang's giant arm works together under Woonpung. But immediately stretched forward. Giant hands. Under Woonpung's control slowly. Gently approach the little bird flying. And also gently touch and catch the bird. By magic. Help birds not get hurt. Seeing that Ryan Seng happily shouted. So cool. Yun Sim realized that. Rim Woonpung and Ryan Seng shouted loudly. Causing Woonpung and Ryan Seng to look back. Pung Daehyong, you haven't left yet. Then stay for dinner. Receive such an invitation. Woonpung had no intention of refusing but quickly spoke. Haven't tasted Yun Sim's skills in a long time. Then Rim Woonpung carried Ryan Seng and slowly landed on the ground. Standing in front of Yun Sim. Ryan Seng still used his hand to hold the circle just now. To cover the bird, Ryan Seng's feet gently touched the ground. The girl's eyes lit up. Ryan Seng, beautiful under the sunlight, said to Yun Sim, Auntie Yun Sim, come back and see the bird that dad caught. Yun Sim happily trotted closer and told her aunt to take a look. Go see. Rim Woonpung reached out his hand to the little bird. Parked there, Ryan Seng smiled happily from ear to ear. Yun Sim sitting next to her was no less happy. Sparkling eyes complimented the bird. So cute. I'm happy to see that. Looking at Yun Sim and Ryan Seng enjoying the bird. Woonpung just said Yun Sim. How old are you? It's just like a baby. Yun Sim felt uncomfortable being teased. Immediately turned around and said angrily. Everyone is a mother. Not a kid anymore. Yun Sim standing next to him shouted in agreement. That's right. Aunt Yun Sim is also a super good mother. Very nice to Juk Opa. Rim Woonpung heard Yun Sim has a baby. Was extremely surprising. Immediately asked me when I became a mother. Even if you have children. You won't say a word to him. I wrapped lucky money for you. Yun Sim heard about lucky money. His face was blank and confused so he asked Woonpung again. What is lucky money? Rim Woonpung started to explain. Said with a serious face. This is an external custom. Congratulations friends on having a baby. Woonpung continued. Yun Sim doesn't understand our children these things. Listen here. Yun Sim seemed very happy to hear that. His face smiled slightly. Suddenly there was a noise coming from behind him. Ryon Seng and Yun Sim, causing both of them to startle. Woon Pung and realize something. Then all three of them turned their eyes towards the source of the sound. Suspiciously, before the three people's eyes, are clouds of smoke billowing out from Yun Sim's house. In the distance, Ryon Seng looked innocently and said Yongjuk. Yongjuk. Yun Sim saw that. She immediately rushed towards the house that was emitting smoke and shouted Juk Ya. A shadow appeared from nowhere behind the two of them. Yun Sim was still running in that direction. Suddenly she was surprised because she didn't know why. That shadow suddenly touched right in front of her eyes. Woon Pung suddenly appeared in his arms holding Juk Ya. There was a little smoke on the boy's face. The boy closed his eyes tightly in his arms. Yun Sim shouted Juk Ya. Then she ran back and asked Juk Ya with a panicked face. What's wrong, baby? Wake up quickly. Ryon Sang's face is also worried. Yongjuk, what's wrong? Woon Pung saw that both of them were panicking. Then he said, don't panic. It was just that he fainted in panic and was not injured. She was skeptical and asked again. Really? He saw her asking that and immediately replied. Blame the other brother for being a doctor. It's true that caring is chaotic. Hearing that, Yun Sim looked surprised. She pointed at her face in shock. That's right, I'm a doctor. Then you hold it. Took Jukya's hand to check his pulse. All three of them were silent. On one side, Yun Sim is checking his pulse. The other two are Ryon Seng and Woon Pung. Wait to see the situation. After checking the pulse, she immediately sat down on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. After that, she got angry and told him that she had told him a long time ago. Don't do those strange things anymore. It is just not listening. But Yongjuk is very powerful. The things that are made are very magical. There's no one outside. Ryon Seng sees that. Quickly responded. What are the beneficial effects? Can cure diseases and save lives. Why don't you follow me and study medicine well? She sat there and sighed. How can I continue to inherit Wang Gok? Woon Pung's facial expression was a bit surprised. Because the child in his arms. Juk Ya woke up. The first thing the boy said was, Cha Cha is here. He heard that and responded happily. That's right, I'm coming. Suddenly he was confused and looked at Juk Ya. Woon Pung jumping up, conveniently threw the boy into the air and then shouted. Yun Sim and Ryon Seng below. Looking at Juk Ya being thrown high in the air. Ryon Seng, the little girl, raised her hand and opened her beautiful little mouth in admiration. Too tall. Yun Sim looked stunned. Woon Pung, what are you doing? Woon Pung looked down at his hands and his face froze. Juk Ya was thrown into the air with a smiling face. Ha ha ha. So happy, so happy. Yun Sim worriedly and scaredly told Yong Pung to quickly take it. The guy next to me had a calm face. Don't be in a hurry. Immediately Woon Pung put the two together. His eyes glowed with a golden light that appeared around him. Raise your hands up high. He shouted loudly, theme tune. Immediately a long strip of light stretched straight up into the sky. It almost touched Jukya's body, which was about to fall down. Juk Ya fell freely. He laughed, ha ha, so soft. The boy was safe, full. Then sat up and grabbed the edge. Looking down, Juk Ya exclaimed, this is the Yak Wang Gok starry sky and land. It's so small, it's so small. Woon Pung and Yun Sim looked up below. She continued to be scared, but urged Yong Pung to quickly bring it down. He saw her looking so worried and insecure. Also responded in shock, okay. Above, Juk Ya called down, calling him Cha Cha. Finally the boy shouted loudly, I want to slide down. Can you make a slide? Seeing that, Woon Pung was scared and shouted loudly. Then he used his hands to create a slide around the strip of light extending up into the universe. The slide he made just went around and around. Slowly go up to the top where Juk Ya stands. Seeing that, the boy happily raised his hands. He happily laughed loudly, jumped down that glowing golden slide. Magnificent, this world is so magnificent. While sliding Juk Ya and shouting with excitement. Just a few laps the boy was almost to the ground, causing Woon Pung to hastily stretch out his hand to block it. Curious naughty boy, slid almost down. Seen below is Woon Pung with his arms outstretched. Juk Ya immediately told Dad to pick him up. Then the boy peacefully fell straight into his arms. Feeling like he still wanted to try that giant slide again. Juk Ya excitedly laughed and said, ha ha ha. It's so fun, Dad. One more time please. I still want to see the scenery in the sky. The kid Ryan Seng next to me also raced along. I also want to play. I also want to play. Rim Woon Pung saw that and didn't know how to refuse. As he spoke, he trembled in fear that the universe would reset. After speaking, all four people had a very strange feeling around them. Suddenly Rim Woon Pung grabbed Yeon Sim's hand, then helplessly pulled her away in surprise. Yeon Sim looked towards the crowd. Children are surprised. And what magic is this so magical? There are some spells of Rim Woon Pung. Split the space into two. On one side are Juk Ya and Ryan Seng. On one side are you and Yeon Sim. Juk Ya boy was happily flying. Floating in my space. Yeon Sim just left. Just wondered about Yong Pung while he was in the cup. Never used it. He replied, this is version A. Is when we fight outside and create things. Rim Woon Pung suddenly remembered something. He turned to Yeon Sim in discomfort and asked, now is the time to talk about this topic. What exactly is this? She still doesn't realize anything. Still happily replied, what's the matter? His child just called me dad. Rim Woon Pung pointed towards Juk Ya and said loudly. Hearing that, Yeon Sim shyly smiled and answered, that's right, I'm his father. Before he finished speaking, Rim Woon Pung raised his hand to signal. Stop and say worriedly, wait for me a bit. Making Yeon Sim widen her eyes and bewildered. Not understanding anything, Rim Woon Pung turned back in horror and hugged his head. He reassured himself. Dao Tam, calm down. Shouldn't you be used to being calm? Regardless of whether I remember or not. Anyway, I will definitely be turned into a tool. Take a deep breath. There's nothing to be too surprised about at this point. It's okay to clarify the cause. Woon Pung raised his face to the sky and forced a smile. He seemed to have calmed down. Immediately turned back to face Yeon Sim. Rim Woon Pung had accepted the truth. So what is the meaning of this? He asked. Why do we have children? You say Juk Ya, when Pyong Hazem came here looking for me. Let's help save him, just in time for you to solve it. Research on side effects of Jern Ya Guan. So by the way, I'll borrow it from you for a bit. Yeon Sim happily recounted it. Rim Woon Pung was surprised and couldn't believe his ears. Asked again confused. Why do you use me? Yeon Sim replied that in ancient times, there were farmers who tested herbs. Now that Yeon Sim is here, I took it upon myself to try medicine. Rim Woon Pung was even more surprised when he heard that. So much so that my face turned pale and I was afraid to ask you. You have given my consent. How could you treat me like that? Two children happily asked Woon Pung if it was okay. Dad. Okay Dad. A small cloud through Woon Pung's magic immediately turned into a huge cloud castle. She clasped her hands in a pleading manner and said Yong Pung. Yeon Sim to save women in the world from having children. Determined to take the test of medicine. Need a man to coordinate. But Yeon Sim has never left the cup. The only man I can meet is Yong Pung. Just borrow me for a bit. Just use a little. Saying this, she suddenly became shy. Then her eyes lit up again. Laughed very hard and said, if you don't agree then say so. Rim Woon Pung lying half naked on the bed resting. Next to it, there was also Yeon Sim standing guard. Yeon Sim was quite shy when faced with Rim Woon Pung at this time. While Rim Woon Pung still did not move at all. But Yeon Sim saw him silent and happily high-fived. Yong Pung, so you agree? Woon Pung finished listening to her story. Immediately stood still, not knowing what to say. He was trembling all over. Pointing at Yeon Sim, he was so scared that he stuttered. This is my brother. But she still happily ran over. Hugged Woon Pung. Luckily there is Yong Pung. Final. Only you can deal with the side effects of Jern Ya Guan. Heard Yup Eoni say the treatment effect was very good. Woon Pung could only hug his face and smile when he heard it. Suddenly I feel like I can help you. Completing such a great career. I have nothing more to say. I immediately pinched Yeon Sim's cheek, causing her a bit of pain and then blaming her. In the future, if something happens, you can't do that arbitrarily anymore. Can you hear me? Yeon Sim rubbing his sore cheek. But still not angry at all. Yeon Sim knew that Yeon Sim was very happy and had a little time with other people. Later, Hazem took Ryan Seng back to the cup. Also more bustling. Woon Pung heard that and immediately patted her head to comfort her. That's right, since my master passed away. I'm always alone in the cup. Rarely is it so bustling. But Yun Sim is still sad. But people feel so useless. Not only can Ryan Seng not be cured, Juk Ya also did not listen. Doing strange things is dissatisfying. Inheriting Yukwangok's medical skills. She hugged Wompung's arm lovingly. Yongpung, I'm Jukya's father. I also think of a way to help you. I just looked at Yun Sim without saying anything. Then took a long, troubled breath. Wompung's eyes looked far away. His mother always wanted him to learn the art of war. But he likes to play with swords and sticks and cause trouble. He continued. Later, he entered the martial arts path in that chaotic world, risking his life to kill with his mortal brothers. Just came out with this peaceful Shinju. Yun Sim didn't understand what Wompung meant. Yongpung, what do you want to say? Wompung gently patted her head. Although we are both first-time parents. But I'm not a tool. Fulfill the wishes of adults. Interest is the greatest teacher. Even though I don't know what you're doing. But if it could like that, I think we should support it wholeheartedly. Yun Sim worried. So what about Yukwangok's inheritance? He continued. If you broke Yukwangok's rules, the meaning has been opened. Ever thought about it? Open a medical school. Bring your bravery to heal and save people. Pass it on to more people. Yun Sim blushed a bit and was surprised by this. Wompung continued to persuade. The world was originally determined to be filled with destruction and waiting for prosperity. People sick from war need many good doctors. The imperial capital is building an imperial medical academy. Are you willing to become the director? She fell into deep thought. I really never thought about this. Are you really okay? Wompung put his hands on her shoulders as if to confirm. I feel like looking at Shinju. It only belongs to you. Yun Sim was still a little depressed. But then she hugged Wompung again. Yeah. I listened to Yongpung. You were a little embarrassed to say how loud. Isn't that embarrassing? Yun Sim asked again. Aren't your parents all like that? But Wompung is awkward. This probably isn't all like that. Right? Yun Sim smiled. So go play with the kids. I'll go make delicious food for you and the two children. Said, and she went inside, leaving Wompung outside with two children, including a boy named Juk Ya. Wompung stared at the boy. Suddenly the boy was carried by Wompung. And the other girl had also come closer at some point. He was surprised. Can I intend to solve? Two children happily asked Wompung if it was okay. Dad. Okay, Dad. But I can only answer to make you two happy. Said Wompung. Let the boy down. Then told the two kids, then let's start. Both Juk Ya and Ryan Seng shouted in unison, okay. Right away. Then Wompung ordered Van Shine. The sentence just ended. At the children's feet there was a cloud surrounding. This made him extremely excited. Wompung waved his arms in the wind. Immediately strong air currents appeared. Juk Ya and Ryan Seng was carried high by that cloud. Juk Ya found it hard to believe. Is this a dream? Wompung, lying on the grass, gently replied no. He continued. This trick was originally used to hide soldiers in the clouds. Used to surprise. But then Wompung became serious. Now I suddenly discovered it. Actually, it has many uses. Two children watched. He clasped his hands and began to cast the spell. The combined magic of forestry and forestry. Wompung's eyes lit up and he shouted loudly. Imagine the world. The cloud where Ryan Seng and Juk Ya are located immediately grew larger and then arranged into many layers. Some even formed into several pillars. Different sizes. Two children couldn't hide their curiosity when looking at how clouds form and move. A small cloud, through Wompung's magic, immediately turned into a huge cloud castle. Juk Ya and Ryan Seng shouted with bright eyes. A loud noise. He patted the heads of those two excited kids and went out to play. This place is all soft. Don't worry about getting hurt. Juk Ya rushed forward very quickly. It's great. It's great. It's great. Making Ryan Seng unable to chase after him. Waiting for you with Juk Ya. Ryan Seng happily playing the slide. And Juk Ya also having fun. These two kids jump up into the clouds. Enjoy this strange toy. The children were delighted and laughed loudly. The cloud is also close to where Yun Sim is standing. The noise was quite loud, making Yun Sim focus on cooking. Also pay attention. Wompung looked at Juk Ya and Ryan Seng playing and immediately thought. This is the scene, only in a peaceful world, that I and my brothers risked our lives to pursue. While the two kids were still playing over there, he was still deep in his thoughts. Once was the future of the world. Chaotic hatred. The darkness of this world begins to end from where I am. In the distance with the red flowers. Like adding beauty to that clear blue sky. Yun Sim has finished cooking the food and preparing the dinner table. For everyone. Colorful delicious dishes. Hot and waiting for someone to come and eat. Yun Sim called the other three back. Yongpeng Juk Ya Ryon Seng. Come eat quickly. From the clouds there's an echo coming here. A really long slide. From the big cloud to the ground. All three of them were happy. Enjoy this delightful softness. All three of them smiled brightly. Then all four of them sat down to eat together. Laughing together endlessly. From afar this scene looks very peaceful. Suddenly Juk Ya asked, "Are you the most powerful person in the world?" Yun Sim replied to Wumpeng's father, "He's super awesome, but my mother doesn't understand the outside world very well." Not sure. Ryon Seng continued, "Your mother used to talk about fighting and fighting. Father is the most dangerous. But other aspects are not so good. Especially in terms of interactions with girls. Absolutely one of the worst." Wumpeng heard Ryon Seng say, "One of the worst people like an arrow to the heart." His face immediately became gloomy. Yun Sim covered his mouth and giggled. That's right that. When Yongpeng woke up, they didn't dare talk to their aunt and sister. Hassam's face turned red. So stupid. Wumpeng covered his face in embarrassment. Don't mention the old embarrassing story. Okay. Juk Ya pulled Wumpeng's hand and asked, "Father, can you help us with something?" Wumpeng, answer me. Listen. Ryon Seng quickly get to the point. Mr. Juk Ya and his child discovered a secret location. Juk Ya describes more. There are a lot of seeds in there. And books filled with ancient texts. There is also a wall that glows. Ryon Seng confirmed that Juk Ya's words were true. That's right. That wall can talk too. All the magical things that Juk Ya did were learned from there. Wumpeng pondered. Ancient times during the war. In a few private places. We'll discover relics from 500 years ago. Are basically a number of large pillars. And some ancient texts. Until now no one understands. Unexpectedly, Yak Wang Gok also has it. However, Wumpeng felt something strange. Hearing the children's description, there seems to be a disagreement here. Juk Ya pulled Wumpeng's hand and kept begging his father. Can you save our good friend? This makes Wumpeng wonder who you are. Juk Ya explains. It is you who teach us ancient languages and writings. But she was imprisoned in a god's room. Can't get out. Yonsim's mother and aunt had no choice either. Ryon Seng, standing next to her with sparkling eyes, also pleaded. Dad is the most powerful person in this world. Dad, there must be a way. Right? See the children's expectations. Wumpeng had to agree to their request. Come on, let's go take a look. The two children cheered happily. That's great. Then they held hands together. Wumpeng, let's go quickly. Dad. The family scene between father and son was so warm and happy. A moment later, somewhere at the foot of the mountain, Wumpeng uses his hands. Feel the geological structure here. In front of him are two children. Innocently playing, running and jumping. Two familiar people quickly ran through a layer of barrier. Their figures slowly disappeared, leaving only layers of ripples on the cliff. Engrossed in observing the surroundings. Only now did Wumpeng realize the abnormality. He looked at the place where Juk Ya and Ryon Seng disappeared. Applying their power, destructive eye skill is activated. Orange light appeared on the eyes. The scene changed. The mouth of the cave suddenly appeared. He was surprised by the sight before him of a cave. I didn't expect there to be such a magical place in there. If not now, we can see all the delusions in the world. This place is definitely difficult to detect, you guys. How to find out? A series of questions appeared in Wumpeng's mind. Waited a long time but didn't see him come in. Juk Ya impatiently poked his head out and called his father to come in quickly. He responded. Wumpeng clasped his hands behind his back step by step forward. His silhouette also gradually faded behind the barrier layer. The dark teleportation space, like walking in the sky, then caught Wumpeng's eyes, is a corridor filled with futuristic science. Soft light on the ceiling illuminated every corner. Wumpeng kept walking along the hallway. There is not a single person here. Just here, each step stepping on the floor. Shiny as a mirror. He looked at the row of metal shelves on the right, with countless culture tubes maintaining activity. Hundreds of species of embryos. Right in front of your eyes is one labeled African elephant. The entire wall on the right is a place to store animal embryos. After a quick glance, he curiously turned to face the opposite direction. It turned out that there were plant seeds there. Each species is preserved separately. In the diamond-shaped crystal block walking through the corridor is the staircase leading down below. Rim Woon Pung walked and admired the large room with advanced technologies never heard of. At the end of the street, two kids tried to wave their hands here, father. Standing next to them was a blonde girl, wearing a tech suit with the main color being orange. Seeing someone appear again, he wondered if she was Juk Hyar, excitedly showing it off to him. Your father also thought this was a living person, right? Said that the boy used his hand to tap the girl's leg. Just heard the sound of metal clanging. Juk Hyar explained. This big sister always stands here without moving. Aunt Hazem said. This could be a human puppet that I've never seen before. Is a legacy of civilization before this era. Hours left. Without saying a word, Woon Pung starts up. Clairvoyance skill. 2 streams of light from the eyes swept straight to the robot girl. Thanks to the ability, the energy core in the middle of her chest slowly appeared. Her forehead appeared a cube with a strange pattern. He pondered. This is the human puppet art of previous civilizations. SAP's structure is completely different from what it is today. It doesn't have any soul attachment. The spirit transforms into a sensor to control the puppet's actions. Rim Woon Pung analyzes and draws conclusions. Rim Woon Pung walks around with his hands behind his back. Factory here, equipped with a lot of modern equipment. Suddenly he saw the bodies of 2 middle-aged people. Is inside the machine. Has a glass screen. The man was injured in the chest. Blood flowed out, staining a corner of the white shirt red. The woman held a small photo in her hand. The wound on the man's chest is a big wound. Seems quite serious. It was bleeding red. Rim Woon Pung then approached the human machine again. Woman's body. He stood quietly and watched. Even though this woman has passed away. But always hold the small photo tightly. She had a slash wound across her body. In that small photo, it was she and the man from before. And their daughter with green hair. Are happily spending time together. Everyone had a happy smile on their faces. Rim Woon Pung put his hand on his chin. I secretly thought that the person in here had died a long time ago. The body did not dissolve. This cabinet has a more powerful function than Xuan Bang Quan. Suddenly the large screen nearby beeped. Makes Ryan Seng, Juk Hyar and Rim Woon Pung were startled and turned to look. The image that appeared was a girl with blue hair. Eyes closed. The girl gently opened her eyes. The girl looked around with bewildered eyes for a while. The feeling in his stomach made a few gurgling sounds. He replied that you will know right away. Juk Hyar happily said we should find dad to help this sister. Just saw the girl in front of Rim Woon Pung. Recognized the girl in the photo earlier. Rim Ram smiled softly and replied softly. Really? Thank you guys. Then she glanced towards Rim Woon Pung. She looked at him attentively. At this moment, Rim Woon Pung also looked at her. My mind is full of thoughts. Rim Ram complimented your dad on how beautiful he is. Hearing that, both Ryan Seng and Juk Hyar raised their hands high. The 2 children shouted in unison. Yes, Dad, very cool. Rim Woon Pung raised his hand and scratched his head. He curiously asked her what magic circle was sealed in there. Why can't I feel any fluctuations in magic power? Rim Ram immediately replied that this is just my image. I'm locked in the safe house downstairs. Rim Woon Pung wonders what a virtual image is. Is it a mole technique or an external incarnation? Rim Ram suddenly burst out laughing. She replied, I didn't expect the world to change so dramatically 500 years later. Compared to our times. You don't understand what I said. I don't understand what you said either. Juk Hyar pointed at the screen and happily explained. This is not magic at all. This is called a machine that showed the world 500 years ago. People like her, through this thing can be exchanged thousands of miles away. Rim Woon Pung appeared extremely surprised. He asked again, this thing can transmit sound thousands of miles across the world. Who can achieve this realm comes on the fingertips. Ryan Seng told excitedly. Ms. Rim Ram taught us a lot of magical knowledge. There are fairy tale integral numbers. There are also electronic machines. Things Juk Hyar invented were all taught by Rim Ram. Rim Woon Pung walked up and asked Rim Ram, This is the technique due to late civilization. Magic left behind stars. Suddenly the screen had interference. Rim Ram was now in extreme pain. Rustling sounds rang out from the screen. Rim Ram could no longer stand. She gradually fell to her knees. Juk Ya panicked and asked what was wrong. Rim Ram frowned and suppressed the pain. She tried to answer. Looks like I won't be able to play with you two anymore from now on. This body's energy is about to run out. My body is about to not be able to bear it anymore. Juk Ya and Ryon Seng were extremely worried. Tears flowed from the corners of the eyes of two small children. Rim Ram gradually fell down. The two children tried to call out, "Sister." Then they turned to talk to Rim Woon Pung. "Dad, please help her quickly." He seemed extremely calm, patted Juk Ya and Ryon Sang's heads and reassured them. "Don't rush, I'll think of a way." Then Rim Woon Pung raised his face. "Ask me how I could help her." Rim Ram was moved to tears. She gently replied that there was no need. "I'm about to not be able to stand it. At the last second of my life, having Juk Ya and Ryon Seng by my side, I'm already satisfied." Juk Ya is still prodding Rim Woon Pung. "Dad, hurry up and save me." She passed away. Her mother had miraculous medical skills. Can definitely save her life. He looked at Rim Ram again. Then asked why she was locked in there. She bent down with a gloomy expression on her old face. Rim Ram silently thought for a while. The screen still had interference and made a rustling sound. She recounted 500 years ago. Our world exploded. A war that destroys all humanity. My parents took me inside here. I thought I could avoid disaster. The enemy found us again. My parents hid me in the room. Safest here. Rim Ram at that time she was banging on the door screaming. Parents release their children. I want to be with you too. The father put his hand on the glass door and kindly advised her. This place is very safe for girls. I must live for my parents. Then the two people left with guns. To Rim Ram's despair, the room door slammed shut. And at that time she could not see whatever happened outside anymore. She sobbed in excruciating pain. The screen gradually became heavily distorted. Just told everything to Rim Woon Pung. Rim Ram just sobbed. She continued, like a very long dream. I don't know how long it took me to wake up. My parents are no longer in this world. No one can release me anymore. The room seemed to quiet down. Everyone stood quietly looking at each other. Rim Ram said the thing I regret most. I can't lie down with my parents. She said. She looked down, sad and sullen, crying. After hearing everything, Ryon Seng sobbed emotionally. The little girl called her sister. Please don't. Juk Ya tried to urge her father. 3 benefits like that. Quickly think of a way to help me. Rim Woon Pung didn't say anything. He just remained silent and calmly thinking. Rim Ram also stood silently. 2 lines of tears continued to flow silently. In self-pity, Rim Woon Pung gently patted Ryon Seng and Juk Ya's heads. He can answer. Dad also wants to see the technology of 500 years ago. Take her away. Hearing that, the 2 children were extremely happy. They quickly ran forward, then turned around and called Dad. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Rim Woon Pung clasped his hands behind his back. Slowly followed the 2 children. Rim Ram stood silently, followed the actions of the 3 of them. After seeing Rim Woon Pung and the 2 children had left, she was proud and gave a wild smile. Rim Woon Pung okay. Ryon Seng and Juk Ya lead to a hallway. Deserted on both sides of the hallway. There are many modern machines. Along the electrical pipes. Going to a large room. Juk Ya pointed inside and said 3. There seems to be a strange after game here. Looks very scary. Hassam's mother and aunt couldn't get in either. Rim Woon Pung frowned. Glanced at everything around for a while. He saw on the ground. Is that a lot of robots have been destroyed. Limbs fall off. From their parts. Secrete strange green liquids. Flowing under the floor. Rim Woon Pung gently touched it. Ryon Seng and Juk Ya's heads. Around the bodies of 2 children. Surrounded by a layer of yellow light. Then the 2 children flew into the air. In bewilderment, Rim Woon Pung let them stay. He turned around and left. And don't forget to tell the children to go out. Before Dad broke the match. Juk Ya 5 smiling hands cheered Dad on fighting. Ryon Seng then looked at Rim Woon Pung. With worried eyes. Tell Dad to be careful. Rim Woon Pung raised his hand to sign. The 2 kids were able to answer. He slowly walked deeper into the hallway. As he walked, Rim Woon Pung rolled his eyes and glanced around. His expression was extremely tense at this moment. He cautiously stepped forward. A moment later, his feet reached the line. Located on the ground in the corridor. Not unexpected, a powerful beam of light from a nearby wall immediately flashed out at lightning speed. Hundreds of laser beams covering an entire room. They form alternating squares. Rim Woon Pung was surrounded by laser beams. Right in the middle, not a bit of fear. He calmly smiled again. Rim Woon Pung cheered loudly. Dharma Realm Diamond. Around him right now, surrounded by a yellow light source. The surrounding laser beams were also gradually destroyed. Soon all the laser beams disappeared. Rim Woon Pung slowly walked towards the door. Suddenly there was a golden energy machine hanging on the corner of the wall. It started. It's pointing straight ahead. 4 energy machines pointing at each other. Right behind Rim Woon Pung's back, red electric rays from 4 energy machines gradually sprayed. They gather together to form a glowing red ball. Just a moment later, that red ball turned into a great source of energy. Rushed towards Rim Woon Pung. The source of energy rushes forward. At breakneck speed, it becomes more and more powerful. Fierce rumbling sounds. Rim Woon Pung created a magical membrane to protect yourself. When that beam of energy just rushed close to him, it was blocked. Rim Woon Pung wondered curiously. What useful technique is this? About to break my primary Dharma protection. Then he softly said Dharma protection. Just a moment. The barrier surrounding Rim Woon Pung has disappeared. But instead, was a giant black ball that blocked the energy beam. The black ball he created just gradually absorbed that energy. It absorbs more and more, causing the inside of the black ball to turn red. A moment later all the red energy had disappeared. Rim Woon Pung reached out and knocked on the door. He thought to himself, the material of this door is rare in the world. Very sure, if you punch out a punch, the person inside will probably be affected too. If you think so, do so. Thinking, then he squatted down on the ground. Use your hands to explore the ground for a while. Then he punched the ground firmly and firmly, causing the ground to begin to crack. In just a moment, an entire area of land was smashed to pieces by him. Pieces of rock flew high, accompanied by a lot of dust and smoke. Chants of divine power resounds from the heart of the mountain, startling Ryan Seng and Juk Ya outside. The 2 kids saw the mountain shaking violently. Juk Ya worriedly urged Ryan Seng, let's see what's going on in there. Are Rimram's father and sister okay? Ryan Seng immediately responded. Then the girl used her magic to look inside the mountain. After looking for a while without getting any results, Ryan Seng turned to speak. There was a block of dim light in there. I couldn't see anything. Right now the whole hallway was covered with a lot of smoke and dust. Rim Woon Pung was able to open the big door. He destroyed the bottom of the door, then tried to lift it. With a tense expression, Rim Woon Pung looked inside to survey the situation. Suddenly there were 2 cars in the room. The grey tentacle rushed out. When Rim Woon Pung wasn't paying attention, it was wrapped around him. Rim Ram walked out, then used the tentacle to pull closer to the gap between. Rim Woon Pung is no longer beautiful, as gentle as it appears on the screen. Rim Ram appeared with 2 big round eyes and many blood vessels. Inside the wide open mouth released 2 tentacles. She laughed loudly and proudly and said it was finally out. Trembled away. Whirled, then her face darkened, staring at Rim Woon Pung. He was still calmly standing there, without the slightest resistance. Rim Ram said, just went out and found such a good host. To thank you for releasing me. I will compassionately take possession of your body. Then Rim Ram jumped high. White eyes. More tentacles began to appear from her mouth. Moreover, they gradually emerged outside. Rim Woon Pung smiled, looking at the tentacles approaching my face. Being arrogant. Then suddenly Rim Ram froze. She widened her eyes as Rim Woon Pung. His magic gradually formed into a rope, tightly wrapped around Rim Ram's arms, then tightly wrapped around her legs. Rim Ram looked down, looked at his tightly bound body, but couldn't help but panic. She screamed in rage, what is this? Quickly let No Ya go. Rim Woon Pung replied quietly. Yes, there is something strange. I already saw that you were not okay. You thought you made up a perfect story. It's just a loophole. This statement made Rim Ram extremely surprised. She asked again, what did you say? Rim Woonpung explained. First, the mysterious barrier here, not to prevent foreign fluid from entering. On the contrary, it's to prevent the person inside from going out. The second part of her story full of love. 2 people are in the bedroom. The mother's wound in it. Not a fatal wound. She had the ability to release her first. Rim Ram was extremely confused at this time. She asked, why did you let me go? Rim Woonpung explained, because Bon Jon is invincible in the world. Don't be afraid of any more cunning schemes. The 4 children of her sister, Rim Ram, she created. Bon Jon didn't want to disappoint the kids. Rim Ram suddenly smiled maniacally. She said that maybe they must be disappointed. Rim Woonpung suddenly looked at her in surprise. He glanced back, then saw a woman with blonde hair, raising his hand to attack him behind his back. A source of red power. Quickly move forward. Rim Ram shouted triumphantly. This is the most advanced high-energy artillery, caused by small nuclear energy impact and death. Let's take a step back and choose that boy. The monster who won the relic. Rim Ram tied Woonpung tightly and smiled triumphantly, waiting for its accomplices to attack. Right after that, a red light aimed straight at Woonpung's head. Woonpung suddenly turned his head. The 2 white irises were gone. The pupil opened his mouth, swallowing all the red light in one breath. Then closed his mouth and took a deep breath. Then Woonpung strongly sprayed the red light out, shot back towards the monster's accomplice, taking over Rim Ram. Powerful red light, penetrating her blonde accomplice. Didn't stop there. That red light continued to shoot out, then beat that blonde accomplice. Penetrated through the hard wall. With a puff sound, shot straight out of the dwarf country of Dongbang Heavenly Kingdom Shinju. The monster Talsa Rim Ram looked scared as hell. His eyes opened wide in bewilderment. Cold sweat broke out. The entire face of the monster that took over Rim Ram's temple turned pale. No blood left. Woonpung done. One guy turned around, coldly looked at the monster Talsase Rim Ram. Is using tentacles to tie himself up. The monster Talsase Rim Ram's face has turned white. Now even whiter. Pulled his head back in fear. Woonpung looked straight into the face of the monster Talsase Rim Ram's cold voice. We have never met you and you want to take my life. It wouldn't be too much for me to destroy you, right? Woonpung just finished saying this. 2 small tentacles as long as ropes. Is tying Woonpung tightly. Suddenly released. Then withdrew to Rim Ram's mouth. At the same time Rim Ram's body also suffered. Woonpung used the rope to brighten the light. The monster Talsase Rim Ram panicked. Quickly knelt down to pray. Sorry, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Woonpung waved his hand. The special light rope binding Rim Ram broke. The monster Talsase Rim Ram immediately controlled Rim Ram to kneel down, kowtowing repeatedly to Woonpung, thanking Dano for not killing. Woonpung indifferently looking at the person kneeling. Bow your head in front of your eyes. Head bowed close to the ground. Body trembling. Rim Ram's face looked down. Tears fell straight out of his eye sockets. Yet the next second Rim Ram suddenly raised his head, looking at Woonpung with a strange expression. His eyes emitted circular sound waves. Deep hypnosis. Circular sound waves straight to Woonpung. Woonpung's face suddenly became blank. Whole person was dazed. The monster Talsase Rim Ram slowly stood up, covered his face and laughed maniacally, ha 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 ha. A sinister look appeared on his face. Smirked. This is the wisdom of thousands of years ago. Suffering affects the human spirit. Sure enough, there's still no progress. But the words just ended. The expression of the Talsase Rim Ram monster also changed. 2 unbelievable eyes looking forward. Monster Talsase Rim Ram suddenly felt chills all over his body. Trembling 7 hugged himself. This moment Woonpung was present in space. Rim Ram's consciousness. Look at the giant monster with a human body and an octopus head. In the dark void in front of the octopus-headed monster, those red eyes looked at Woonpung with disbelief. How can you get in? No top-level device support. How could you enter this subconscious space? Woonpung's face was covered with golden light. Gloomily looked up at the octopus-headed monster. Huffed loudly. You've pissed off the wrong person. As he finished speaking, Woonpung's body emitted a yellow aura. The brilliant, golden aura centered on Woonpung spread out, accompanied by Woonpung's powerful shout. Soul manipulation. The shouting just ended. Yellow halo. immediately shoots straight towards the octopus head monster. The octopus head monster quickly reached out to block, shouted loudly and begged, "Don't I already know my mistake? I'm very grateful, but it's too late." Yellow halo landed directly on top of the octopus-headed monster, before it declared its own value. Until the light dissipated, the octopus-headed monster also disappeared. Woon Pung floats in a ball of light. Clasp your hands behind your back, quietly looking at the empty space in front of me. Outside reality, Rim Ram suddenly salivated. The feeling in his stomach made a few gurgling sounds, then bowed his head and vomited. Rim Ram opened his mouth wide, spit out a small octopus-sized monster, with small tentacles as long as a worm's body. The small monster fell on the ground, steaming hotly, clearly roasted. Rim Ram escaped the monster's control, also restores consciousness. Bewildered, he turned his head and looked around. Seeing the scene surrounded by rubble, Rim Ram suddenly panicked, looked at the strange Woon Pung in front of him. "You're not my parents." Woon Pung silently looked at Rim Ram without responding. At this moment Rim Ram's eyes suddenly turned dark. Rim Ram staggered, fell to the ground unconscious. Woon Pung stood with his hands behind his back, thoughtfully looking at the fainted girl in front of him. The next morning in a mountainous plateau, Ryon Seng and Jukya were flying around. Play nearby. Suddenly startled, he looked at Woon Pung carried Rim Ram and stepped in the air. The two children just looked, recognized who the girl in front of Woon Pung's chest was. In unison called Rim Ram. The two frightened children flew closer, looked at Rim Ram who was unconscious in Woon Pung's chest. Rim Ram. Woon Pung took Rim Ram straight to the small house in the middle of the plateau where Yun Sim lives. Let Yun Sim examine Rim Ram. The two children Ryon Seng and Jukya were worried, standing next to the bed waiting. Rim Ram still closed his eyes, showed no signs of waking up. The more the two children looked, the more worried they became. Ryon Seng was so scared that he was about to cry. Yun Sim finally finished the examination. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Woon Pung quickly went to Yun Sim's side to ask what was going on. Yun Sim turned around and said, "It's okay, I'm just complaining. Technology 500 years ago was really powerful. This baby is just too weak to be a big deal. It's just that her consciousness is a bit." Yun Sim hasn't finished speaking yet, was lightly touched by Woon Pung's finger on his lips. Blushing and looking up not knowing what Woon Pung wanted, Woon Pung leaned into Yun Sim's ear and whispered something. Only saw Yun Sim smile and nod, then went to pat her head. The two kids next to him smiled brightly and said, "Their sister Rim Ram has no problem. Don't worry, she needs quiet now. You guys go out and play first." Ryon Seng and Jukya heard that Rim Ram is fine, immediately smiled happily and obediently replied. Yun Sim and Woon Pung looked at each other and smiled. Follow the shadow of the two children. The little girl ran out the door, waiting until the kids were gone. Woon Pung just spoke up. The human body 500 years ago was weak, but there are some unexpected techniques. Wait for her to wake up. You can ask her some medical techniques from before. See if there is any way to save Ryon Seng. Yun Sim smiled slightly and glanced at Woon Pung. Be Yong Pung. Right at this moment, Woon Pung suddenly received a voice transmission from Pyong Hazem. Seong John, please come here quickly. I found out. Woon Pung then turned to gently pat Yun Sim's head, then hastily said goodbye. I have to go to Yup Gar first. The children bothered me to take care of them. Yun Sim of course couldn't stop. Woon Pung turned around to leave, but after a few steps suddenly stopped. Turned around to say something to Yun Sim. Jukya's hobby. Parents like us must definitely support. Yun Sim smiled brightly and replied yes. I listened to Yongpung's words. Before leaving, Woon Pung did not forget to give instructions. Help him say goodbye to his children. I will visit them often. Woon Pung said and left the house. Yun Sim followed him to the door. But Woon Pung hadn't gone far yet. I heard the kids loudly calling me dad. Ryon Seng and Jukya ran barefoot on the grass. Chase quickly. Two children ran to the side. Each person holds one hand tightly. Woon Pung was full of unwillingness. Asked dad where he wanted to go. Woon Pung was momentarily speechless. The eager and expectant eyes of these two children, making Woon Pung a bit reluctant. Woon Pung sighed. Slowly close your eyes. Then open your eyes. Pointing to the sky, he said to Ryon Seng and Juk Ya, before going to the 3 circus shows. Is it okay for the children to see? Ryon Seng and Juk Ya heard that. Immediately excitedly asked what a circus was. Is it picking stars? He replied that you will know right away. Then Rim Woon Pung stood up. Turn around and look at the empty land next to you. I said look carefully, then put your hands together. Next, Rim Woon Pung raised his hands high. At the same time, he shouted loudly, move mountain, island, sea, east, sea, water. Finished speaking, a space portal began to appear in the sky. It was slowly expanding. From the gate, a giant whirlpool pillar gradually formed. The pillar gradually lengthened out and slowly walked towards the ground. Ryon Seng and Juk Ya cried out in fear when they saw that. It's about to flood. 2 children ran to the side. Rim Woon Pung was scared and hugged his leg. He smiled and said don't be afraid. The children raised their heads to look. The 2 children slowly poked their heads out to see. Then the 2 children's eyes widened with extremely surprised expressions. A miniature ocean appeared in front of the children. Juk Ya shouted excitedly, what kind of fish is this? It's so big. A sperm whale and countless small fish swimming around. 2 kids watching intently. An octopus swimming, almost to where the 2 people were. Juk Ya wondered what this was. Could it be eaten? The curious boy reached in to try to touch it. The octopus spewed black ink out. The ink splashed on the 2 kids. The 2 children's clothes and faces were dirty full of ink. Ryon Seng and Juk Ya looked at each other and giggled. Behind them was Rim Woon Pung standing looking at the 2 kids. Looking at that happy scene he also laughed along. Later, Rim Woon Pung stands in front of a space gate. Behind is Yun Sim and the 2 children. He turned around and waved goodbye. Yun Sim and the children also, smiling and waving back to him. The other side in the living room. Pyong Hazem and Yup Chong Yu are sitting on chairs. In front of Yup Chong Yu's son. He was lying on a wooden table. Pyong Hazem was holding Chong Yu's hand to comfort. The space gate appeared. Rim Woon Pung slowly walked out. 2 people sitting on the chair looked up at him. 2 girls stared at him, making Rim Woon Pung a bit shy. He scratched his head and asked what's wrong. Pyong Hazem spoke up Seong John is truly blessed. And has a child with an outstanding beauty like Chong Yu. Yup Chong Yu's sister is sitting next to her. Hearing that, he immediately blushed. Rim Woon Pung looked away. Say this you have to ask Yun Sim. Yup Chong Yu frowned. She was a bit unhappy. She turned to look at Pyong Hazem and said, leave it to your drunkard. Then left the beautiful Hazem like that. Left Buddha to enter the world because of this idiot. Rim Woon Pung raised his hand and scratched his head. Awkward facial expression. It's really awkward. How should I change the subject? Pyong Hazem smiled lightly. His gentle eyes looked at Rim Woon Pung. Then Pyong Hazem turned to look at Yup Chong Yu. The 2 looked at each other. Pyong Hazem smiled and said let's look at your story first. Rim Woon Pung is standing confused. Was ordered by Yup Chong Yu. Why don't you come over here quickly? Heard Yup Chong Yu request. Rim Woon Pung immediately ran back. All 3 of them standing next to the table, where Yup Chong Yu's child was lying. Rim Woon Pung turned, asked Pyong Hazem if he had discovered anything. Pyong Hazem glanced over. Rim Woon Pung nodded and suggested, if you and I enter its boundless ocean, we will understand. I can't rely on myself alone. Listen to the proposal. Rim Woon Pung replied. Seeing Yup Chong Yu's uneasy expression, Rim Woon Pung reassured him not to worry. We are here. I can definitely find a way. Pyong Hazem also carefully advised Yup Chong Yu. Chong Yu, if there's any movement later, definitely don't let it move randomly. Yup Chong Yu felt a little uneasy, but still listened to Pyong Hazem. Rim Woon Pung with Pyong Hazem. Meditate on the bench, opposite Yup Chong Yu's child lying on the table. Yup Chong Yu could only stand silently to the side and observe. Rim Woon Pung and Pyong Hazem closed their eyes to concentrate. Then the 2 chanted the mantra in unison, connecting your mind to the top of the night sky. The scene around you gradually fades away. Between Rim Woon Pung and Pyong Hazem's foreheads, 2 light yellow spots appear. 2 spots leave. The 2 of them floated in midair. Finally 2 spots of light curled together, then went straight to Yup Chong Yu's forehead. Between Yup Chong Yu's bangs, there's still a little bit of light left from those 2 spots of light. Then turn it off completely. Inside Yup Chong Yu's ruler, Rim Woon-pung and Pyong-haesum, standing in the middle of deep black space. Pyong-haesum looking down below. Then tell Rim Woon-pung to come down. Yeokjeongwoo's ruler only has two colors, black and gray. A stormy area, dark sky, billowing black tornado pin. Thunder from the sky gathered together into a round black sphere. The black sphere is the center of the sea of consciousness. It just absorbed the thunder. Just sucked the black air from the mountains below the plain. Each mountain a hideous horror faces. Filled with resentment. Rim Woon-pung frowned in confusion as to why that was the case. In theory, in the sea of U200B people's hearts, all of their pasts are hidden, or transparent and sparkling in many colors. Just like gems, or murderous gloom tinged with cold red. Rim Woon-pung clasped his hands behind his back. Looked towards that dark sky. I have never seen the ocean before. Whose vision is this? Pyong-haesum explained. The phenomenon of the state of mind is caused by love, hatred, and lust. Every emotional memory built up. This proves that its interior is full of fear. Hide all your thoughts. Pyong-haesum pointed forward. The center of the invisible sea of consciousness. Plus the surrounding storm. Rim Woon-pung looked around, wondering where its original mind is. Where the two of them are standing is in the air, far from the center of Kwok High. So there was only thunder and lightning around. Rim Woon-pung with Pyong-haesum. Quickly fly closer to the center of the sea of consciousness. Closer to the center. The two people flew more slowly. Rim Woon-pung held out his hand. Wanted to try touching Yeokjeongwoo's original mind. Suddenly the center of the sea of consciousness turned into countless sharp thorns. Makes Rim Woon-pung and Pyong-haesum. In surprise. Sharp thorns pierced the consciousness of two people. Rim Woon-pung and Pyong-haesum. Immediately teleport away. The thorns began to glow red. Rim Woon-pung was a little surprised and speechless. Pyong-haesum raised his hand to cover his mouth. Trying not to laugh. He turned to talk to Rim Woon-pung. You can let me go. Only then did Rim Woon-pung pay attention to me. Holding someone's wrist. Rim Woon-pung rushed immediately. Let go of Pyong-haesum's hand. Rim Woon-pung raised his hand to touch his head. His face was a little red with embarrassment. Don't dare look straight at Pyong-haesum. What was the matter with the nonsense just now? Pyong-haesum didn't pay much attention. Seriously answered Rim Woon-pung. This is probably a realistic image. Due to the desire to be protected in the heart. It gives birth to a sincere heart. Only when his brother protects him. The sharp thorns, after not being able to feel the difference anymore, immediately retracted into the round sphere. The sphere returned to its original quiet appearance. But not for a few seconds. Then the sphere had a slight movement. The sphere turned into a black giant. With two bloodshot eyes. He's 10,000 times bigger than Rim Woon-pung and Pyong-haesum. This guy looks similar to Yeokjeongwoo's kid. He got angry and said, "Get out. You are not allowed to harm my brother." Rim Woon-pung and Pyong-haesum must raise their necks. Just saw this name. Rim Woon-pung was a bit surprised. This world except us two. Who else can have Simson so strong? Pyong-haesum doesn't think like that. Training your character goes through thousands of challenges. Going through all the suffering of the world. From there, the mind grows stronger. Only this realm can be achieved. This baby has such Simson. Definitely has its cause and effect. Just suffering and inner experience. It's beyond our imagination. Rim Woon-pung is a bit confused. What to do next? If the scene is forcibly destroyed. Who will be hurt Simson? Pyong-haesum smiled bitterly. This is the reason. I need Seong-jon to help me next. Looking forward to Seong-jon in the situation. Don't hurt other things. Gather all of its Simson on me. Can go inside to explore the main reason. Rim Woon-pung agreed to rely on her. Rim Woon-pung walked towards Simson. Standing tall in front of Rim Woon-pung, offering a provocation. Let me feel your will to protect your sister. Simson excitedly raised his hand. I intend to strangle Rim Woon-pung and quickly disappear from here. You are not allowed to hurt your sister. Rim Woon-pung without wavering. Practice your practice. Heaven and earth magic staff. Rim Woon-pung's body gradually grew bigger. Simson was shocked by the scene in front of him. In an instant, Rim Woon-pung's body is as big as Simson. Simson sees Rim Woon-pung so big. Immediately became more agitated. I'm not afraid of you. I am as powerful as you. So I will absolutely not lose. Absolutely can't lose. Rim Wunpeng's body is glowing right now. His eyes also lit up as he continued to be extravagant with Simson. Very good, then attack. Simson put his hands in the air, performing the 10,000 thunder technique. Countless thunderbolts gathered in one place according to Simson's command. The blue sky forms a round sphere. The round sphere leads thunder to strike Rim Wunpeng. Simson said proudly, "We are very beneficial. It would be even more harmful than if you didn't listen to the advice." But Rim Wunpeng doesn't look like he's in pain. Rim Wunpeng still stood proudly like that. No matter how much thunder falls from the top of my head. It was Rim Wunpeng's turn to respond. He raised his hand upward, in the direction of Rim Wunpeng's hand. The thunderstorms that were striking gradually became less frequent, no longer intense, gradually becomes smaller and then disappears completely. Simson was shocked. Rim Wunpeng said seriously, "In this world there is no fighting like that. This duel is considered the first lesson. I teach you how to fight with your soul. The importance of war of the mind. It's not a physical attack that destroys you, but a confrontation between fear and courage, despair and hope." As he said, Rim Wunpeng's figure gradually faded, and finally disappeared completely. As Rim Wunpeng's words still resonate. The important thing in that is, let go of your inherent responsibilities and trust. The space in front of Simson. A bright space appears, a hand reaching out from space. Simson was scared stiff. The mouth stutters without saying a word here and there. The closer the hand gets, the bigger it shows. Simson gradually becomes small. The hand reached out to grab Simson. A large black ball gathered in midair. Under the sky, gloomy atmosphere. There are tornadoes on all four sides, and the lightning strikes towards it non-stop. Pyonghaisim's whole body was surrounded by golden light. Slowly approaching the sphere, she raised her hand to touch the surface of the other sphere. Gently looked at it. Immediately the whole arm was swallowed by the black gas. Greedy to absorb all of Pyonghaisim. Haizum calmly recited the spell without fear. The unformed Dharma realm in the middle of the forehead immediately glowed. The whole body radiated blue light. That black aura quickly enveloped her whole body. It slowly pulled her inside him. Soon, Pyonghaisim was nowhere to be seen anymore. Lightning strikes continuously to hit the ball. The color of the sky also became increasingly gloomy. Just a moment, Pyonghaisim is lost in another location. Like a galaxy with twinkling stars. She turned her head and looked everywhere as if looking for something. Immediately realized there was something behind her. Pyonghaisim looked at, in panic, but there was a pale black sphere. Inside there was also a little boy with his head on the pillow. The child was crying and complaining that his mother and father were so scared. "I'm so scared. Help me, help me, help me." Haizum looked at the boy for a long time. Her eyes were filled with pain. She reached up to touch it. Suddenly the child turned to look at Haizum. His eyes were bloodshot and even bleeding. Haizum was scared by this scene and froze for a moment. That kid stared at the person in front of him. Questioned loudly, "Who are you? Who are you? Where are you?" Then he held his head in pain. The screams still echoed everywhere as if they were very scared. "Don't come over here. Go out. Go away." From under those 2 little feet a black space appears. That black space keeps getting bigger and bigger. Every second, every minute it spreads everywhere. Probably want to cover this place. Where do so many ugly, dirty rats come from? 2 bloodshot eyes rushed forward. The rats crawled from under the child's feet to the top, touching and nibbling every inch of that tender flesh. Because of being bitten too much, that kid screamed in pain. "I'm a good child. I'm a good child. Why did you bite me? It hurts so much, it hurts. Go out, go out." He struggled with all his strength. It didn't stop there. From the sleeves there were a bunch of cockroaches. Not only that, but they also crawled up the neck. Made the child extremely scared. He tried to protest. "Resist by using your hands to brush away the cockroaches." The sound of wailing went away. Went away. The child stood up to wipe away both the rats and cockroaches. Then it just fell to the ground in pain. Frowned face. Tears still flowed continuously. Out of nowhere, a coffin appeared in front of me. A long, scary howl suddenly came from inside. There is a hand with long black nails that destroys wood, sticking out. The child was extremely scared and called his mother to call him. Scream, "I can't see, I can't see. Where are you and your mother?" Pyonghaisim walked up behind him. The hand is placed on top of the child's head. Then slowly recite the mantra. Namo Pure Medicine King Buddha. Both adults and children were enveloped in a layer of jade green air. That kid slowly calmed down. No more crying uncontrollably. It gradually fell into a peaceful sleep. That black bridge cage wrapped around that small body again. Pyong Hazem stood silently watching. After a while she helplessly sighed. Towards Rim Woon Pung, who was separating, guarding an adult version of the other child. In a transparent box. It reluctantly patted the side of the box and cried, screaming non-stop, "Let me go, let me go." Woon Pung stood aside to reassure this guy not to resist. "You can't get out. Just because of this Dharma general. Makes you scared and worried. That's why I became a prison in my heart to subdue you." Pyong Hazem suddenly appeared from behind. Rim Woon Pung called out loudly, startling him, turned his head to look. Woon Pung looked at the girl in front of him and asked, "Did you find anything?" Hazem scratched his temple and replied, "That guy cares about chaos. What you see, I should also see." This sentence stunned him for a moment. A moment later he was bewildered by the next scene this was. Pyong Hazem full of sympathy. Looking at the young man being locked up. The boy still stubbornly resisting and not giving up. After a while she asked to go out first. The three returned to the house together. Pyong Hazem and Rim Woon Pung sat cross-legged on chairs. The other teenager was lying on the table struggling. Chong Yu must try to keep his son. However, the son's strength grew stronger. My legs kept kicking non-stop, causing Chong Yu to grit her teeth and try extremely hard. She kept her child calm while painfully advising her. "Child, persevere, persevere." For a moment, tears gathered at the corner of his eyes. A moment later the teenager also fell into silence and no longer resisted. Chong Yu slowly stood up. Forehand in front of chest. "But it's heartbreaking to look at my beloved child. I can't control my tears anymore. That flows down my cheeks." Rimwon Pung's indescribably pitiful eyes suddenly asked Hazem, "Is there any way?" These words startled Chong Yu. She was filled with panic. "Turn back. You guys are surprised." Pyong Hazem looked at the other person, showing a lovely smile and an affectionate look. Chong Yu suddenly approached and held her hand and asked urgently, "Did you find anything?" However, Hasem's face changed and he wanted to pull his hand away. Replied in an extremely tense tone, "She is the baby's mother. You should know what happened." Finished speaking, Pyong Hazem slowly placed his hand on Chong Yu's forehead. To that surprise, a stream of blue light appeared from Hasem's arm. Just wanted to pass it straight to Chong Yu's head. This is a shared vision. Chong Yu just entered his son's dream. In that dream, it was a boy. Bloodshot eyes are shedding blood tears. He kept complaining that he was too scared. "I was so scared," and then screamed in resentment. "I'm a good child. I'm a baby. Why are you biting me? It hurts so much." Go out and witness all these things, causing a mother like her to be extremely shocked. Escaping that place, Chong Yu's whole body trembled. Her face became extremely worried. She quickly ran to her son's side, hugged it and said confusedly, "Sorry girl, sorry." Rim Woon Pung immediately turned to ask the beauty next to him, "Know what happened to the child? But how should it be treated?" Pyong Hazem looked at the teenager with sadness. The sadness on his face then revealed his mind. This disease is easy to treat. Saying something unpleasant is as difficult as going to heaven. Hearing the other person say that, Chong Yu immediately stepped forward to be sincere. Begged her incessantly, "I want to say it quickly. What to do? I take this small risk to cure my daughter." All attention was focused on Hazem. The room became extremely quiet. A long while later, Hazem turned to look at Woon Pung and said, "The medicine was on two people's bodies." He was confused and didn't understand anything and pointed at me. Chong Yu also quickly spoke up. "Sister, if you are a girl's medicine, soon cured." Pyong Hazem's eyes gradually turned towards Woon Pung. She softly raised her voice to probe and changed to Seong John. "If you are bitten by a mouse, a snake will crawl on you. Lying in the pile of dead people. Are you scared?" Woon Pung shook his head and nonchalantly answered immediately. "In this life, I have experienced hundreds of battles. Big and small. Being in a pile of dead people is normal. These rats and cockroaches are rare on the battlefield. Can maintain vitality. Soon got used to it." Hearing that Hazem held Chong Yu's shaking hands, looking at her sincerely, he opened his mouth to comfort her. Although I left Buddha to enter the world for Yongpeng, fate let me have Ryan Seng. Is a mother. I know a mother can give up everything for her children. This is the power of a mother's love. After saying that, both women stood up and walked to the side. Unconscious person lying in front of Hazem sitting near it. His hand was placed on his forehead as if comforting. Then explain. This child met this life at a young age. There is a lack of strong pillars in my heart. In the heart, fear blocks the left. Her heart to escape the pain. She gently rubbed the teenager's forehead and continued. Which is the best medicine that can fix it? Courage to face everything, and felt the warmth of love. Pyong Hazem immediately raised his hand towards Yup Chong Yu. With Rim Woon Peng, making these two people look blank and not understand anything. Her eyes sincerely looking at each other. Then slowly explained further. Let me feel the courage and love in you too. Woon Peng's face was filled with tension. He put his feet down. Slowly get up from the couch. Before Chong Yu's surprised eyes, he slowly placed his hand on Hasem's hand. Then Yup Chong Yu also placed her hand on it. Filled with determination, the three people stacked their hands together as one. Pyong Hazem started chanting the mantra. Under the bright moonlight, then her whole body, surrounded by a layer of turquoise light. The great sun Tathagata has immeasurable light. Eliminate all regrets. Shines on the three weak elements. Liberating the Dharma, the words, the eyes, and the wisdom shining brightly. All three people were transported to another place. Like a bank, in the center there is a child with his head resting on two pillows. The black sphere still surrounding him. Chong Yu wondered and wanted to reach out and touch. The pitiful words that the child kept saying. I'm so scared. Help me. Save me. Witness my darling getting into this state. The mother's tears welled up again. Yup Chong Yu urgently asked Hazem. What should we do? Pyong Hazem kindly explained. Reminisce. When conveying all the most resilient beliefs. Support those who overcome every difficult situation to move on. The moon shines. It is impossible for me to personally feel all the hardships that people have experienced, and the light enlightens you. Hear this word. Chong Yu looked a little worried at Rim Woon Peng. He looked at the other person and nodded in agreement. Woon Peng closed his eyes tightly, starting the process. Yup Chong Yu next to him did the same. Pyong Hazem lightly touching the yellow light source. Emitted from her finger using that yellow energy source. Turned to Chong Yu's daughter's forehead. Yellow light radiated brightly from her fingers. The baby was lying on the ground. Gradually the light became larger, radiating the position of Rim Woon Peng and Chong Yu. That golden light enveloped all three people. No one knows where they will go. The child who was infused with energy suddenly woke up. The little girl opened her eyes to look around. Suddenly saw that this was not a familiar scene every day. The little girl suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her face became confused. When I saw myself landing. An orange spherical object. Orange spherical object covering the little girl. Not knowing what to do. The little girl had to let her body fall freely. Then she spread her arms as if she wanted to hug the whole ball. In the distance is the village Rim Woon Peng used to live in. It burned down, and left a bad memory in my heart. He remembered 18 years ago. In that terrifying, chaotic era, my family members and the whole village, for a reason that doesn't make any sense, was killed by Sanjok's group. From afar Woon Peng saw the place where he lived filled with black smoke. He panicked and accelerated quickly on the sword, worried that something bad would happen. As he walked, he was scared and screamed for his relatives. Brother's parents and sister jumped down from the sword, landed on the village that was ruined by the strong fire. Looking from afar, I saw three bodies lying together inside. Posture to avoid the enemy. Seeing that scene, Woon Peng's face darkened in despair. The person lying in a pool of blood was no one else. Are his parents and sister, even though they are no longer alive. But his father still couldn't close his eyes. Those eyes, as if expressing his hatred for Sanjok. Woon Peng collapsed on his knees to the ground. His face was white without a drop of blood. Eyes still shed tears of sadness. But he couldn't hide the hatred in it. So sad he shouted loudly. Woon Peng in extreme sadness to Chilzul Che. Blood-red eyes clearly showing the anger in him. He held the sword in his hand. As he walked, he slashed the guards out of his way. The two brave guards seemed not to be afraid of their deaths. Person holding a sickle knife. Someone held a spiked stick and shouted loudly. Stop it quickly. Nothing can stop Woon Peng now. He raised his sword and slashed him a few times. Destroy their way of life. He seemed determined to achieve something. Entered the big Mandarin palace. Woon Peng encountered an old man hugging a tender young girl. Amid the village scene is extremely chaotic. This old man is still there, sitting here leisurely drinking and playing girls, like it's none of his business. Woon Peng looked at that scene even more hatefully. His face darkened, frowned and glanced at him with sharp eyes. Silently thought, I don't understand how they're completely independent from a self-sufficient life. Why meet such kind of fate? Anger surged even higher. He pulled out his sword and shouted loudly. Why have they never harmed anyone? Why kill them? The old man happily replied that the strong live, the weak die. No, this is the morality of having no reason. If you want to kill, just kill him, the cunning old man said with a grin. But who are they you speak of? Isn't that your wife? No, has enjoyed it so much. After saying that, he laughed out loud happily. Ha ha ha. Being ridiculed like that, Woon Peng angrily gritted his teeth. Blood flowed through his mouth. Then he raised his sword high, madly rushed at him and said, go to hell. The old man replied calmly as if watching a funny show. A refiner. Even the status left a little wound for number Ya. Nor, the two of them fighting constantly, shook the whole Chilzal Che. Woon Peng, covered in injuries, stabbed the sword into the ground. Took all his strength to breathe. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that situation, the old man was even more pleased. Laughing loudly in front of Woon Peng said, a guy who only trains his energy can pressure no more. You two scenes become like that. After he finished speaking, he immediately threw a punch to finish him off. His punch quickly rushed down on him. Suddenly the image of his loved one lying in a pool of blood. Sudden death suddenly flashed through his mind. At this moment, it was as if something had awakened. To take revenge, he stood up and shouted loudly. Relieve the pain in his body. Woon Peng took the sword and ran it over the old man's body. Because the force of the slash was too strong, the sword broke in half. His eyes were red as if on fire. His eyes became even more determined. Wants to revenge his loved one. The remaining sword, broken and placed right on the old man's iron-hard neck. He smirked and his eyes widened. The tall old man was not afraid at all. Kept laughing and threatening Woon Peng. Ha ha ha, you bring no a lot of joy. Carry your heartlessness and resentment to death. Suddenly something fell from above. Cut that old man in half. The old man's body was cut in half, causing Woon Peng to be confused. Then his body fell to the ground. But he was still in shock. A middle-aged man appeared from above. Clasp your hands behind your back. Look at the situation that just happened. See you acting stupid. He blamed the disciple for being stupid. You are the only descendant of Wissa in this generation. I died so easily. Who will inherit my kendo? Woon Peng still stands still, breathing hard. Wissa uses 2 fingers to move the piece of sword that just broke off. He used his own energy, causing the sword fragment to fly back to its place. Wissa continued to clasp his hands behind his back. Teach students. There is only one point. He said it right. He frowned seriously and taught strongly. Is morality. If you want the whole world to follow your morality. So there's no one on me. Below me are sentient beings. Woon Peng heard this and had a painfully dissatisfied expression on his face, causing tears to fall. He shouted, the world is so big. Even if you practice all your life, cannot reach the master's realm. Don't say there are so many experts in the world. How can I practice my religion? Will my sister's parents come back to life? Pour out my feelings. Then he grabbed his sword and staggered out, leaving behind the master standing behind and watching. The rain and dark clouds coming. Lightning thundered across the sky. Heavy pouring rain. Woon Peng sadly walked across the bumpy stone road. He was so sad that he didn't take care of himself. Even though the beard is scraggly, I don't bother to shave it. With sunken cheeks, Woon Peng thinks back to the time he was in despair, dreaming and suffering, no longer having the strength to go. He collapsed on the street, then lay down leaving himself. Black high heels suddenly appeared in front of Woon Peng. The woman holding an umbrella gradually walked towards Yup Chong Yu and saw him lying down on the street and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Because Woon Peng was unconscious, Chong Yu became even more worried and called the driver to give orders. Quickly carry him to the car. Finish reminiscing about the past. Woon Peng was extremely grateful and said it was her. When I was most desperate. The most boring thing gave me courage. Chong Yu listened to those words. Blushed and hesitated to answer. Woon Peng continued. When I was in Yup Ga. She ate and waited to die. Do security work. Until her father also died because of robbers. Yup Ga is divided. Situation. Misfortune did not destroy Chong Yu's courage. She declared fiercely. After this disaster, Yup Ga will absolutely not be chaotic with me. After that time, I became the new family member of Yup Ga. And witnessed that situation. Woon Peng admires and lavishes praise. She is braver than me and has just endured the pain of losing her father. Also shouldering the danger of the entire family. Use your strength to change things. Your resilience has given me more courage. Face my life. From then on he became even more determined. Trying to improve her life. That little girl witnessed all the suffering that her mother had gone through. The little girl looked up at her mother. Eyes filled with tears. Yup Chong Yu heard him say that and shyly objected. No, it's not like that. It's because of you that I have the courage. Woon Peng couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. Suddenly asked what. Chong Yu was just sad. Just endured burning votive paper for his deceased father. Family members lined up, waiting for my turn to worship Mr. Yup. Suddenly one of them, that person spoke up in a grumpy voice and said Chong Yu. The uncles from all the rooms have arrived. Yup Ga can't go a day without a master. Patriarch without a son. Must quickly nominate a new host. Otherwise, Yup Ga's hundreds of people will be wiped out. The more the country will encroach. They ordered her, quickly bring out the token your father left behind. Hand it over here quickly. To stop their insults, Woon Peng spread his arms to shield Chong Yu. Making everyone suddenly startled, Woon Peng swiped his hand. Suddenly the ground shook, made everyone scared. Turns out Woon Peng just swiped his hand. Cracks appeared on the ground. His face darkened. His eyes seemed to want to warn them and then he withdrew his hands. They shouted indignantly. What are you? An outsider? How can I stay away from Yopga's affairs? Chong Yu's eyes were tearing up. Suddenly being protected so his face showed surprise. Being protected by Woon Peng. Chong Yu continued. When everyone was forcing me. I want to force you into a dead end. I stood up to support you in front of you. Gave me courage. Yup Chong Yu wiped away the tears. Replaced the original cry into a silence that stood up. She stood in front of Woon Peng. Use your weak body to protect him. By confidently patting your chest. Yup Chong Yu replied loudly. After this disaster, Yup Ga will absolutely not be chaotic with me. After this moment, I am the new ruler of Yup Ga. The flashback made Yup Chong Yu smile. She turned to explain to Woon Peng. You gave me support plus I was pregnant with 2 brothers. They give me the courage to face all difficulties. Memories continue to flow with the strong sound of pounding on the table. After a few months I rectified the family business. Eliminate thieves. Rebuild the merchant guild to deal with enemy merchants. Finally helping Yup Ga overcome this great danger. The clan's revival made Yup Chong Yu's face radiant again. She happily went to Woon Peng's house. Accompanied by excitement. Open the house door. She happily said it was all thanks to you. Before she finished speaking, her face suddenly sagged. In front of her was an empty room. There was no one in sight. On the table there was a letter that Woon Peng left behind. Yup Chong Yu picked it up and read it. The message he left behind was just a few words thanking her. Let me see the hope of saying goodbye again. Her soul suddenly became silent. The pent-up emotions suddenly overflowed from her soul, causing her body to tremble. Yup Chong Yu trembled, placing his hand on his rising belly. Tears rolling down his cheeks. All 3 of them glowed after that memory. The sad memory touched Yup Chong Yu's heart. She held her chest and thought. If there is no light around, then light up yourself. Woon Peng's face also becomes peaceful. Silently thinking in my heart. Experience the deepest suffering. Find something you want to protect. Courage will be transferred from one person to another. Just created a miracle. Memories continue to be intertwined. The bloody landscape of war gradually appeared. The soldier facing the vicious wound, which spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Woon Peng caught the soldier in his arms. Mouth kept calling. the soldier's name trying to open. Her eyes gradually lowered to look at him. Lips moved slightly. Sorry brother. Then use some strength. Finally, from my chest, I took out a photo. On a photo of a woman smiling happily, while holding the child in her arms. He was silent and then spoke. Please give them hope. Under the rain the image of a girl appeared. She firmly told Rim Woon Pung. Either way, everyone has to die. What does it mean to be greedy for life and afraid of death? I just hope that when I die, I have no regrets. Thinking clearly, memories of Gan Gan appeared. She then hugged the wound on her chest. Glared at him. Less nonsense. Even though you call me an evil devil, I am also using my method. Risk your life to find the answers of this world. Strength is morality. Ho Gan also smiled and looked at the Gumi clan. We gave our all. Can only protect the temporary peace of the demon race. Not if I love them deeply. But if I abandon them, I also have no place to live. So I have to thank them. Suddenly the memory of the day I said goodbye to Yun Sim rang out. Yong Pung, even if he dies, Yun Sim will also think of a way to bring him back to life. You can fight with peace of mind. Finally the memory ends with Pyong Hai Sim's words. Congratulations. You have now entered the supreme realm. From now on, the world must follow your religion. The child hugged himself. In the stream of energy that surrounded her, her eyelids fluttered. She gradually opened her eyes. Over time her body also grew to become a young woman. Her eyes turned to Yup Chong Yu and Rim Woon Pung. Observing the two of them, she hesitantly spoke in a shy voice to her parents. 2 words from her parents made their hearts flutter. Yup Chong Yu's tears flowed down his cheeks. I couldn't hold back my heart and sobbed. Meanwhile Rim Woon Pung looked at her with a happy smile. They hugged the child, as if afraid she would once again disappear from their eyes. Yup Chong Yu shouted, "So good, daughter," stood looking at that warm and sacred image. Pyong Hazem could only silently smile and bless. Suddenly a happy voice shouted, "That's so good, sister, that's so good." I finally woke up. Everyone looked to where the voice came from. It turned out to be their family's son, the baby in Chong-U's arms. Bewildered, he looked at his brother's head and blinked a few more times. A smile gradually appeared on his face. "Third brother," the child shouted towards his brother, but she didn't have time to run to him. Her brother pushed her away. "Seriously, don't come here." The bewildered girl. My heart seemed to tighten. In response to his biological brother's rejection, Woon Pung and Chong Yu looked at their son with heartbroken eyes. Can't express it in words. Boy 2, just standing silently looking at his family from afar. He bowed his head slightly to hide his emotions behind his mask. Thinking for a long time, he opened his mouth with a sad voice. My sister has woken up. He no longer had any meaning to exist. His son's words. Rim Woon Pung moved next to the child. He was startled and looked up, not daring to look into his eyes. He asked his father. Rim Woon Pung looked at his son thoughtfully. He frowned and said in a calm voice, "Who said my existence has no meaning?" The father's scolding words made the boy scared. "Bow your head, like admitting all the mistakes to yourself. I was born to protect my sister. Is a type that does not exist. I really have no way with my narcissistic son." Rim Woon Pung just sighed and said, "Raise his head." The boy looked up at his father's face. He looked at the expressionless mask. "How long has it been on my son's face?" My heart trembled slightly and said it didn't matter where I came from. The important thing is that you already exist. At the same time, he is a good older brother, extremely protective of his sister. He tightly held the shoulders of his weak son. Said, "You did better than me." Then Rim Woon Pung pulled his son closer. Narrow the gap between two people. Put his hand on the boy's head to comfort him. Held the boy tightly in his arms and screamed, "You are a son." Rim Woon Pung's arrogance, the mask that hid his emotions for so long, suddenly cracked. It shattered when its owner reached it. Uncontrollable emotions. Under that mask, the teenager's face appeared. He felt the warmth from his father. 2 tears suddenly fell. He trembled and asked to confirm if it was true. Rim Woon Pung just sighed helplessly. He looked at his son's face, then smiled proudly. "Next, you must join me in protecting important family members." Yup Chong Yu and his daughter stood from afar watching him. With teary eyes, he changed direction and pushed his son forward. Turned to the 2 of them, standing next to him, and advised, "What are you still standing there doing? Why are you being so stupid right now? Not seeing the situation clearly. The little boy, in response to his father's encouragement, gradually step up slowly, but get to the halfway point. He stopped as if he had a problem in his heart. He held his hand tightly and trembled, thinking of the two of them rejecting him. Tears flowed down her delicate face again. He asked his mother and sister. Suddenly the two of them ran to hug him, causing his body to become motionless. Feeling the so-called family affection, making him bewildered. Tears fell again, but this time it was tears of happiness, of the feeling of being reunited with family. As one person, Rim Yunfeng's father could only silently smile. The happiness they brought also made Pyong Hazem feel relieved. Time also became a gentle person, while prolonging this moment longer. At Yup Ga Group Company, Rim Yunfeng family, saying goodbye to his benefactor. Chong Yu and his daughter are still a bit regretful. When having to leave, Soja suddenly appeared with status. Called out to his brother. Rim Yunfeng turned his head and asked in a questioning voice. Why do I need my soul to come out and find me? Soja flew in and kept scratching his head. He turned to face Yup Chong Yu and his daughter. Bowed respectfully. Hello sister-in-law. Hello lady. The words that came out made Rim Yunfeng startled. He was confused and pointed at something. How do you know? Soja, just scratching your head to explain this. Due to senior brother's time in Yup Ga, the child's age plus the sister-in-law's vision, along with the fact that they are not married and have children. Even if there is no evidence, it's not hard to guess. Ha ha ha. His words only made Rim Yunfeng and Yup Chong Yu turn away and stay silent. Soja immediately walked over and whispered in his brother's ear. Our Chief Minister of the East, waiting for you to study at an important cabinet meeting. I can't find you forever. Now she is angry. That's why I'm new. The original spirit is outstanding. Use your fastest speed to run to me. Those words were like lightning in my ears, making his face no longer calm. When remembering that person, Rim Yunfeng patted his forehead and said, "Oh my God," in panic. Why did we forget about this? He scratched his head and stammered as he continued. We should be reunited, but the cabinet has a meeting with us. I haven't finished the sentence yet. Yup Chong Yu interrupted important work. Go away. Chong Yu's child stood next to him and waved goodbye. Goodbye, Dad. Remember to come visit us. After saying that, Rim Yunfeng immediately turned around and walked out the door. At the top of the skyscraper. At this moment, an airship appeared. At the cabinet where clouds surrounded Rim Yunfeng and his junior brother, standing thoughtfully in front of the huge meeting room door. Rim Yunfeng nervously swallowed his saliva. He worriedly turned around and asked his younger brother what he said. Has she stopped being angry? He replied calmly. How is that possible, when she disguised herself as a man and went wandering around with us? The habit of forcing time only gets worse. Not the heaviest. Rim Yunfeng heard that and nodded in agreement. Suddenly he turned around and said, It's late anyway. If not, then don't participate anymore. Anyway, the administrative matters are all managed by her. And Rim Yunfeng's junior brother also follows along. That's right, brother. Yunfeng heard that. Then he turned around, winked and said happily, So let's go. Suddenly the junior brother opened the door with a click. He announced loudly that echoed inside. Seong John arrives. Rim Yunfeng was immediately startled and frightened. His younger brother stepped forward, waved to him, and spoke in a low voice. Senior brother, I'm busy and I'll go first. Compared to offending you, I'm more afraid of offending her. Rim Yunfeng watched his junior brother run away. Without words, he angrily pointed his finger at him and scolded this traitor. Let's see how we can deal with you later. Junior brother could only laugh. Suddenly a voice rang out in the room. Shin Ju Cho Jeng. Guests are spoiled and entertained. So many big things need Seong John to be decisive. I don't know where Seong John has been running off to these past few days. There's no time for Rim Yunfeng to reply. That person continued speaking. If it weren't for Yup Ga discovering Song John's whereabouts, I don't even know where to go to find someone. He replied blankly. Rim Yunfeng immediately turned around and scratched his head. Said softly, I just heard you summon me. I immediately ran right here. He entered the box room. Then everyone stood up and bowed their heads. Seriously greet. While everyone greets, then there was a girl sitting at the head of the table with a serious face and not speaking. The girl then sternly reminded Rim Woon Pung. In the cabinet conference, I hope Seong John addresses me as Dong Bang Sung Sang. Rim Woon Pung felt guilty and scratched his head. Okay, Dong Bang Sung Sang. He walked up to the head of the table and slowly sat down. Dong Bang Sung Sang immediately stood up. She placed a stack of papers in front of Rim Woon Pung and said, "Here is the recent dispatch. Need Song John's approval related to diplomacy. Rebuild the educational structure of people. Provincial level official." Rim Woon Pung exhaled in frustration and spoke up. "Here are some things that the Prime Minister can do instead. What's the use?" Dong Bang Sung Sang suddenly slammed his hand on the stack of papers. Startled Rim Woon Pung, her stern voice. "This is the country Seong John led us to fight. These are all things that must be done to strengthen the new era. If Seong John people don't know these big things, if a problem occurs, who is responsible for this?" Everyone in the box room saw this and was surprised. A brown-haired guy said to the person next to him, "Also only Dong Bang Sung Sang dare to talk to Seong John like that?" The blue-haired person also whispered, "Of course, you're not in the old group. You don't know, the Prime Minister and Seong John are comrades. Lived and died for 10 years. Each female pretends to be male. Let's practice solidarity throughout the world. With Seong John, it's a matter of life and death." Rim Woon Pung reached for the stack of papers and replied in a low voice. I understand. Can't we see? Everyone wait a moment. Do it now." He immediately clasped his hands and chanted the Dharma mirror. Suddenly behind Rim Woon Pung, immediately 3 people appeared who looked exactly like him, standing neatly. All 4 Rim Woon Pung bodies. Everyone started approving the dispatch. They worked very focused, very positive exchange of opinions. Dong Bang Sung Sang sees that. Just stay silent and don't say anything. Everyone sitting down is full of praise. What an exclamation. A moment later Rim Woon Pung slapped his hand on the document folder. All 4 people finished speaking in unison. As soon as he finished speaking, Rim Woon Pung's 3 illusions all disappeared. Everyone below immediately applauded the miraculous Seong John. Peerless in the world. Rim Woon Pung then calmly replied, after seeing the joke and then criticizing these documents, "Bon John knew. Dong Bang Sung Sang and you guys. How hard is Shinju's future? We have to rely on the country's talented people." Dong Bang Sung Sang heard that next to him, immediately covered his face in boredom. Rim Woon Pung turned around and asked happily, "After drinking coffee, what do you do next?" Dong Bang Sung Sang said seriously, "Today there is still a big matter that needs Seong John to take care of. Is the Congress of all things." Rim Woon Pung thought and asked, "Are you all ready?" The brown-haired guy sitting below immediately spoke up when he heard that. Shinju Cho Jeng should have regained his vitality. Why is it necessary to organize this great conference of all dharmas? Labor and wealth have this plan. Isn't it good to bring education into construction? Hearing that, the whole room suddenly fell silent. No one has any comments anymore. Dong Bang Sung Sang said calmly, "The story is related to the secret state of the country. You all went through a rigorous background check. They are all great talents who bring prosperity and rule to the country." She turned to look at Rim Woon Pung and continued, "Attend cabinet meetings. We should also understand the end of the story." He heard that and immediately nodded in agreement. Dong Bang Sung Sang spoke coldly. Shinju Chojung's forces are complicated. Although Seong John used his mighty power to overwhelm the heroes, single-handedly unifying all forces, unified Shinju, but behind it there is a struggle that no one knows about. 4 directions are strong, absolutely will not accept, easily give up their inherent wealth and power. She continued to explain, so they use strange magic, use people's lives, in the management area of the powerful forces, to threaten Seong John in exchange for his surrender. Uniform Shinju surface forces. They all serve Seong John as the owner of Shinju. In fact, all forces still have great control to the inherent territory. Everyone heard and asked in surprise and worry, "What should I do?" Seong John frowned slightly and said seriously, "This assembly of all dharmas is the first step. Gradually neutralize this trick of theirs. Is also an important step to strengthen the nation." Dong Bang Sung Sang, standing next to him, immediately expressed his approval. "That's right. The assembly of all dharmas does not discriminate between rich and poor. Recruit talented people from all over the world. Choose excellent people to enter the asylum. This is an important trick. To select talented people for the country. The blue-haired guy asked somewhat cautiously. This way to strengthen central power. Divided the forces of the demon clan, but how to cure strange magic. Related to the lives of thousands of people in the world. Dong Bang Sung Sang calmly responded to this strange technique. Contrary to heaven, people still have humanity. No one dares to use it arbitrarily. This congress of all dharmas means to absorb their new life. Together create a prosperous Shinju. So that they can both gain and lose with Shinju. At that time, this risk can resolve itself. When everyone heard that, they immediately applauded. What a great trick. Everyone gasped in admiration. A few people couldn't hold back and exclaimed, what a wonderful plan. Night has gradually fallen. In the meeting room there are only two people left. Rim Woon Pung and Dong Bang Sung Sang. Her are focusing on reviewing the approved documents. This morning and he was staring at her intently. Rim Woon Pung watched her work and then smiled softly. Dong Bang Sung Sang was just engrossed in work. Pay no attention to him. Rim Woon Pung leaned his head back on the chair and said happily. Remember us and our brothers who live and die together. Risked his life to kill for 10 years. Finally got what he wanted. He looked into the distance and started to reminisce about the past. How can I remember that year? Unexpectedly, Okran is famous all over the world. Dong Bang Oxio is the eldest daughter of Dong Bang. So Dong Bang Oxio. Oxio heard that and glanced at him suspiciously and asked, what do you want to say? Rim Woon Pung replied calmly. If you leave her, who can shoulder the responsibility of restoring Shinju? Dong Bang Oxio closed his eyes softly. HMPH. I'm not because of you, but because of the will of the deceased comrades. Rim Woon Pung heard that and said nothing more. Suddenly he remembered something and turned around to ask. I heard that your son also wants to participate in the Universal Congress. Aren't you worried that he got hurt? Oxio heard that and immediately panicked. She pretended like nothing happened. Replied calmly. This is its life. If it's his decision then I support him. Rim Woon Pung suddenly stood up and the teacher leaned over and said. This girl suddenly said one day she had a baby. Everyone is very curious. He asked curiously. Who is his father? Man. Can enter Dong Bang Oxio's eyes. What exactly do you look like? Oxio focused on tidying up the documents. Remained silent without replying. Suddenly she turned in a low voice to probe. What if I said it was you? As soon as he finished speaking, Rim Woon Pung was surprised. Jumped back on the chair. He clung to the chair, sweating in fear and said loudly to her. Are you kidding? Dong Bang Oxio glared at him close to the voice. Don't you dare make fun of me. I can't joke with you. Rim Woon Pung scratched his head and replied just curious. Oxio said with a serious face. Since when did Seongjon become so talkative? Are weekdays too free to fight? Should start asking about other people's private matters. At this point Rim Woon Pung breathed a sigh of relief. Use your hand to wipe the sweat from your forehead. He clasped his hands and apologized to Oxio. Sorry I'm too talkative. I hope Sing Sang will be less angry. She heard that and immediately covered her mouth and giggled. Hasn't laughed for a long time. Dong Bang Oxio stood up and spoke seriously. After finishing school, Seongjon can go do his job. I still have a lot of work to do. No time to talk to him. Finished speaking she walked towards the door. Suddenly Rim Woon Pung reached out and called her to wait. Oxio turned around and asked why. What else does Seongjon have to do? He scratched his head and said hesitantly. I have a good friend who has a son. Recently I encountered some things that I don't understand. Please teach me how I know these things. Oxio heard that and asked in surprise. Songjon's good friend. Most of them I'm familiar with. Who is he? Can you tell him to come find me directly? Rim Woon Pung awkwardly looked at her and said this person. She wasn't used to Sing Sang being so busy. Tell me okay. Oxio immediately let out a loud scream. When he heard her answer he also shyly looked away. At this moment Oxio sat down on the chair. She continued to speak. Okay, Seongjon, let's see if I can help. When he heard that, he happily clapped his hands together. Please answer quickly, that's the thing. He stood close and said something to her. Looks very secretive. After a while of discussion, Woon Pung arrived at Dujon Mountain. His face was extremely serious at this time. holding his hands behind his back and flying high. Below there were also many people standing on swords, but flew to the same location. They flocked forward in large numbers. At the martial arts arena, currently there are many people sitting straight and looking up. The stage on the top had silhouettes of people looming. An old man spoke up. Xinju Universal Congress. De Zhong selection contest now begins. Invite the sect leader to give instructions. The people below also spoke loudly at the same time. Invite the sect leader to instruct. The person standing on high just now suddenly flew up. Made everyone extremely surprised. Is Chon Beamseol. After a moment of flying up, she slowly descended. Her slender legs slowly lowered. The court surface is extremely gentle. Beamseol stands above. Look at the bustling people standing below. The look in her eyes right now is extremely indescribable. Below there are countless people standing seriously. All looked straight at each other. Among them was also Chon Beamseol's son. His name is Chon Peng. This time she started to speak. Xinju Chojeng peace is not easy. Inside there is a hidden enemy outside watching. Beamseol furrowed his eyebrows. Then continue talking about people who practice religion in our life. Then we must protect the peaceful Xinju. Everyone below listen, quickly raised their voices and said in unison. Protect the peaceful Xinju. She spread her arms to the sides and raised her voice to declare. The selection contest for the Great Law Congress begins now. Everyone shouted at the same time. Finished speaking, Beamseol immediately turned around and went inside. The old man from before continued speaking. First, the audition begins. A total of 500 people registered to attend. Divided into 32 zones. Invite people to the lottery to draw numbers. The audition uses an elimination mode. The last person wins. Participate in the general selection to become a points accumulating contest. A person sitting on the other side continued to explain. 8 players with the highest points. Become a Du Zhong representative. Participating in the first Xinju Universal Congress. Contestants began to go up to draw lots. This time it's Chonpung's turn. He pulled it out and immediately opened the paper in his hand. His number is 35. There are 4 people sitting in the front row. One of them is Beamseol. She thought to herself, where is our son? Just finished thinking in her head. She was so surprised that her eyes widened. Don't know what she saw. Next she suddenly stood up, making everyone around her extremely confused. One person saw this and immediately turned to ask the sect leader. What's wrong with you? Realizing your own strange actions. Making her a bit shy and waved her hand and said no. It's okay. Everyone continues to watch the match. She finished speaking and sat down. Beamseol was already seated in his chair. Used telepathy to talk to someone. Why did you come without telling me? Causing me to lose face in front of my fellow students. It turned out that Woon Peng was using the invisibility technique next to me. He quickly replied that this was not a rush to discuss. How do you solve your son's plight? She closed her eyes and her face was extremely red. Woon Peng continued. Number 16 is about to go on the field. He looked forward thoughtfully. At the Spring Martial Arts Arena number 16. The referee came out and spoke loudly. Numbers 35-36 come onto the field. From behind, he had an extremely large body and appeared. He trembled a bit and turned his head to look. The big guy was now friendly. Smiled and replied that I was number 36. Dojong's 36th generation inner disciple Daesun. Woon Peng suddenly opened his eyes wide. He bent down and said to Beamseol, who was enjoying tea next to him. Who does our son look like? Why are you so big? She just took a sip of tea. Hearing him say that, I immediately spit it out, which was extremely unsightly, causing everyone to pay attention and look in her direction. The old man from before continued to ask, what's wrong with the sect leader? She used a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and replied softly, no, it's okay. Everyone continued to watch the competition. After speaking, she closed her eyes and sighed. Beamseol gritted her teeth. Ken turned to put the words into his head. Is the guy next to you blind? Never seen before. Not that much either. Even my son doesn't have any feelings. He raised his hand to his head and replied shyly. I seem to have some kind of illness. As every young person encounters. Everyone was afraid that he would suddenly turn into their son. While he was rambling, then she saw something. Beamseol said coldly, hurry and see your son on the field. There are already 2 contestants on the field. Chon Peng walked forward with a cold face. He raised his hand and said, Chon Peng Xuan County Hall, 36th generation outer sect disciple. I heard my son introduce me. I was also extremely surprised. The referee at this moment raised his hand to signal the fighting method. Started the ceremony. Both finished listening. Also quickly clasped his hands and bowed slightly. The other contestants below, suddenly, breathing in unison, they answered, Number 36 is really unlucky. Number 36 is what people say right now. Suddenly a bit scared, he clapped his hands, then opened his throat and screamed. Screaming around the stone keys. Flew up high and surrounded his whole body. Then stuck tightly to his body. Make an extremely sturdy armor. The stone slab that covers his entire arm. This side Woon Peng saw a scene before his eyes and said, Dojong's new life is full of talent. This little fat guy, such youth, has reached the realm of controlling the earth and subduing the body. Chon Beamseol, who was next to him, immediately responded after hearing this. These are all seniors. Constantly research and attain the original Dharma. New founder, of course. It is also indispensable for the diligence of the new disciples. What's more important is that Woon Peng listens to this heart. Immediately suspiciously glanced at Beamseol and wondered. More important thing. She looked up at him with deep affection. Then thought to himself, Seong John, who struck out this peaceful world. So they can live and grow. This is our lifelong wish. She looked at that person's beautiful, touching face. Woon Peng once again opened his eyes wide in surprise. On the field right now, Chon Peng used his fist to blow away the number 36. Extremely quick. Number 36. After receiving that blow, he immediately lay flat on the floor, no longer able to move. Therefore, everyone also shouted to congratulate him. The referee shouted, when I saw number 36 lying foaming at the mouth in the yard. Number 35 wins. Number 36 type. He gasped and screamed in his heart. Why can the refining stage be able to unleash the power of the pill? Beamseol let out a difficult breath and replied, If you continue watching, you will know the result is just like that. I won't suffer like that either. Rim Woon Peng mused. I don't know what I'm thinking. After a few hours, still at the martial arts arena number 16, the referee announces the 5th round of number 35 versus number 41. Number 41 goes on the court to fight Chon Peng. Chon Peng seems to have absorbed I was tired so I was panting. The opposite of Chon Peng. Number 41 didn't show any reaction. Everyone said in unison number 41 is lucky. Rim Woon Peng bewilderedly translated the voice to Chon Beamseol. What is this? Chon Beamseol is silent and doesn't respond to Rim Woon Peng. Is probably very stressed. So Chon Beamseol grabbed her skirt tightly. And the number 41 came out. A single leader was able to fly Chon Peng away. Chon Peng was sent flying 10 meters away. Makes everyone look back. Chon Peng drifted back. The referee immediately announced on the field. Number 41 wins. Chon Peng breathed heavily and stood up on his hands and knees. Rim Woon Peng was stunned and couldn't believe it. The expression is so funny. The night comes behind the mountain still echoing. Continuous collision sounds. Fist punching so hard that it dented the rock. Chon Peng still punching the rock non-stop. Even gritting his teeth and enduring it on a body that was already drenched in sweat. But Chon Peng still kept the intensity of punching and kicking evenly. Behind Chon Peng, suddenly, several star-colored light spots appeared and gathered. Rim Woon Peng and Chon Beamseol. They used the stealth technique and quietly looked at Chon Peng. Rim Woon Peng immediately used the heavenly eye insight. And then headed towards Chon Peng, who was practicing in front. The Danshan and meridians. Chon Peng's penis was seen clearly. Rim Woon Peng was surprised. Stammering voice transmission asked Chon Beamseol. What about its Danshan and meridians? Chon Beamseol replied sullenly. As you saw, its Danshan and meridians. Several times thicker than ordinary people. If we talk about ordinary people's Danshan and meridians, like the intestines, its tense is thick layers of glue. Very elastic. Ordinary people's meridians have quite thin meridians. The core occupies a very large volume. As for Chon Peng, it's the opposite. Rim Woon Peng immediately understood. Anti-chin analysis. Responsible for the thick and elastic Danshan and meridians. Like a high-pressure water gun. Capacity several times greater than normal people. Rim Woon Peng also added more. if you reach the original state, can freely mobilize the energy of heaven and earth. This kind of unusual magic power can definitely surpass the level of deification. Chon Beamseol immediately objected, but the thing comes later. Because the danshan and meridians are so thick that they cannot be stored. Therefore, it is impossible to gather enough energy to build muscle. Don't say that this life is hopeless. Rim Woon Pung has fallen into a deadlock. Then time passed a little longer. Rim Woon Pung suddenly opened his mouth again, shyly scratching his nose. How do you look? Rim Woon Pung timidly coughed lightly. Have the courage to finish the sentence. What about our son? Chon Beamseol was surprised, turned his head to look at Rim Woon Pung. Our son. The two of them just looked at each other awkwardly. Chon Beamseol's face is so thin. So hurry up to avoid embarrassment, causing Rim Woon Pung to not know how to proceed. Chon Beamseol sighed and lamented. I think I'm the leader of Dujong. Commanded 20.000 Dujong disciples. Calculate gently and comfortably. The only thing about boys is that they don't know what to do. The two of them silently looked at their son. Chon Pung practiced non-stop. Chon Pung still didn't know his parents' presence. Still trying my best to practice. Being a mother. Heavenly. Ye very much understood what her son had to go through. Zhongju Dojong's son status. Make it subject to everyone's gaze. Everybody also endures pressure and malice far beyond people of the same age. Everyone calls it behind their backs. Call it genius for a second.